Chapter 451, The Lure of the Empress's Attire. What are these? I asked the stranger. The first will lead you to a story, lost in ancient times, the other tells you about the man who translated it, he said. And who are you? I am a nameless lone wanderer, a mere explorer. I am just at _passing_wanderer. And that's how I came across the Second Coming of Avarice, a new translation found only on CRN. True story. Now I pass it on to you, everyone, to read to your heart's content. This ambush in the middle of the 7th month of the 87 year caused the Beastmen race to lose many soldiers. Out of the 300,000 soldiers, only 100,000 or so remained. The Beastmen army quickly retreated to the Hengjuan Mountains in defeat. They were in bad shape as they retreated. As for that dense forest, it burned for no less than 3 days and 3 nights. After the fire finally died, one could see the charred black corpse of the Beastmen soldiers all over the ground. It was a truly ghastly sight. This ambush was recorded in the history books of the Blue Waves continent. This ambush was used as an example of classic ambush warfare when people wanted to learn the art of war. Betanyu, who had led this ambush, shook the entire Blue Waves continent once again with her fame. People who would learn of this ambush in the future studied the arrangement of this exquisite ambush and raised many questions. Among them, the majority of people had a single question in their mind. Why was there a strong wind in that windless and stifling hot night? Everyone knew that when the ambush happened, wind magic was still in the researching phase. No one really knew how to use wind magic yet. If it was not for that strong wind that blew all of a sudden, the Beastmen race wouldn't have suffered such a disastrous defeat. There were also some scholars who said that without the wind, the Beastmen army might have reorganized. If they happened to reorganize themselves effectively and launched a counterattack, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. However, only the involved parties knew where the wind came from. Currently, Betanyu was also shocked at the sudden appearance of the wind. That strong wind was clearly accompanied by magic element fluctuations. This proved that someone was helping them in secret. According to the reports from some soldiers, they witnessed a humanoid shadow flying in the sky. There was some kind of wings attached to the shadow's back. Could it be that the angels from the divine realm came to help us? Or could it be the winged clan which had remained hidden for thousands of years? Betanyu muttered. No matter how she racked her brains, she was unable to figure it out. The winged clan was also part of the Beastmen clans. Why would they help the humans to deal with the Beastmen army? General Betang, General Zeman sent a secret letter. A bodyguard lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. He presented a thick bamboo tube which was sealed with both his hands. Betanyu suppressed the excitement in her heart. She signaled for the bodyguard to leave the tent before she did anything else. The moment he left, she impatiently unsealed the bamboo tube and grabbed the letter within. There were 2 letters and both had Long Yi's handwriting on it. The moment she saw the 2 letters, Betanyu involuntarily smiled. However, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. If her current appearance was seen by the soldiers, they would think that they were in a dream. Long Yi hadn't written too many words. With just a few words, he expressed his apology to Betanyu. He also expressed his longing and encouragement to her. This was already enough for Betanyu, compared to millions of sweet words and honeyed phrases. This made her happier. Just this showed her that he trusted her. This letter was also an affirmation of Long Yi's love for Betanyu. Calming down her state of mind, Betanyu opened up the second letter. The moment she scanned through the second letter, her beautiful face changed. She was stunned for a second before going wild with joy. Kobold Clan. The Kobold Clan actually exists in this world. With their help, breaking through Yatzana is just around the corner. Betanyu slammed her palm on the desk. She revealed an excited expression as if she was a little girl. Unfortunately, no one will ever see that side of Betanyu. Blue Moon City. In Nelinryu's sleeping quarters, Long Yi was bored to death as he sat on the sofa and sipped on his fruit wine. From time to time, his gaze would drift towards the side room. That was because in the side room, Nelinryu was changing her clothes. Greek. The door opened. A golden-colored boot stepped out first. It had an exquisite pattern embroidered using a sea blue-colored sea silkworm silk. Click. The moment the boot landed on the ground, it emitted a crisp sound. Nellen Ryuayu appeared in front of Long Yi before long. Long Yi's expression froze and he forgot to put down the wine cup in his hands. His legs moved involuntarily and he stood up in front of her. Watching Nellen Ryuayu in her newly made empress attire, Long Yi went into a daze. He was shocked endlessly in his heart. Peerless grace and elegance. Long Yi muttered these 4 words. He really couldn't think of any other words to describe the feeling Nellen Ryuayu gave him at this moment. The golden color lining was the chest-holding mold of the corset, and just above it, there were beautifully embroidered seas and clear skies. On the outside, Nellen Ryuayu wore a dress which was comparatively spacious. It was entirely made up of sea silkworm silk. It reached up to her knee. Above it, an amethyst thread was used to draw all sorts of patterns and decorations. Her dress appeared to be very noble and extraordinary. In addition, she wore a half-moon-type imperial crown on her head. It was inlaid by star-shaped gems all around and appeared extremely pretty. Her crown was designed by Long Yi in person. At this moment, Nellen Ryuayu's moth eyebrows, slightly rose and her beautiful eyes contained might. Her extremely thin pink lips were tucked up, looking noble and inviolable. The prestige of the Empress had manifested itself beyond doubt. Moth eyebrows, the fine and delicate eyebrows of a woman. Even the way Nellen Ryuayu walked changed. It didn't resemble her lily steps like before. Naturally, the way she walked didn't resemble a vigorous grown man. Rather, it contained a kind of reserved elegance. Although her steps were steady, there was no lack of female charm. "My husband, what do you think?" Nellen Ryuayu spun 2 times in front of Long Yi and asked with a smile. "Marvelous, extremely marvelous. My family's Ryuayu is made to be the Empress." Long Yi highly praised her. "However, I am extremely nervous now." Nellen Ryuayu took a deep breath to calm her nerves and she whispered to Long Yi, "Silly girl, why are you nervous? Isn't there still a few more days?" Long Yi smiled and held on to Nellen Ryuayu's little hand. When she held his hand, she could feel the warmth in his body transferring to her own. "I am still very nervous. I feel somewhat ill at ease when I wear these clothes." The expression of Nellen Ryuayu reverted back to former beautiful and lovable appearance. Long Yi suddenly thought something. With a smirk on his face, he appeared exceptionally excited. "I thought of a way to reduce the pressure. How about we give it a try?" "What way?" Nellen Ryuayu asked. Long Yi stretched his hands to Nellen Ryuayu's pert buttocks and kneaded them around. With a smile on his face, he teased, "Your Majesty the Empress, how about serving your husband right now?" Nellen Ryuayu's beautiful face instantly flushed red. She pounded her little fists on Long Yi's chest and grumbled in a flirty manner, "So hateful." Long Yi smiled as he hugged Nellen Ryuayu into his bosom. He had already sealed her pink lips with his own before she could cry out. Recalling that the wonderful woman currently in his bosom was the Empress, he couldn't help but become more excited. Not to mention the fact that she was wearing the Empress attire right now. As a result, Long Yi wondered if this could be considered some kind of uniform fetish. When she felt Long Yi's excitement, Nellen Ryuayu started to respond passionately. As a woman with conservative thoughts, in her opinion, being able to satisfy her husband was the greatest affirmation for her. The 2 people kissed passionately, and only when they were short of breath, they separated and started to breathe heavily. Long Yi kneaded and pinched that highest grade bottom and his fingers would squeeze into that deep and secluded valley to tease Nellen Ryuayu from time to time. Nellen Ryuayu's face turned a darker shade of red every time Long Yi moved his fingers that place. She was exhaling mouthfuls of hot air and the thin fragrance she emitted seemed to have the same effect as an aphrodisiac. Long Yi sat down on the sofa with his legs spread wide open. Currently, there was a huge tent as his crotch area. Seeing Long Yi's actions, Nellen Ryuayu instantly squatted in front of him between his legs. Biting on her lower lips, she stared at Long Yi with her enchanting eyes. She was obviously teasing him. Long Yi's mouth became dry. Good gracious, he was going to completely lose it soon. Looking at Nellen Ryuayu's appearance as she wore the imperial crown and squatted in the middle of his legs, Little Long Yi was extremely stimulated. Little Long Yi was so excited that it was about to break out of Long Yi's pants. Nellen Ryuiu's beautiful eyes started to sparkle and her trembling jade hands reached towards Long Yi's belt. Undoing his belt, it wasn't long before Nellen Ryuiu took his pants off. Little Long Yi sprang out and it stood tall and straight in front of Nellen Ryuiu's face. Despite it being incomparably familiar to her, Nellen Ryuiu's heart still rippled at this moment. She was incomparably excited. Perhaps the feelings of Long Yi infected her. Long Yi felt Nellen Ryuiu's little hand moving around on his erect and he looked down with his eyes full of desire. He stared at Nellen Ryuiu whose head was slowly moving up and down. Nellen Ryuiu rolled her eyes and opened her pink lips as she slowly bent over. Hiss. Long Yi sucked in a breath of cold air and that marvelous feeling made him feel as if he was going to ascend to the heavens. This was extremely stimulating. Watching a peerless beauty wearing the Empress attire giving him service, the pleasurable feeling swept across Long Yi wave after wave. Big sister, brother-in-law, what are you two doing inside? Quickly open the door. Just when Long Yi was about to fly like a celestial being, a series of knocking sounds resounded outside the door. Nellen Rumeng's voice echoed into the room. Long Yi, who was on the cloud of happiness, and Nellen Ryuiu, who was servicing him, were both shocked. Nellen Ryuiu wanted to get up. However, Long Yi stopped her and said in a hoarse voice, "Ignore her, continue." Nellen Ryuiu complied with him. Seeing that no one was answering her, Nellen Rumeng, that little Lolita, started shouting louder and louder. Long Yi issued moans in pleasure. He even had a wicked imagination of Nellen Rumeng standing beside them as she looked at Nellen Ryuiu, who was squatting between Long Yi's legs. He wanted the younger sister to look at the naughty things her big sister did. This kind of wicked thoughts suddenly increased his pleasure. Soon, he sprayed out into Nellen Ryuiu's mouth. Nellen Ryuiu took out a silk handkerchief and wiped clean little Long Yi, and she quickly spat out the white thing in her mouth. After that, she looked at the violently swaying door and glared at Long Yi. After shooting a death glare at Long Yi, she rushed into the bathroom with lightning speed. Long Yi arranged his clothing and got up lazily to open the door. Nellen Rumeng, who was vigorously kicking the door, suddenly lost her balance and slammed into Long Yi. "What are you doing? Did you eat stimulants?" Long Yi flicked the nose of Nellen Rumeng and grinned at her. Nellen Rumeng stared at Long Yi with suspicion in her eyes. She appeared somewhat displeased and she started to question Long Yi. "What were you two doing inside? Why did it take you so long to open the door?" "We were playing games inside. We used a sound insulation barrier so we didn't hear you," Long Yi answered with a smile. "Playing games?" Nellen Rumeng muttered in a daze. Suddenly, something clicked in her head and she added, "Isn't it that game between husband and wife? How do you play the game? How about you two continue to play? I'll just watch at the side." Long Yi sweated profusely. When Nellen Ryuiu was servicing him just now, such thoughts indeed appeared in his head. To his surprise, this little Lolita took the initiative to suggest such things. When Nellen Rumeng was messing around with Long Yi, Nellen Ryuiu walked out from the bathroom. She heard every word Nellen Rumeng said and she couldn't help but blush again. "Wow, big sister, the clothes you are wearing is so beautiful." Nellen Rumeng saw the Empress attire worn by Nellen Ryuiu and involuntarily exclaimed. She instantly rushed over to Nellen Ryuiu and completely ignored Long Yi. "Is it beautiful? This is designed by your brother-in-law." Nellen Ryuiu happily said. "Beautiful." Nellen Rumeng affirmatively nodded her head. However, her nose started to wriggle around as she smelled something weird. With a confused expression on her face, she asked, "What is this smell in the room? Why is it so strange?" Long Yi and Nellen Ryuiu looked at each other in blank dismay. Turning their head, their gaze simultaneously landed on the silk handkerchief placed on the magic glass tea table. Chapter 452. Swinging a Golden Dragon. "What are these?" I asked the stranger. "The first will lead you to a story, lost in ancient times. The other tells you about the man who translated it," he said. "And who are you?" "I am a nameless lone wanderer, a mere explorer. I am just at _passing_wanderer. And that's how I came across the second coming of Everus, a new translation found only on CRN. True story. Now I pass it on to you, everyone, to read to your heart's content. Nellen Rumeng followed the gaze of both Nellen Ryuayu and Long Yi as she looked at the table. When she was about to rush over and take a look at what the thing was, Nellen Ryuayu flashed in front of her. Nellen Ryuayu picked it up and hid it from Nellen Rumeng. Big sister, let me see. What exactly is that mysterious thing? Nellen Rumeng acted spoiled and she shook Nellen Ryuayu's arm. Don't be naughty. Big sister is going to get angry soon. Nellen Ryuayu pulled a long face and chided Nellen Rumeng. Now that she was wearing the Empress attire, every word she said had some momentum behind it. Nellen Rumeng pouted, turned her head towards Long Yi. She tried her best to look as wronged as she could. Walking towards Long Yi, she said with a strong grievance in her voice, "Brother-in-law, big sister bullied me." Long Yi didn't know if he should laugh or cry as he looked at Nellen Rumeng's wronged expression. He extended his hand and lightly smacked Nellen Ryuayu's little buttocks and he laughed. "Okay, don't pretend to be pitiful. Shouldn't you be taking a nap? Why on earth are you running all over the place?" Nellen Rumeng's face flushed red and she covered her buttocks with both her hands. She raised her head and growled, "Scoundrel brother-in-law, you're so hateful." When Nellen Rumeng was distracted by Long Yi, Nellen Ryuayu took the chance to rush into the bathroom. She destroyed the evidence before Nellen Rumeng had any chance to get her hands on it. "It's the priest of the Light Church. They were here earlier to say that big sister should go to the Light Church in the afternoon for a baptism. I'm here to inform big sister." Nellen Rumeng added, "Damned girl, why didn't you say that earlier?" Nellen Ryuayu rushed out of the bathroom and she remembered that the priest from the Light Church had indeed told her about this matter a few days ago. It was because she was serving Long Yi just now that she had forgotten about that matter. "I was about to tell you, however, the two of you were so engrossed in your game, you didn't even open the door for me." Nellen Rumeng snorted. Nellen Ryuayu didn't have time to bicker with this playful little sister of hers. She quickly changed her clothes and was about to leave for the Light Church. "Big sister, I will go together with you," Nellen Rumeng said. "Okay." Nellen Ryuayu simply agreed and turned towards Long Yi. "The two of you can go, I'm not going," Long Yi said with a smile. The ceremony the Light Church was about to carry out was going to be extremely boring, not to mention the fact that Dongfang Kexen would be there. He didn't want to meet her. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Nellen Ryuayu nodded her head in agreement and left the sleeping quarters with her younger sister. Now, the sun was riding high in the sky and the sea breeze was strong. However, the pleasantly cool breeze had a hint of heat hidden in it. The temperature of the surrounding air was much higher than before. At this moment, Long Yi was leaning against the balcony railing. He was holding a cup of fruit wine and he took sips from time to time. Looking down, Long Yi watched the sea waves crashing against the cliff wall. The splashing waves reflected beautiful radiance under the sunlight. However, the beautiful scene only appeared for a split second before disappearing. "Perhaps it's time to go into the sea. I want to see my little sea princess," Long Yi mumbled and he emptied a glass of fruit wine with one gulp. After leaving a note in the room, Long Yi jumped out of the balcony. With a few elegant steps, he stepped on the waves. If someone was looking at Long Yi right now, they would only see his figure flash a few times before disappearing into the horizon. The sea area where Lilia resided in was quite a distance away from the coast of Blue Moon City. It was in the deep sea area where large sea monsters roamed. However, it was comparatively safer than the rest of the ocean. After calculating the distance, Long Yi was about to plunge into the sea. However, just when he sucked in a deep breath, the entire sea surface started to shake violently. Countless fishes started to jump out of the surface of the sea and they started to swim away from this area. Could it be that there is an earthquake at the bottom of the sea? Long Yi frowned as he thought. When he thought of Lai Lai who was living in this part of the sea, Long Yi quickly jumped into the water. Clang, clang. A few sharp sounds came from somewhere in the ocean. Long Yi felt as though the sounds were exploding beside his ear. He hastily formed a layer of protection using his spirit power and he increased his speed. He shot towards the bottom of the sea like an arrow. Long Yi was somewhat anxious in his heart. The sound which he heard seemed to resemble Lai Lai's soul-locking 7 notes. This meant that she was in danger. Boom! A loud sound came from the bottom of the sea once again and the water around Long Yi started to bubble. This familiar aura, it's the dragon aura. Long Yi was startled because of his connection with Shi Ti. Rex, Liu Zhu. He was pretty familiar with the aura of a dragon. Other than Liu Zhu and his daughter, Long Yi didn't have any good opinion of the Dragon Clan. Everything was caused by the Dragon Clan elder Long Yi met in the illusory magic forest. Long Yi had sworn that he would repay the Dragon Clan elder 10,000 folds for his favor. Long Yi rushed towards the place where the violent energy blast had originated from. He used Great Cosmos Shift to its limit and quickly arrived there. When he was traveling, the internal energy within his Danshan started to expand. It made Long Yi feel like something was bubbling inside of him, and he started to feel somewhat hot. However, Long Yi didn't have time to pay attention to his body. He could only think of finding the source of the energy blast. Clang 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 clang. The soul-locking 7 notes Lai Lai played started to become increasingly fierce. The seawater within 100 meters started to seethe with red, white, blue, and green colors. The 4 colors shined bright and the beams of light crisscrossed as it flashed unceasingly. Long Yi finally caught sight of Lai Lai. Although seawater was seething everywhere, Lai Lai was shrouded by a 7-colored magnificent radiance. She seemed to be completely fine. Her soft white hands were flying up and down the harp and her golden hair was fluttering about in the seawater. Her fishtail was swaying around in the water in order to keep her balanced. Red, white, blue and green radiance shot out from her fingers and it shot towards the 100 meters long golden dragon not too far away. The entire body of that golden dragon was surrounded by the 4-colored harp notes shot by Lai Lai and it was struggling and roaring endlessly. Soul-locking 7 notes was a type of divine level spirit magic spell. It attacked the soul and spirit of the opponent. When he thought about it, Long Yi realized that he also suffered because of this soul-locking 7 notes. When Long Yi saw that Lai Lai wasn't in any danger, his heart relaxed. He felt happy for her. In just over a year, she had successfully cultivated the 4th note of the soul-locking 7 notes. If she had this strength in the past, he might not have been able to get away without the help of the god beasts. However, who could tell the future? Lai Lai was making progress. But her progress wasn't small at all. She wasn't the only one who progressed. Even if she fought against Long Yi now, she would still lose to him. Turning towards the golden dragon, Long Yi sized it up. When he saw the golden scales on its skin, Long Yi knew that the dragon was from the Divine Dragon Clan without a doubt. Furthermore, it was an imperial kinsman of the Dragon Clan. Looking at its bodily form, it should be reaching adulthood soon. Gradually, the speed of Lai Lai playing her harp slowed down. Her beautiful face became somewhat pale as the struggle of the golden dragon became weaker and weaker. Clearly, Lai Lai held the advantage. Lai Lai relaxed a little and she turned her head. She felt as though someone was staring at her and when she turned her head, she saw Long Yi's smiling face. Shrugging his shoulders, Long Yi was about to split the dragon apart but an intense golden light burst out from the body of the dragon. It was already about to die, however, it emitted a violent dragon power which would make anyone shudder. In the blink of an eye, it struggled free from the binding of the 4-colored radiance. It also broke the 7-colored light covering Lai Lai before sweeping its tail towards Lai Lai's delicate body. Long Yi was shocked in his heart. However, he didn't miss a beat and instantly appeared in front of Lai Lai. Lifting one of his hand, he punched towards that huge dragon tail. Boom! Along with a loud explosion sound, the water around them started to churn again. Long Yi felt numbness in his fist and there was also pain shooting through his arm. The doughty body of the dragon race was truly extraordinary. As for that golden dragon, it was forced back by the impact of that punch. Both its eyes glowed with violent golden light and it spat out a golden dragon breath towards Long Yi. With a snort from Long Yi, A thick silverish-purple lightning shot towards the golden dragon. Crackle! The huge golden dragon trembled and the golden light around its body dimmed. Staring at Long Yi with reluctance in its eyes, it turned to flee. Long Yi had already realized that this golden dragon had used an unknown technique or medicine to forcibly raise its power. Now that it was unable to continue fighting, it wanted to flee. "You want to leave? Did this young master give you permission to leave?" The speed of Long Yi was faster than this dragon. He grabbed the dragon tail and shot towards the surface of the water. Struggling violently, the golden dragon tried to shake off Long Yi, who was grabbing onto its tail. It even casted several draconic magic spells. However, nothing affected Long Yi, and at this moment, it was already exhausted. Long Yi climbed up and arrived at the neck of this golden dragon. Riding on its back, Long Yi sent a few ferocious punches towards its big head. The internal force within his body circulated violently as he continued to punch. At this moment, Long Yi's spirit was getting more and more excited. He completely ignored the scorching hot feeling in his danshan. The golden dragon roared in pain and his huge body tossed around in the air. Bang! The golden dragon was no longer able to endure Long Yi's punches and fell towards a deserted small island. When its huge body fell on this island with a bang, the animals living on the island started to flee in all directions. Long Yi wasn't satisfied with this. After ruthlessly punching the dragon's head, he went towards its tail. He grabbed the dragon tail with his big hand and shouted loudly. Swinging this 100 meters long dragon, Long Yi slammed it into huge boulders and trees nearby. The huge boulders shattered and trees broke into pieces. When Long Yi saw all of these, he praised the strong body the dragon race had in his heart. They were extremely good sandbags. Long Yi seemed to be addicted to it. Swinging the golden dragon around, he slammed it into the huge stone mountain in front of him. He used the golden dragon as a hammer as he continuously pounded the huge stone mountain. The poor golden dragon nearly lost its consciousness after being slammed around by Long Yi. Don't hit me anymore. I surrender." The golden dragon no longer had the vigor and courage of the dragon race. Opening its mouth, it quickly voiced its surrender. Long Yi didn't hear anything the golden dragon said as he swung it even more ferociously. Suddenly an explosion sound came from his danshan and the scorching hot feeling changed into an inferno. Violent internal force flooded through all his limbs and bones. Damn, why did this young master break through without warning? Extreme joy begets sorrow as Long Yi lost his consciousness immediately. As a matter of fact, Ao Tainju had already shown signs of breaking through. However, Long Yi completely ignored the feeling as Liuli was in danger. Next, he chased after this golden dragon and became addicted to abusing it. He completely forgot the negative effects the breakthrough would bring. That golden dragon groaned in pain as it opened its huge dragon eyes. Along with the flash of a golden light, the golden dragon transformed into a youth who wore golden armor. He staggered and stood up before looking at the unconscious Long Yi. Touching his head, which was filled with lumps, he cursed. "Beating this father like that, this grandfather will pay you back with my fists. If I don't teach you a good lesson, this father isn't the Dragon Clan's second tyrant Dragon King." The eyes of this youth from the Dragon Clan, who had transformed into a humanoid form, were bruised. Blood was trickling down the corner of his mouth. He took out a bottle and swallowed a pill before slowly walking towards Long Yi. Just when he wanted to attack, the right palm of Long Yi suddenly flashed with a red light. A mysterious shadow wearing a black bone armor appeared. It was holding a blood-colored scythe and its eye sockets glimmered with a strange red light. Chapter 453, Purple Gold Soul Stone. "What are these?" I asked the stranger. "The first will lead you to a story, lost in ancient times. The other tells you about the man who translated it," he said. "And who are you?" "I am a nameless lone wanderer, a mere explorer. I am just at a_passing_wanderer. And that's how I came across the second coming of Everus, a new translation found only on CRN. True story. Now I pass it on to you, everyone, to read to your heart's content." Swish. The death scythe made a blood-red arc as it sliced towards the Dragon Clan's youth. It moved as fast as lightning and it was in the youth's face in a second. The youth from the Dragon Clan was already seriously injured by Long Yi and he had yet to recover completely. When he was attacked by Long Tu with an attack full of dense death aura, he realized that it was too late to dodge. Raising his left arm, it formed a golden light wall. He desperately placed the golden light wall in front of himself in order to block Long Tu's attack. The moment Long Tu's scythe hit the golden light wall, a muffled sound left the youth's lips. He was sent flying into the distance. The golden light wall formed with his left vanished into thin air. It's over. The dragon scale arm guard I stole from Grandpa is destroyed. The youth from the Dragon Clan crawled up and scowled miserably. Although he flew quite a distance away, Long Tu didn't allow him to get away. Holding his death scythe in his hand, Long Tu slowly walked towards the youth from the Dragon Clan. When he saw Long Tu walking towards him, the youth was so afraid that he turned around to flee. He instantly changed back into a huge golden dragon as he flew into the horizon. However, he didn't forget to turn his head towards Long Yi and Long Tu to roar, "This father will return for revenge." Long Tu only had one mission and it was to protect Long Yi. Since the danger was already gone, he returned back Long Yi's side before sitting down. He stared at Long Yi who was unconscious with its eyes glimmering with red light. Night started to fall and in the darkness of the night sky, there were countless twinkling stars. It was indeed a beautiful scene to look at. Under the night sky, 3 heads popped out from the sea's surface at the seashore of this deserted island. One of them had a head full of gold hair and the other 2 had blue hair. "Aunt Bai-Fi, I can sense that young master is here on this island." Lai turned around and said to a very mature and beautiful woman beside her. "Then let us go up. This is a deserted island and there shouldn't be any humans here." Bai-Fi said as she jumped out of the water. She stood on the ground with her fishtail on the ground. Just by looking at her curvy upper body, anyone could tell that she was a great beauty. Lai and her maid Xiami followed her to the shore. After all of them left the water, all 3 of them swayed their fishtails to move forward. Although they were walking on their fishtails, their speed wasn't slow at all. "The young master is over there." "However, why is there such a dense dark aura coming from that place?" Lai was halfway there, but she couldn't understand why there was such a dense dark aura around Long Yi. The 3 mermaids cautiously walked towards Long Yi and scouted the surroundings behind a huge stone. When they saw Long Yi, a strange scene accompanied it. Long Yi was lying on the ground and 7-colored magic radiance was glimmering around his body. As for Long Tu, this terrifying dark creature was sitting on the ground beside Long Yi. He was staring at Long Yi with its eye sockets and it seemed to be very interested in Long Yi. "Do you think the young master is injured by that dark creature?" Maid Xiami nervously asked. "I can feel that young master and that dark creature has a close relationship with each other. They should have some kind of contract with each other. However, that doesn't seem to be all. They seem to have some kind of closer relationship than a contractual one." Lai said. Since she had a blood contract with Long Yi, she could easily sense that there was something different between Long Yi and the skeleton. "Since that is the case, let's go over," Bai-Fi said. The moment the mermaids approached Long Yi, Long Tu turned its neck to stare at them. However, it didn't take action and returned to whatever it was doing. Just like how Lai could sense the relationship between Long Yi and Long Tu could similarly sense the relationship between Lai and Long Yi. When a grey dawn arrived from the east, the 7 magic elements around Long Yi began to fade away. He slowly began to regain his consciousness. All of a sudden, Long Yi's eyes snapped open and it glimmered with a violent light. He got up as fast as lightning. The last thing he remembered was him violently thrashing the golden dragon. That was before he suddenly lost consciousness due to Altianju. The golden dragon would definitely try to take its revenge after being beaten up so badly. Why are the 3 of you here?" Long Yi smelled a faint fragrance in the air and saw 3 beautiful mermaids looking at him with concern the moment he woke up. Long Tu went over to stand beside Long Yi when it saw that Long Yi had regained consciousness. "Seeing that you left for such a long time, We became worried and came to look for you." Lai Lai smiled happily and said, under the illumination of the morning sun, her golden hair appeared very dazzling. Long Yi went into a daze as he stared at her. Bai Fai was unable to stand it anymore. She already had a bad impression of Long Yi, and when she saw that he was still staring at Lai Lai, she became annoyed. She quickly interrupted him. "What about that dragon?" Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. From what Bai Fai said, Long Yi came to the conclusion that they were not the ones who saved him. It could only be Long Tu who saved him. "Thank you, Long Tu. You are truly my good brother." Long Yi ignored Bai Fai and turned to Long Tu as he patted Long Tu's shoulders. "Big brother is Long Tu's good brother." Long Tu mechanically replied. When Long Tu said those words, a red light flashed in its eye sockets. However, Long Yi could tell that there was deep admiration in Long Tu's eyes. Did he just speak? Maid Xiaomi cried out in alarm. Both Lai Lai and Bai Fai were shocked. "Nonsense, aren't you also speaking?" Long Yi said with a smile. But, young master is bullying me." Xiaomi pouted. Long Yi smiled and pinched Xiaomi's cheeks. He explained, "I will say again, he is my brother. From now on, don't make the same mistake. Lai Lai, do you understand?" "Yes, young master." Lai Lai and Xiaomi answered. As for Bai Fai, she just snorted without speaking. Long Yi naturally didn't argue with Bai Fai. When all was said and done, she was Lai Lai's aunt. She was also a person related to him even if he didn't like her. Long Yi put away Long Tu into the dark space dimension before returning to the bottom of the sea. They went back into the body of the sea monster, Mengkai. After more than a year, Long Yi was finally back at this place. He sighed with emotion. If it was not for that seabed tour, how could he have known that there was such a wonderful world at the bottom of the sea? The bottom of the sea had always been a mysterious and unfathomable place. Not to mention the fact that Long Yi would never have made the banished mermaid princess his maid. It was truly too marvelous. When he entered the Mengkai again, Long Yi realized that everything inside the body of the sea monster had already been restored. The golden wall was still splendid and it looked just like an imperial palace in fairy tales. Long Yi half reclined on a chair made up of the highest grade coral. With the cool feeling permeating his skin, Long Yi could feel like his spirit was refreshed. It seemed like the chair wasn't only good looking, it had a special effect which would allow one to recover faster. Xiaomi was massaging Long Yi's legs and Li Ui was massaging his head as she stood behind him. This truly resembled the life of a celestial being. "Lai Lai, how did you provoke that dragon?" Long Yi closed his eyes and asked. He sipped on some fruit juice which was reluctantly handed over by Bai Fai. This fruit juice was made from a kind of peculiar cyan fruit found only at the bottom of the sea. It was said that this fruit could nourish one's skin. It was as effective as a rare rainbow fruit found in Hengjuan Mountain. Lai Lai opened her red lips and began to recount what happened. As it turned out, that golden dragon wasn't here due to coincidence. It had appeared at the bottom of the sea to find a piece of very rare ore, the purple gold soul stone. The ore was usually found at the bottom of the sea. This purple gold soul stone was a very rare ore which would rarely appear when volcanoes under the sea erupted. It was a solid ore that was refined and tempered by molten lava in the depths of Earth's crust for hundreds of millions of years. It contained an amazing amount of magic power. Even a thumb-sized piece could maintain a large-scale space magic array for more than a decade. Just this point alone showed the worth of the purple gold soul stone. That purple gold soul stone, do you have it? Don't tell me it was seized by that dragon. Long Yi asked. I have it here. I was the first one to discover it, but that dragon came to rob me. Lai Lai said. She waved her little hand. A fist-sized purple crystal which was emitting pure energy appeared in her palm. Long Yi reached out his hand and took this purple gold soul stone. It was heavy. According to what Lai Lai said, this piece of purple gold soul stone should be worth several cities. By the way, you mentioned about space magic arrays. Does your ocean city have magic arrays? Long Yi asked. Of course it does. As a matter of fact, Ocean City is very large. Different races all have their own territories and they are divided into different city areas. The large city areas are connected by magic arrays. Bai Fai interrupted. Long Yi nodded his head. This meant that the sea races were more advanced in magic arrays compared to mankind who lived on the Blue Waves continent. This was certainly a surprise. It was pitiable at the same time. After all, magic arrays were invented by mankind. Where did the sea race learn magic arrays from? Long Yi asked. Naturally from humankind. However, that was a long time ago. Now, the sea race doesn't interact with mankind at all. Bai Fai replied. Long Yi frowned and pondered for a bit. Sitting up all of a sudden, Long Yi took out a book which was written in a strange script. It was the book he had found in the holy city's shrine. He handed it over to Bai Fai and said, "Take a look at this book. Can you read it?" Bai Fai opened the book and took a look at it. She exclaimed in surprise and there was a shock in her voice. "I have seen it. However, I have no idea how to read it. Even though I might not know how to read it, some people in Ocean City might." The books which recorded magic arrays were also written in this script. Is that so? The eyes of Long Yi shone. Could it be that the people of Blue Waves continent used this kind of script several tens of thousands of years ago? Or could it be that only Holy City used this script? Long Yi knew that the books he found in the shrine of Holy City were great treasures. Now that he knew that there were people who could read it, he became extremely excited. However, Ocean City was really too far. It wouldn't be realistic for him to head over there now as the Blue Waves continent was already in chaos. There was no way for him to leave. "Lai, let's go to your room. I want to listen to you play the harp." Long Yi didn't think too much about this matter and turned to Lai. He smiled ambiguously and his eyes twinkled. Lai's beautiful face instantly flushed red. She shifted her gaze away from Long Yi's face to avoid his gaze. Her face became as red as a tomato up to her neck. Even her ears became scarlet red. "Princess, I haven't heard you play the harp for a long time as well. Let's go together." Bai Fai glared at Long Yi. She stood in front of Lai. She was just like a mother hen protecting her chick. Long Yi rolled his eyes. He couldn't do anything to Lai. At most, he would touch her and take small advantages of her. Why must this woman get in his way? "Lai, then don't play the harp. I feel somewhat sleepy. How about you accompany me to sleep?" Long Yi said with a smile and he shot a glance at Bai Fai. His meaning was very clear. If Bai Fai wanted to sleep with him as well, she could follow. Chapter 454, Siblings of Dragon Clan. You finally showed your true colors." Bai Fai took a step forward and said to Long Yi with rage in her voice, "Strange, I'm filled with ideas for Lai, but why are you getting in my way? She is my dear maid. Could it be that you are jealous of her?" TSK, although you are a bit older, I can consider taking you in with difficulty." Long Yi smirked and teased. He pulled Lai into his embrace and he stared straight at that pair of jade hair on Bai Fai's chest. Bai Fai knew that she would be too ashamed to see Lai's mother after this, as she had allowed Lai to wander into the devil's talons right before her eyes. "Aunt Bai Fai, you and Xiami can take a rest first. Young master is a good person." In the embrace of Long Yi, Lai took in the pleasant and masculine smell emitted by Long Yi. Her voice was soft and tender as she spoke to Bai Fai and Xiami. "Good person." The sides of Long Yi's lips curled upwards. Was this girl Lai purposely talking about him like this so that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her? Before long, Lai led Long Yi to her room. Looking at that big bed which was dazzling with a golden light, Long Yi couldn't help but sigh. Magnificent? It was indeed magnificent. However, it was made from ice-cold jade stone and other similar stuff. It lacked warmth and softness. However, the body temperature of a mermaid was a lot lower than mankind. Perhaps sleeping on a bed like this was more to their preference. "Little mermaid, go and play a song." Long Yi looked at that harp in the corner and urged Lai. "Young master, aren't you going to rest?" Lai said with a red face. Hee. Silly girl, I was just joking. However, if you want to accompany me to bed, I don't mind." Long Yi smiled and stroked Lai's sturdy. Lai trembled and her body temperature instantly rose by a few degrees. She hurriedly swayed her fishtail and sat in front of the harp. Calming herself down, Her heart rate slowly returned to normal. She reached out her jade hands towards the harp and a beautiful melody appeared in the room. In the extreme southern part of the vast sea, there was a misty area which looked extremely holy. It was unknown why a steady stream of pure energy was produced, but there were green islands surrounding the place. The islands were hazy and they appeared to be fading in and out of the mist. It appeared just like a fairyland. These few islands were dominated by the legendary dragon race. They had been thriving here for many generations. It was said that many years ago, there used to be people with the dragon slayer profession who would cross the vast sea to came to this place. They would risk their life to slay the dragons living on the island. The dragon race was fond of collecting and storing treasures. Also, the entire body of a dragon was considered a treasure trove. Dragon skin had a strange ability to defend and resist against magic. Dragon bones and dragon horns were extremely good material to forge good weapons. The blood of a dragon was said to have the ability to permanently enhance the physical body of a human being. Other than the physical body, it can enhance their magic power and innate resistance. However, things were different now. The deep blue sea had long changed into a mulberry field. The glorious days of mankind had long since passed. The golden age of magic gods and swords gods flying everywhere in the sky had already turned into a legend. The dragon race had already gone into hiding. Moreover, the magic civilization which mankind had greatly deteriorated. It had regressed to a point where it was worse than it was centuries ago. At this time, a golden light flashed through the sea of clouds and landed right in the middle of the largest island. The golden light instantly changed into a human form the moment he touched the ground. That badly battered appearance, if he was not the youth from the dragon clan who was trashed by Long Yi, who else could he be? This fellow walked on tiptoes and entered a huge cave in front of him. The four walls were decorated with glistening and luminous gems. He looked all around like a thief and sneaked into the cave on his right. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and a long and slender jade hand grabbed onto the ears of this youth. A crisp voice sounded out and cursed in his ear, "Smelly brat, are you not afraid of death? You are going to drive me insane soon. You actually had the guts to sneak out of Dragon Island on your own. If Father Emperor had discovered your actions, even your big sister, me, would be implicated by your actions. Big sister, I admit my mistakes. Hurry up and release me, it's so painful." The youth from the dragon race repeatedly begged for mercy. "Humphrey, if there is a next time, you'll see how I put you in your place." Your face. What happened to it? On Dragon Island, who would dare to beat you up so badly? A young girl from the dragon race who had similarly transformed into human form stared at the face of her younger brother and asked with concern in her voice. She was wearing skin-tight clothing which was made by the transformation of her golden dragon scales. Her figure was extremely hot. Those full breasts and pert buttocks coupled with her slender waist gave her the perfect curvy figure in every woman's dream. As for her face, it was beautiful and elegant. She had a valiant and heroic aura which surrounded her. Looking carefully, there was a small piece of golden dragon scale buried in the space between her eyebrows. The youth from the dragon race felt awkward. Where would he find the face to say that a human was the one who rode on his back? The same human was the one who gave him a good trashing until his face was as swollen as a pig's. "Lu Jexia, will you speak or not? I don't mind letting you taste the pain again," this young girl from the dragon race ferociously said, and she slammed her younger brother to the ground. Don't, my good big sister, I'll talk. Don't do anything else to me." Lu Jexia had never been a dragon with backbone. He was immediately scared by his big sister's threats. He quickly explained the matter of him going to the bottom of the sea to his big sister, about how he wanted to snatch a piece of the purple gold soul stone which belonged to a mermaid and was beaten up by a human in the end. "What, a human? You are saying that he used his fists to beat you up, until you look like this?" the young girl from the dragon race exclaimed in surprise. All human beings were weak in the eyes of everyone in the dragon race. Although there used to be dragon slayers a very long time ago, when all was said and done, That was merely legend. I definitely didn't make a mistake. The strength of that fellow was truly tyrannical. His body seemed to contain a mysterious power which could increase his strength by several hundred times. He was truly an unfathomable fellow. If it was not for him suddenly losing his consciousness for an unknown reason, he might have already peeled off my dragon skin. Luxexia spat in anger. He told his big sister everything without concealing anything at all. There wasn't a single lie in his words. So what if he was unable to defeat the human? Maybe this was the path to become a strong dragon in the dragon race. So you are saying that the human is very strong? The eyes of the young girl sparkled with excitement. Of course, otherwise, how could I, the second tyrant dragon king, be defeated so badly? Luxexia snorted. Although he knew that he wasn't in his peak form due to the fight with the mermaid, he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat the human. He might have been exhausted after battling with the mermaid for so long, but after thinking about how powerful the human was, the youth came to a conclusion. Even if he was in his peak state, he would be unable to defeat that human. You are a fart compared to the tyrant dragon king. The young girl from the dragon race knocked the head of her younger brother. Some youths in the dragon race called her younger brother the second tyrant dragon king in the dragon race. She had similarly been named the first tyrant dragon king in the dragon race. From this, anyone could tell how fiery her temper was. The two siblings whispered to each other for a long time. The swelling face of Luxexia looked like a steamed stuffed bun which even a dog would ignore if thrown to it. Digestive fluids rose from his stomach to his mouth, but Luxexia forcefully swallowed them. Chapter 455. The pleasure of clandestine love affair. The sea breeze whistled and great waves roared. The sandy beach under the starlight appeared obscure yet beautiful. The seawater was glistening, reflecting the starlight off its surface. Long Yi stepped on the waves to return to Blue Moon City. Unknowingly, he had gone out to the sea for more than a day. Floating in the air, Long Yi arrived on the sandy beach with just a few flashes. Now, Tianju had already broken through to the 5th layer. This was the level which he had achieved after 25 full years of training in his previous life. It took him less than 5 years to recultivate to this level in this different world. Moreover, the power he possessed now was almost twice of what he had in his previous world. Feeling the internal force which was surging in his body, Long Yi felt a sense of loss and sadness flash through him. The distant memory shot at the soft part of his heart, and Long Yi felt pain in his heart. Clang! Long Yi took out a sword from his space ring and started a sword dance under the moon. The shadow of the sword fluttered in the wind and became one with the shadow of the human wielding it. It restrained the bloody killing intent and left only elegance and gracefulness in its wake. He remembered that this agile swordsmanship was Little Chi's favorite technique. Long Yi soared into the sky and the sword instantly slipped out of his hand. It brightly streaked across the sky just like a shooting star, flying towards a distant boulder on the beach. Along with a loud rumbling sound, the boulder and everything within the radius of 10 meters was leveled to the ground. Turning around, the sword acted as if it had an intelligence of its own. It returned to Long Yi's arm and continued with the dance. Swinging about in the air, the sword sent out invisible sword waves which made deep marks on the sandy ground. After his Tianju broke through to the 5th layer, he could use the void-severing sword technique. It was a sword technique which could kill people without any trace from some distance away. It could sever the head of the enemy general even if he camps in the midst of thousands of soldiers. Swish! Long Yi's hand pointed behind him and the sword in the sky emitted pallid light. It shot into another boulder which was behind him. A gentle and graceful figure beside that boulder didn't even bat an eyelid. Instead, she just watched Long Yi with a smile on her face. This is truly an amazing sword skill. There isn't even the slightest fluctuation of Qi, but it seems more terrifying than Qi. Zeminyu, how many skills do you have hidden up your sleeves? Mu Hanyan smiled and said. She stretched out her jade hand to grab the hilt of the sword. The moment her hand touched the hilt of the sword, the boulder changed into a pile of dust. Long Yi's mood had already reverted back to normal after performing the sword dance. He walked over with a smile and said, "My proprietress, why are you everywhere?" In the dead of the night, Why would you run over here? Could it be that you already know that I'll appear here? Mu Hanyan looked at the pile of powder in front of her and sized up the sword in her hand. She quickly replied, Long Yi, I am not a round worm inside your stomach. How would I know that you'll appear here? The reason why I came out was because I couldn't fall asleep. Who would have thought that I'll be able to see you practicing your sword skill here? Anyway, I think that the sword dance would look better if a girl was the one performing it. This sword skill is originally meant for girls. Long Yi indifferently shrugged his shoulders as he threw the sword into his space ring after getting it back from Mu Hanyan. Mu Hanyan's eyes flashed, but she didn't speak about the matter of the sword dance again. Walking over to Long Yi, she hugged his hand. She pulled on Long Yi as she dragged him along the sandy beach. A kind of warm feeling filled the heart of the two of them as they strolled along the beach. Under the starry sky and dim light of the night, the heart of the two people seemed to have gotten a lot closer. There were no misgivings and no schemes. This was an extremely refreshing feeling for the both of them. After walking for a bit, they picked a boulder and sat down. If this moment can last for a lifetime, how wonderful would that be? Mu Hanyan leaned on Long Yi's shoulders and muttered with her eyes half closed. If this moment lasted for your whole life, wouldn't that be boring? Long Yi smiled and said. Mu Hanyan looked up at Long Yi and grumbled in a flirty manner, why don't you have a bit of fun with me? We'll see if you want to cherish this moment throughout your lifetime. Fun? Long Yi touched his nose. With a cheeky smile on his face, Long Yi replied, Mu Hanyan, as a matter of fact, I already want to have fun with you. If you can do something, I don't mind staying here for my entire life. Mu Hanyan bit her lower lip and watched Long Yi with her bewitching eyes as she teased, tell me, what do you want me to do? Long Yi's heart shook and he lifted Mu Hanyan's chin with his hand. Bending over, he kissed her lips and softly said with a smirk, degenerate like this. Is this enough? Mu Hanyan hugged Long Yi's neck as she stuck out her fragrant tongue. She licked Long Yi's lips with her eyes filled with seductive stirrings of love. Lascivious hussy, don't seduce me again, be careful or I will eat you on the spot. The heartbeat of Long Yi involuntarily accelerated, facing the teasing of such a great beauty. Which man would be able to endure? Do you dare? Mu Hanyan giggled and slightly opened her lips. She nibbled on Long Yi's earlobes. Moreover, her nimble little tongue often moved around his ears to tease him. She put good use to the techniques Long Yi used on her body. Long Yi used his big hand to firmly pinch Mu Hanyan's buttocks. He followed that up with a direct attack on her most important place. His hand entered her skirt and began to play dirty tricks on her private place. It was already moist and ready for Long Yi. Mu Hanyan moaned and was unwilling to be outdone. She reached out her little hand and kneaded Long Yi's family jewels. Having sex outdoors? Long Yi had this thought in his heart and was greatly stimulated. Making love on this sandy beach while listening to the sound of the sea waves, it should be extremely enjoyable. With this thought in his mind, he immediately began to take action. The passion in his heart increased. When Long Yi got rid of the Mu Hanyan's outer gown, she unexpectedly didn't resist at all. On the contrary, she fully cooperated. Conversely, Long Yi was somewhat worried. He thought about whether he should set up a barrier or not. It would be much safer if he did. When all was said and done, when wholeheartedly immersed in making love, it was very difficult to focus his spirit power on the surrounding area. It was as though she noticed Long Yi's intentions. Mu Hanyan wrapped her legs around Long Yi's waist and whispered into his ear, don't do those things that will get in our way. Beiyu is there as a guard. There won't be any problems. Having heard what she said, Long Yi no longer hesitated. He completely peeled off their clothing one by one and the two of them rolled about on the sandy beach. The moaning and sound of flesh colliding resounded in the midst of the sound of waves. The stars were even livelier. It was as though the stars in the sky didn't want to miss the good play. In the midst of making love, Mu Hanyan opened her blurred eyes and bit onto Long Yi's ear as she said, carry me behind the rock. Someone is coming. Long Yi's sprint had just reached the critical moment, but he knew that he had to stop the moment he heard Mu Hanyan's words. He waved his hands and the clothing on the ground rolled up, carrying the beauty who was still entangled on his body. The two of them flashed behind a rock. Once they knew that the rock covered their entire bodies, The lower part of the two people stuck close. They made the most primitive moment. Not long after, two figures came over from far away and stopped near the rock the two of them were hiding behind. Yinian and Ryuayu. Long Yi stealthily looked over and nearly lost his consciousness. Why on earth did these two women appear here? Why did they come at such a critical timing? When she heard Long Yi's words, Mu Hanyan also tilted her body and looked over. She whispered in the ears of Long Yi, "Your legal wife is here and we are carrying out clandestine love affair right before her eyes. Aren't you especially stimulated?" Originally, Long Yi didn't think about it this way. However, after hearing Mu Hanyan's words, a different kind of stimulation appeared in his heart. He ferociously slammed his lower body into Mu Hanyan. Mu Hanyan trembled and bit Long Yi's shoulder. She was afraid that she would let out a moan and reveal their position to the two girls. Not long after, Mu Hanyan's legs softened and she struggled down from Long Yi's embrace. Placing both her hands on the rock, she stuck up her soft and fair private part which had spring dew all over. Under the starlight, she looked so obscene. She turned her head back to stare at Long Yi and grumbled, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stick it in me." The breathing of Long Yi stagnated. He pinched Mu Hanyan's pert buttocks and propped up his spear, stealthily looking at Nell and Ryuayu and Yinian who were not far away from them. Long Yi entered Mu Hanyan. The strong stimulation made these two people endlessly excited and their action created some lewd sounds. However, under the cover of the sound of the sea waves crashing against the shore and the sea breeze blowing over the ocean, it wasn't conspicuous at all. All of a sudden, Nell and Ryuayu and Yinian who were in the midst of conversation turned around and started walking towards the rock. Should we run?" Mu Hanyan looked back and whispered. However, her waist was still moving backwards towards Long Yi's rod. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and lied on Mu Hanyan's back. He smiled and said, "What is there to fear? There is no way they'll circle around this rock." Sure enough, Nell and Ryuayu and Yinian leaned on the rock as they continued to chat. Listening to their conversation, the contents of their conversation included Yinian's complicated emotions towards Ling Feng. This surprised Long Yi. These two girls should not be too familiar with each other. How were they able to reach such a stage of friendship in a day? Yinian was even pouring out the pain in the bottom of her heart to Nell and Ryuayu. The two people behind the rock became all the more excited as a faint fragrance blew towards them with the help of the sea breeze. Long Yi couldn't help himself. He started to move again and Mu Hanyan gritted her teeth. Her entire body trembled and the tide-like pleasure made her let out a moan involuntarily. "Yinian, did you hear something?" The ears of Nell and Ryuayu moved and she asked Yinian. "No." Yinian replied. "Then I must have heard wrongly." Nell and Ryuayu smiled and replied. Yinian nodded her head and she suddenly clamped her legs. With urgency in her voice, she apologized to Nell and Ryuayu. "Princess, I need to pee urgently. I will go and relieve myself." Nell and Ryuayu no objections as she couldn't control everyone's bodily needs. Yinian made her way to the back of the rock without any hesitation and took off her pants. She squatted down not too far away from where Long Yi and Mu Hanyan were doing the deed. Her shining white buttocks were suddenly exposed in front of their eyes. At this moment, Long Yi and Mu Hanyan moved into the shadow of the rock. With his spirit power, Long Yi wrapped dark magic elements around them and they became one with the darkness. Looking at Yinian's shining white and plump buttocks, coupled with the sound of water when she was peeing, Long Yi was so excited that he erupted inside Mu Hanyan. Mu Hanyan's body instantly became soft and she was unable to move any longer. Yinian pulled up her pants and walked away. She didn't notice anything out of the ordinary and she definitely didn't know that a pair of evil man and woman had peeped at her in the dark. Chapter 456, Blood-Cursing Magic. "Princess, where did he go? I didn't see him for an entire day and night." Yinian asked Nell and Ryuayu after returning. Nell and Ryuayu shook her head and replied with some hidden bitterness in her voice, "I have no idea. Only the gods would know where he went. He probably went to look for his mistress." Behind the rock, Mu Hanyan who was lying limp in Long Yi's bosom used her little hand to pinch Long Yi's waist. It was because he was really with his mistress. just like what Nellen Ryuayu said. As for Long Yi, he was speechless. Come to speak of it, he had truly went to look for his mistress. Liuli was one of them and Mu Hanyan was no exception. It was just that he found the other mistress instead of the one he was looking for. Aren't you jealous? There are so many other women beside him. The eyes of Yinian glimmered as she asked with a smile, what's the use of being jealous? Since I am unable to control him, I can only let him do what he wants. Nellen Ryuayu sighed softly. It was impossible for any woman to say that she didn't care about these things. However, since she loved Long Yi with all her heart, everything else seemed unimportant. Sometimes, a customization could also be a terrifying thing. For instance, Nellen Ryuayu was already accustomed to Long Yi having other beauties around him. She was also used to him sleeping with the rest of them. What else was she supposed to do? She was already used to it. Is that so? Yinian had a pensive look on her face. Yinian, why on earth are you asking so much? Don't tell me you also. Nellen Ryuayu looked at Yinian with a grin on her face and teased her. What, are you afraid that I will snatch him away? Yinian provoked. If you have the abilities, you can snatch him away for all I care. However, it's getting late. We should return. Perhaps, my husband is already back. Nellen Ryuayu smirked. She appeared to be very impatient. She felt as though something was missing and her heart was empty when Long Yi wasn't beside her. The two women gradually got further away and disappeared before long. You? Was that stimulating enough for you? Mu Hanyan chuckled as she turned her head to look at Long Yi. At this moment, she was shining with splendor and she was extremely satisfied. Messing around occasionally is not too bad. However, there is a psychological issue. Long Yi pinched Mu Hanyan's and he gently pushed her off his body. He used a water ball to wash himself before wearing his clothes. Do you suspect that I have a physiological issue? Mu Hanyan snorted. What are you talking about? If you have an issue, won't I have more of an issue? Only a few women in this world can be as open as you. The corners of Long Yi's mouth curled upwards and he pacified Mu Hanyan. That depends on who I'm with. Mu Hanyan also began to wash her body. Are you open to many other people other than me? Long Yi narrowed his eyes and started to question her. Mu Hanyan chuckled as she replied. Why on earth are you looking at me like this? Currently, you are the only one. However, if you don't know how to cherish me, I'll go and look for another guy. You dare? You little succubus. Long Yi laughed out loud. Even though he was laughing, he had no idea if she was joking about it or not. After the two of them were done washing up and fully clothed, a white shadow flashed. Mu Hanyan's big white crane appeared and started to walk around Mu Hanyan. I say, proprietress, this huge bird of yours is really good. How about giving it to me? Long Yi looked at the white crane who was walking around Mu Hanyan as it combed its own lustrous feathers. He asked with a cheeky smile on his face. Well, I have no objections if Beiyu is fine with that. Mu Hanyan lightly laughed and replied Long Yi. Beiyu, come here. I'll help you look for a handsome and strong bird to be your husband. After hearing that Mu Hanyan had no objections, Long Yi used a gentle voice to call for Beiyu. Beiyu stood still as if continued to comb its lustrous feathers. It completely ignored Long Yi. Mu Hanyan covered her mouth with her little hand as she laughed. That's enough. Beiyu is definitely not a rogue like you. Long Yi simply curled his lips upwards as he continued. I must have made a mistake. Beiyu is definitely a male. Everyone says that the same kind repels each other. I refuse to believe that this bird isn't a perverted bird. Mu Hanyan giggled. Don't speak nonsense. My Beiyu is a genuine divine Luan princess from the Tanya mountain range. Such a big background. However, where is that Tanya mountain range? Long Yi asked with a smile. It's in. Never mind. I'm not telling you. Perhaps you will know one day. Mu Hanyan stopped talking halfway and she slowly broke out into a smile. She stared into Long Yi's eyes with her seductive gaze. Forget it. Since you don't want to speak, I won't force you. The night is long. Since I'm done with having an affair outside, I'll return to accompany my beloved Ryuayu. Long Yi smiled and prepared to leave. Damned heartless person. You're leaving the moment you're done eating. Are you treating me fairly? Mu Hanyan said with hidden bitterness in her voice. Since we were carrying out a clandestine love affair, we should naturally follow the rule of the clandestine love affair. If you want fairness, then you should return with me to the Imperial Palace. Long Yi said with a cheeky smile on his face. You think I won't dare to return with you? Mu Hanyan raised her eyebrows and asked. You should have already heard what Ryuayu said. She definitely won't say anything even if you appeared in the Imperial Palace with me. Let's go, I'm really sleepy. Long Yi said and pulled Mu Hanyan's hand. Well, don't play anymore. Hurry up and go back to enjoy your happy fate of the man from Qi. I have no time to fool around with you. Mu Hanyan said with a smile as she struggled free from Long Yi's grasp. It was impossible for her to enter the Imperial Palace with him. Long Yi looked at Mu Hanyan with a warm smile and pulled her into his bosom. He gave her a light kiss on her smooth and bright forehead and said, Then, I am leaving. You should also return and rest early. Mu Hanyan agreed with a cute voice. Long Yi's gentle and caring behavior made her feel warm in her heart. Looking at the disappearing back view of Long Yi, Mu Hanyan still felt the warm kiss on her beautiful face. She sighed softly and started stroking Beiyu's soft feather. She started talking to Beiyu instead. Beiyu, should I truly keep going on this path? Is my choice correct? Beiyu lightly cried out. It seemed to be consoling her master who was immersed in her own thoughts. Under the moonlight, Long Yi entered Nelan Ryuayu's sleeping quarters from the balcony. The bed curtain was already lowered and he could sense that there were two beauties sleeping on the bed. He threw off his outer robe and lifted up the curtains. He squeezed his way into the middle of the both of them. In any case, he was already accustomed to sleeping together with the Nelan sisters. He didn't feel that it was inappropriate for him to sleep in the middle of the both of them. Long Yi's arms wrapped around the two beauties and pulled them into his embrace. Currently, the soft mounds of the two women were pressed against his arm. Long Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong. Nelan Ryuayu was fine. Her breasts were firm and elastic. However, it was impossible for Nelan Rumang's to be as big as Nelan Ryuayu's. Ah! A scream resounded and a few light balls floated above the big bed. Yinyan, who was only in translucent lingerie, used the extremely thin bed sheet to wrap her body and her beautiful face flushed bright red. Long Yi touched his nose awkwardly. He slowly turned his head to look at Nelan Ryuayu, who had pulled a long face. Turning his head again, he looked at Yinyan, who was embarrassed and looked at the floor. Knowing that it was his mistake, Long Yi got off the bed obediently. I didn't know. What is Yinyan doing here? Long Yi sat on the sofa and asked. Nelan Ryuayu, who was also wearing sexy underwear, got off the bed and snorted. I asked Yinyan to sleep together with me. Who would have thought that my husband would suddenly return from whatever he was doing? I thought that you would continue to enjoy the warm and fragrant jade outside tonight. Long Yi wisely chose to not speak. Seeing as Long Yi had admitted defeat, Nelan Ryuayu broke out into a smile. She started to signal Long Yi with her eyes. Long Yi was startled and he shrugged his shoulders. When Long Yi and Nelan Ryuayu were arguing, Yinyan was done wearing her clothes. Her beautiful face was still somewhat red as she quickly said, I will go back now. I won't disturb you two any longer. It's so late. You can stay. I'll go look for another room to sleep. Long Yi stood up and said, Right, Yinyan, stay. It was my fault just a moment ago. It was my fault for thinking that my husband wouldn't return for the night. Nelan Ryuayu also persuaded Yinyan to stay. No, I will go back. Yinyan persisted. Seeing as Yinyan was so persistent, Nelan Ryuayu helplessly looked at Long Yi and urged, My husband, this is all your fault. As a punishment, escort Yinyan back. Fine. Seeing that Yinyan was persistent, Long Yi no longer persuaded her. Leading Yinyan away from the balcony, he flew towards the direction of her house. All along the road, it was silent, and when they arrived at a man-made woods not far away from her residence, Yinyan descended. Her expression had already reverted back to normal and she said to Long Yi, Well, escorting to here is fine. You can return. I am truly sorry for just a moment ago. Long Yi opened his mouth and apologized. Yinyan shook her head and said, It doesn't matter. It was also my fault. Yesterday, I originally came to look for you, But since you were absent, I chatted with Princess. Perhaps, it had been too long since I properly chatted with a person. I poured out my heart. Princess is truly good. She is also very gentle and good at understanding others. How come these words sounded a bit? The heart of Long Yi thumped. Was the stimulation of Ling Feng suffered by Yinian too deep, giving rise to the issue of gender orientation? This was not a trivial matter. Why on earth are you looking at me like this? Are you thinking that I... Seeing the strange expression of Long Yi, Yinian knew that Long Yi was letting his imagination run wild, and what was that about, so she couldn't help flying into rage from shame. No, I am not letting my imagination run wild. Long Yi hastily pleaded innocence, still going on to say no, humph. Yinian was so angry that she wanted to Long Yi up, but after extending her hand, she realized that this was inappropriate, so she again retracted her hand. Well, since I was wrong, I will let you beat me. Long Yi grabbed the retracting fist of Yinian and made her hit his chest, then he flew away after wishing her good night. Yinian stood at the same place in a trance, blankly watching at her own fist. That limp and numb feeling she felt when she came into contact with him made her heartbeat accelerated. What exactly was that feeling? Yinian herself also didn't understand. Proud Moon Empire, in the secret altar of Dark Church, there was a spacious secret room underground. Inside that secret room, a beautiful woman with sea blue beautiful hair was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She wore a pitch-black magic robe that had dark golden mysterious runes. A thin dark mist circled around her and she appeared very strange. Suddenly, the beautiful woman opened her eyes and her blue pupils instantly became dark as if a black hole spinning at a high speed. Fire of soul, burn with the parent blood as the medium, blood-cursing magic. The beautiful woman flicked her finger and a drop of blood flew into the air, then bursting into dazzling bloody light, it disappeared. And at this very moment in Mi Holy Magic Academy, Shui Ruoyan, who was sleeping soundly, opened her eyes all of a sudden and a strange black light flashed for a moment. She got off from the bed and looked at the color of the sky outside the window, then with a hint of a strange smile on her face, she muttered, "Isn't tonight the last time to cure grandmother?" Presumably, grandmother will recover very soon. Shui Ruoyan opened the wardrobe and taking out a wooden box from the lowest place, she opened it and 3 long blood-red needles appeared before her eyes. Picking up these 3 blood needles, Shui Ruoyan walked out of her room and went to the room of her grandmother Shui Linglong. There was a layer of water magic barrier blocking her, but Shui Ruoyan just pressed her hand, flashing with a dark light on this barrier. And after a long time, she walked into the room as usual. But Shui Linglong, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in meditation, unexpectedly didn't notice her. Shui Ruoyan stood in front of Shui Linglong as if a ghost. She sized up her grandmother, with whom she was mutually dependent for life. Then a hint of a strange smile appeared on her face. "Grandmother, I want to help you with the treatment." Blood-red light flashed in the hand of Shui Ruoyan as she held one blood needle between her fingers. Then her beautiful eyes glimmered and the blood needle on her hand stabbed into the head of Shui Linglong as fast as lightning, revealing only a small section outside. Shui Linglong trembled but didn't wake up. On the contrary, her consciousness sank deeper. Shui Ruoyan took out the second blood needle and pierced it into the head of Shui Linglong from her left ear. "Grandmother, this is the final needle. You will be fine soon." Shui Ruoyan strangely smiled, looking at this final blood needle. Then, she suddenly stabbed it towards the right ear of Shui Linglong. When the blood needle came into contact with her skin, it easily pierced. But when only the sharp tip of the needle had entered, a golden key violently blew over and Shui Ruoyan was sent flying with the final blood needle still held in her hand. A figure wearing a purple gown appeared in this room out of the thin air. She carefully observed the state of Shui Linglong and her graceful and beautiful face slowly became tense. She was precisely Swords God Antu. "Demonic old woman, you actually stopped me from treating my grandmother. I will kill you." Shui Ruoyan crawled up from the ground as she said, and several black lights made a surprise attack at this female swords god from different angles. This was Ninth Heaven dark magic of Dark Church. Bang! The golden light flashed around the body of this female swords god, dispersing these black lights. Then, she hit the back of the neck of Shui Ruoyan, making her lose consciousness. And at this time, the beautiful woman of Dark Church also trembled, and her chest rapidly rose and fell as she vomited a mouthful of blood with unreconciled and vicious expression. The female swords god turned to Shui Linglong. Then she placed her hand shining with golden light on the head of Shui Linglong. The two blood needles slid out and her blood sprayed out. Moreover, her complexion suddenly became pale like paper. The female swords god took out a crystal bottle and poured out one snow-white transparent pill from it, then stuffed it into the mouth of Shui Linglong. The pale complexion of Shui Linglong took a turn for the better, and after a while, she regained consciousness. The next day, Shui Ruoyan entered the hall while patting her neck. For an unknown reason, she was feeling pain in her neck since the moment she woke up, as if someone had ruthlessly hit her. At that time, she saw her grandmother Shui Linglong sitting beside the dining table, and there was various kind of breakfast on the table. Shui Ruoyan was startled. Although the relation of Shui Linglong and herself had improved greatly because of Long Yi, the shadow of childhood was still here. It was very difficult to be intimate like other grandparent and grandchild. Moreover, they had never had breakfast together. Ra Yuo, come over and have a meal. Shui Linglong looked at Shui Ruoyan with tenderness and said. The nose of Shui Ruoyan became sour and mist surged in her eyes. It had already been many years since she had last heard this intimate nickname. Chapter 457, Bounty. 1. Hunter Bar. The air in the morning was really fresh. There were droplets of dew lying on top of the green leaves. This was a charming and peaceful scene. The magic door of the secret room slid open and a soft sound could be heard. The moment the door slid to both sides, a blue-haired beautiful woman who was wearing an ordinary dress stepped out. Her complexion was pale and she didn't look too good. I actually failed at the final part? Success was just within reach. This is really too hateful. The beautiful woman walked into the courtyard as she cursed in her heart. Who exactly was that person who intervened at the critical moment? If everything had gone according to the plan, Shui Linglong would have already fallen under her control. Now however, why were you in the secret room for the whole of last night? Your complexion looks very bad. What happened? When he saw that his wife wasn't feeling too good, the Dark Pope quickly walked towards her and asked with concern. The eyes of beautiful woman flashed and her expression immediately reverted back to normal. She hurriedly replied, "My husband, I am fine. It's just that I tried to activate the Dark Spirit tablet yesterday. However, I didn't make any progress on it, which made me feel kind of bad in my heart." The Dark Pope held on to her shoulders and he sighed. It doesn't matter if we cannot reveal the secrets of this Dark Spirit tablet. The most important thing is your health. You cannot harm your body over this matter." The beautiful woman was visibly moved by the Dark Pope's words and she nestled into his bosom. The pair, which had been an old married couple, hugged each other quietly as they stood in the courtyard. "By the way, my husband, didn't you say that boy Zeman obtained the lightning god's inheritance? Maybe he has already grasped the method to unseal the spirit tablet. Should we capture him?" After a long time, the beautiful woman offered her suggestion. The Dark Pope was dumbfounded and thought about it for quite some time. After carefully thinking about it, he said, "But the strength of that boy is unpredictable. Moreover, he is as crafty as an old fox. It's very difficult to capture him." "My husband, how can you be so stupid? Although Zeman Yu is powerful, Saints Ling Yui and Ling of our church have deep relations with him. Can't we just lead the snake out of its burrow?" A cold light flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes and she gave her suggestion as the Dark Pope embraced her. "That is a good way. However, if Lingr learns about this, it would be troublesome." The Dark Pope muttered, "As long as we don't say it, how would Lingr know?" The beautiful woman replied. When all of this was going on, a hint of a dark shadow quietly retreated from the corner. The shadow ran in the opposite direction, away from the old couple. This shadow was none other than Feng Ling. The moment she ran out of the hall, a man brushed past her. He was covered in a black robe and seemed to be extremely mysterious. He looked at Ling Feng, who was running away hastily, but he didn't think too much about it. He slowly walked towards the small courtyard which belonged to the Dark Pope. "Laffer greets your Majesty the Pope." The man cloaked in black clothes respectfully greeted the Dark Pope. He was Hellpriest Laffer, who had just returned from Blue Moon City. "I heard about what happened in Blue Moon City." "Start talking. Tell me everything without leaving out any details," the Dark Pope said in an indifferent voice. Laffer didn't add superfluous words. He was brief and concise when talking about what happened in Blue Moon City. Finally, he turned to look at the beautiful woman who was in the Dark Pope's embrace with some hesitation in his eyes. He swallowed the final words of Mist Fairy, Dark Pope, and that beautiful woman fell into silence and sighed after a long time. "Since Fairy has instructed, forget it. It seems like our Dark Church is unable to insert ourselves in the Nellan Empire. It's such a pity. That was a good chance." The beautiful woman coldly snorted and said, "Does that smelly woman think that she can do whatever she wants just because our Dark Church chose her? Now, all the benefits have gone to the Zeman clan. She is clearly standing on Zeman Yu's side." "Yeah, what kind of nonsense are you speaking? Could you have forgotten the abilities Fairy possess?" The complexion of Dark Pope sunk as he lowered his voice. The beautiful woman was startled and her entire body involuntarily shuddered. With a wave of her sleeve, she disappeared. Shaking his head, the Dark Pope recalled Mist Fairy, who was like a celestial being. Veneration flashed in his eyes. When he saw that the beautiful woman was gone, Laffer continued to speak. "Young Majesty the Pope, Mist Fairy left some words for you." "What did she say?" Dark Pope asked. "She told you to properly look after your wife. Don't let her do things which will lead to regret later." Laffer lowered his voice. "Just a moment ago, he didn't open his mouth. That was because the Dark Pope's wife was there as well. Now that she left, he didn't dare to hide what Mist Fairy said any longer." The Dark Pope was stunned and the color in his eyes changed unpredictably. He knew that Mist Fairy would never say meaningless stuff. For her to say such things, questions appeared in the Dark Pope's head. What exactly had Yer been doing behind his back? The hot weather, which lasted for several days, caused the people in Blue Moon City to suffer. They were accustomed to the mild weather and they no longer had anywhere to hide now. Even the pleasantly cool sea breeze blew scorching hot air. The sea boulders were exposed to the burning hot gaze of the sun, and if one were to look closely, they would be able to see faint smoke rising up from the boulders. Generally, the houses of the common were different from the imperial palace. They were also different from the residence of the big nobles. The residence of the nobles and the imperial palace had expensive magic cooling devices in them. The effect of these devices was similar to the air condition in his previous world. A large number of ice cubes were accumulated and sealed outside the room that would be cooled. A magic agent was used to blow cold air rapidly towards the room. From small holes in the wall, cold air would flow into the room. That would make the temperature in the room extremely comfortable. When the ice cubes were used up, naturally, someone would replace them. They would not have to worry about not having enough ice cubes. Today, Blue Moon City just opened the Bounty Hunter Bar. This bar used the same kind of cooling device and it covered a large area. It was said that 5 to 6 buildings were able to receive the effects of the cooling. Nowadays, although the Bounty Hunter Guild didn't have a branch in every city like Mercenary Guild, its reputation was very good. Bounty Hunter Guild concentrated in their expansion in the violent Dragon Empire. The huge amount of monetary reward attracted a large number of powerful small teams. The number of solitary experts attracted was not small at all. Now, its prestige and power exceeded the Mercenary Guild, where the weak mixed with the strong. The Bounty Hunter Guild only had 3 ranks: Gold Hunter, Platinum Hunter and Amethyst Hunter. Any mercenary would feel proud if they managed to join the Bounty Hunter Guild. Even if they only joined as a Gold Hunter, there would be countless people who would admire them. At that time, in the SS-ranked Lightning God Forbidden Area mission, numerous first-rate mercenary groups were annihilated. However, The problem which caused the mercenary guild to feel pain in their heart was that among those who came out of the lightning god forbidden area, most of them joined the bounty hunter guild. They wanted to take on missions which would reward them with huge monetary rewards even if they needed to walk the fine line between life and death. Currently, Long Yi was strolling in the streets of Blue Moon City under the scorching hot sun. He wore a pale blue silk shirt which made him look noble and graceful. He looked extremely relaxed and refreshed. This formed a strong contrast with the other sweaty passers-by. This attracted everyone's gaze. The business is not bad. Long Yi stood looking at that imposing huge signboard in front of him. The signboard had 3 words written on it in huge letters. It was the signboard for the Bounty Hunter Bar. All 3 entrances were crowded with people. One could well imagine how good the business was. Long Yi leisurely swaggered into this bar and a row of ladies dressed in sexy costume welcomed him. Only after entering, he discovered that this bounty hunter bar was not just a bar, it also had a separate dining area and there was an area called the cool outdoor bathing spot. Every single area in the bar was cooled by the special system and the price to enter every area was also fair. Could it be that the bar had such a huge attraction? Long Yi stepped into the bar area on the 2nd floor and was surprised to see the huge hall. When he saw the huge hall, Long Yi screamed internally. The 2nd floors of all the buildings were connected and formed the bar area. The lighting was dim and the waiters were shuttling back and forth. This bar was really too big. Long Yi had never seen such a huge bar even though he had lived for 2 lifetimes. "Mister, may I ask if you are a bounty hunter?" When Long Yi was thinking about how big this place was, a pretty girl in waitress attire greeted him. Long Yi smiled. Bounty Hunter Guild was founded by Alpha and Arnold under his instructions. Technically, he shouldn't be counted as a bounty hunter. Shaking his head, he asked with curiosity, "What's the advantage for being a bounty hunter?" This girl pointed to the right which was separated by the golden-edged colored glass. She explained, "If you are a bounty hunter, you can enter that area. The environment in that place is much better than here. Even the price in there is half of in this main hall. The service in that area is much better than here as well." Oh. Long Yi was interested. He had never thought that Arnold and Alpha were so savvy. Although this place was merely separated by a screen of glass, the difference in superiority and rank was immediately reflected. "Is your boss here?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "You are?" The girl sized up Long Yi. She was clearly not native to Blue Moon City, otherwise she would have already recognized Long Yi. Even though she might not know who Long Yi was, she had good judgment. Otherwise, she would not have appeared to receive him. From the deposition and noble air around Long Yi, she knew that Long Yi wasn't an average person. There was also no way he originated from some average noble family. "Young master, you came." An excited voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Arnold, that sturdy fellow, appeared in front of Long Yi. He earnestly looked at Long Yi with worship in his eyes. Long Yi was God in his eyes. He would never forget the battle between Long Yi and that SSS-ranked magical beast, Carnage Golden Falcon, in the Huangming Plain. It was a scene he would remember for life. He knew that he could only look up to Long Yi in his lifetime. "Arnold, long time no see. I can see that you're doing a good job." Long Yi smiled and patted Arnold's shoulders. "Thank you for the compliment, young master. I'll remember to do a better job next time." Arnold was so excited that he trembled. Receiving Long Yi's praise was the greatest glory he could receive. The pretty girl who received Long Yi was shocked at this scene. Arnold, one of the founders of the Bounty Hunter Guild, was unexpectedly being so humble, not to mention the fact that he addressed the youth as young master. She knew that this youth might be the big boss behind the scene. The Bounty Hunter Guild should belong to him. Arnold and Alpha were just his subordinates which he used to establish the guild. "Young master, let's talk inside." Arnold led Long Yi inside. He didn't forget to look back at the pretty girl to order her to keep quiet about Long Yi. In a dark corner not too far away from Long Yi, Mu Hanyan shook the crystal cup in her hands as she muttered, "Sweetheart, how many secret weapons do you have hidden? I want to see all of them." "1. Previously I was not sure, so I wrote Pinyin Shangjin, Shang, reward, Jin, gold, money. Now I changed it to bounty. Bounty Hunter Guild, Chapter 458, Issuing an assassination mission with a huge bounty. Arnold wanted to take Long Yi to the room he used on the fourth floor. However, Long Yi pointed to the other area in the bar which was separated by the magic glass. He said, "Let's go there and take a look inside." Arnold naturally didn't dare to object. He humbly led Long Yi into the bounty hunter area in the bar. The area for bounty hunters in the bar wasn't large. However, the decoration in the area was much superior compared to outside. Moreover, there was a round stage in the middle. Musicians and dancers were performing on the stage and the guests were adding music as they pleased. The style of the music was different each time. Sometimes, the music was wild and boorish. At other times, the music was quiet and beautiful. Although it was messy, there was a special flavor to it. Beside the bar counter, there was a huge mission board. On one side, latest missions were written, and on the other side, the current progress of some exceedingly difficult missions was stated. Everything was clear with a single glance. Long Yi secretly nodded his head. This was really good. The idea for the bar area was not just for relaxation. They actually combined enjoyment and the missions into a single place. It was a really clever idea. Sitting down in the corner, the two of them ordered 2 cups of Warrior's Glory. "Arnold, what happened to Alpha?" Long Yi sipped on a cup of wine as he sized up the surrounding area, replying to young master, "Alpha is managing the guild in the Violet Dragon Empire." As the Bounty Hunter Guild in the Violet Dragon Empire already matured, it was time for us to expand. After discussing with Alpha, we decided to expand here into Blue Moon City. Arnold answered. "Very good." Long Yi nodded his head as he praised them. After thinking for a little, he continued, "Arnold, do you know the reason behind setting up the guild?" "Young master wants to recruit the strongest adventurer on the Blue Waves continent. You want to make use of them in the future." Arnold answered respectfully. Although the Bounty Hunter Guild was managed by himself and Alpha, the idea behind the Bounty Hunter Guild was Long Yi's. Not to mention the fact that without Long Yi's abundant financial assistance and the protection of the Zeman clan, it would be impossible for the Bounty Hunter Guild to develop into its current state. It would have been destroyed by the Mercenary Guild before they were able to develop. Correct. Now, the time is about right. Go and issue some new missions. I want the heads of the higher level personnel in the Proud Moon Empire. Offer a huge bounty. Let me emphasize again, huge bounty. Do you understand? Long Yi's pupils glimmered and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Arnold was startled as he had no idea what was going on. "Young master, What sort of person was Long Yi?" He was naturally able to see through Arnold's misgivings. He added with a smile, "No need to worry. If we were in the previous Proud Moon Empire, I wouldn't dare to openly issue such assassination missions. However, the current Proud Moon Empire is just a stray cur. I'm pretty sure that there are many people would love to beat a dog who has fallen into the water. Now, go." Arnold agreed and left the bar. He thought of something in his heart. It seemed as though knew what was in Long Yi's mind. He knew that Long Yi was certain to capture the entire Proud Moon Empire. The moment Arnold issued the missions, a huge wave broke out in the bar. Voices could be heard everywhere, discussing the new missions. "My God. 10,000 amethyst coins to purchase the City Lord's head." Any City Lord in the Proud Moon Empire's first and second class cities. 100,000 amethyst coins to purchase the head of the Royal Court's high-ranking officials. 1 million amethyst coins to purchase the head of Proud Moon Empire's princes. 5 million amethyst coins to purchase the head of the Proud Moon Empire's emperor. Someone read out the new bounty missions that were issued with a loud voice. The huge bounty was truly attractive. The lowest reward of 10,000 amethyst coins was more than sufficient for a household to live a prosperous life. The announcement instantly attracted everyone's attention in the bounty hunter area. Several peak hunters with the amethyst hunter badge on their chests stood up. That highest bounty of 5 million amethyst coins was truly too alluring. If they were able to obtain this bounty, they would have wealth enough to rival an entire nation. The national treasury of many principalities had only 100,000 or so amethyst coins. After issuing the missions, Arnold returned to his seat in front of Long Yi. "Young master, It will take a few days for all of our Bounty Hunter Guild and bars to post this mission. I believe that this mission would immediately spread throughout the entire continent. Very good, Arnold. Add another condition after a while. Allow everyone to take up the mission, even if they are not from the Bounty Hunter Guild. However, their rewards will be reduced to 1/5. Long Yi smiled and said he believed that the allied army from the two empires would breach through the Yatzana defense line very soon with the help of the Kobold clan. At that time, the mission issued by the Bounty Hunter Guild would cause the entire Proud Moon Empire to fall into chaos. Who would be willing to keep those official positions? Those people who feared for their lives would definitely give up their high positions in order not to be targeted by the bounty hunters. Wouldn't it be easy to annihilate Proud Moon Empire when the time comes? Yes, young master. Arnold acknowledged Long Yi's request. Well, there is another thing. Set up a branch of the Bounty Hunter Guild in all the cities in the Nelan Empire. Once that is completed, form a huge information network. After that, I want you to immediately form an intelligence organization to collect and sort out the collected information. Don't worry about the rest, I'll send someone to help you out. Long Yi said his goal was to combine the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Skynet Intelligence Organization. After giving Arnold his instructions, Long Yi left the Bounty Hunter Guild by himself. Now, the sky was already dull, without the blazing sun shining down on them. Blue Moon City was much cooler than it was in the day. At this moment, Blue Moon City had already reverted back to its usual bustling and lively days. The matter of the two princes vying for the throne had already passed. The army had already left for the other cities in order to suppress the rebellion. Good news came wave after wave, which caused the people to relax. Even some old diehards who were firm in their decision to not support Nelan Ryu's ascension to the throne began to change. When he looked at everything which happened, Long Yi was getting complacent. The situation had already started to clear up. As long as the Proud Moon Empire laid down their arms to surrender, Long Yi would not annihilate them. As for the Nelan Empire, it was already in his hands. In the Violet Dragon Empire, his Ziman clan and the Imperial Long clan were fighting against each other. The winner was not yet decided. However, people who were sharp could see that the Ziman clan had a very big advantage over the Long clan. Wait for me. A lovely voice came from behind Long Yi. A fragrant wind blew past his face and Mu Hanyan appeared beside Long Yi. Turning his head, Long Yi smiled at Mu Hanyan. He wasn't surprised at all. He wrinkled his nose and asked, "Weren't you drinking wine? Where did you get the time to go and bathe?" Mu Hanyan's expression didn't change at all. From what he said, she knew that Long Yi had long discovered her existence in the bar. With a giggle, she replied him, "Isn't that Bounty Hunter bar yours? Don't you know that there is an outdoor bathing area on the 3rd floor? The water there is ice cold." It was so comfortable. Outdoor bathing area? Do men and women share the place? The eyes of Long Yi shone and he asked with a cheeky smile, "Scram, your mind is always filled with dirty thoughts. You must be thinking about whether you should go and take a peep or not." Mu Hanyan coquettishly rolled her eyes. "Am I that kind of person? I'll only go if a beauty like you takes a bath in the outdoor bathing area." Long Yi said with a smile. The corners of Mu Hanyan's mouth rose upwards. She was obviously very happy with Long Yi's reply. As they walked around the city, they chatted with each other. Just like this, the two of them subconsciously arrived at the seashore. The waves were raging and battering against the shore. "Proprietress, why on earth are you leading me to this place again? Do you want to do it like the other day?" Long Yi said with a cheeky grin as he stared at the boulder. Mu Hanyan's face turned slightly red, but she was not willing to be outdone by this cheeky fellow. She snapped, "Come, bring it on." Long Yi looked all around. At the moment, it was still too early. There were couples and groups of threes enjoying the cool breeze on the beach. This was not the time to be fooling around anyway. As such, Long Yi reluctantly extended his devil's claws towards Mu Hanyan's buttocks. He pinched them hard. Mu Hanyan sighed with relief and she extended her orchid-shaped fingers to pinch Long Yi's waist. This invincible pinching skill was a woman's innate skill. Mu Hanyan was no exception. As they talked and laughed, They arrived at a relatively remote area on the beach. The two of them eventually lied down on the sand and Mu Hanyan used Long Yi's arm as a pillow. I think that light Pope Charles would arrive tomorrow. Mu Hanyan suddenly said, I know. Long Yi answered as he stared into the star-filled sky. Actually, I feel that Charles' intentions for coming to Blue Moon City isn't all good. It's probably not just for Nelin Ryu's coronation. He might have some plans to deal with you, which might bring you harm. However, these are just my thoughts. I have no evidence to back it up. Mu Hanyan was deep in her thoughts and she reminded Long Yi, sticking up his leg into the air. Long Yi thought about it as well. He had naturally thought of everything Mu Hanyan said. Charles was coming to Blue Moon City for the sake of solving the mystery of the Light Spirit Tablet. In order to obtain the power of the Light Spirit Tablet, he would definitely not touch Long Yi. However, the only person he wouldn't harm was Long Yi. Other people related to Long Yi was all fair game. For example, Nelin Ryu. All of this was already in Long Yi's expectations. You are right, Charles. That god fanatic definitely has something up his sleeves. I have to think of some countermeasures. Long Yi muttered. All of a sudden, Long Yi and Mu Hanyan seemed to have sensed someone. They turned around and looked towards the right side of the sky. Dark aura and light aura. They are moving towards us. The dark aura is leading the way, and the light aura is behind it. However, the light aura is much stronger than the dark aura. Mu Hanyan said. You are right, it is a lot stronger. Long Yi strangely looked at Mu Hanyan. You seem to have forgotten about my Bayu. It has much better senses than me. Mu Hanyan broke into a smile and replied Long Yi. When the two of them were discussing about who had better senses, the light and dark aura had already drawn close. In a matter of seconds, Long Yi and Mu Hanyan could see the source of the two auras. A white light flashed and a vague groaning sound resounded. In the sky, the person wearing a black robe rolled about and fell, slamming into the beach. Everyone was startled and started screaming. A red shadow flashed and a person wearing a red priest robe descended from the sky. Her hood had already been blown away in the battle, revealing a young and beautiful face. With her long hair fluttering in the wind, she appeared just like a fairy. Kexen. Long Yi frowned. When Long Yi was looking at Kexen, the shadow who wore a black robe turned into a dark mist. It started to run away. By the time anyone was able to react, the figure's withered claw held a girl who was close to its landing spot. Moreover, that figure's withered claw had already held a little girl not far away. Chapter 459, Humiliating the Spirit of the Light Bishop. Daughter, my daughter. A young woman loudly wailed. She wanted to rush over, but her husband pulled her back with a firm grip. When everyone was shocked at the sudden appearance of the shadow's claw was already at the little girl's neck. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause the death of the little girl. Scram. If you don't leave, I'll kill her. The shadow lowered his voice and his hand tightened his grip on the little girl's neck. In an instant, the little girl's face lost all color and she found it hard to breathe. No matter how she struggled, it was impossible for her to break free of the shadow's claw. Release her, otherwise, you'll die without an intact corpse. Dongfeng Kexen's expression didn't change at all. She pointed her magic staff towards the shadow and mighty light magic power surged in the atmosphere. Long Yi knitted his brows and looked at Mu Hanyan. They could see the surprise in the other party's eyes. If Dongfeng Kexen pressed hard like that, she would ruin the life of that little girl. Her indifference surprised him. According to what Long Yi knew, although this cousin of his had a strong possessive desire towards him, she was very kind-hearted. How was it possible that she would ignore the life of a little girl just to kill someone from the Dark Church? Scram. The shadow started to panic and a faint dark aura enveloped the little girl. His hand subconsciously tightened and pressed harder on the little girl's neck. If this were to continue, the little girl would be dead without a doubt. Even though the little girl was in the shadow's hands, Dongfeng Kexen seemed to have lost her patience. She waved the magic staff in her hand and the entire beach lit up. It was so bright that it seemed like daytime on the beach. Several milky white lights shot towards the shadow from different directions. Foul woman, I will make you pay the price. Seeing as Dongfeng Kexen didn't intend to let him off, That shadow involuntarily shouted. His black robe expanded and covered the little girl as well as his entire body. Long Yi's expression changed. He saw that the white light shot by Dongfang Kexin had pierced through the black robe. However, the shadow and the little girl seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Dongfang Kexin was startled and she felt a chill coming from the bottom of her heart. A thick death aura covered the sky and clattering sounds could be heard in the surroundings. Run, everyone, get away quickly, it's a necromancer. Everyone who was standing around the area started to shout. They cried out in fear as they turned around and ran towards the city. Skeletons and zombies crawled out from under the sand as they rushed towards Dongfang Kexin. With a cold snort, Dongfang Kexin casted the Holy Light Illumination magic. This soft light magic power rotated from the tip of her magic staff and lit up the surroundings. Those skeletons and zombies instantly changed into white specks of light and disappeared. Not far away, the shadow was staring at Dongfang Kexin. Even though he had escaped just now, he didn't manage to run far. He knew that he wouldn't be able to flee from this woman. Sooner or later, he would be captured. The shadow looked at the little girl who was now unconscious due to fear. She was lying in his arms as he tightened his withered hand. However, hesitation flashed in his eyes and he sighed softly. Eventually, he loosened his hand and released the girl's neck. He gently placed the little girl on the ground and stared at her with a complicated gaze. When he finally looked up again at Dongfang Kexin, who was in the distance, an angry expression appeared on his face. He was hell-bent on resisting. Even if he couldn't run away, he would definitely make Dongfang Kexin pay a heavy price for trying to capture him. In seconds, Dongfang Kexin eliminated the skeletons and zombies around her. Moreover, she released a few violent light magic towards the shadow. Since she was underestimating the enemy, she didn't notice that a crack had formed in the ground behind her. A golden light flew out from that crack and directly hit Dongfang Kexin's back. Boom! Dongfang Kexin staggered a few steps forward. A yellow earth barrier which was triggered on touch blocked that attack for her. As for that shadow, he was sent flying as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. The few violent light magic wasn't weak at all. Golden skeleton! Long Yi softly exclaimed in surprise. Never in his wildest imagination would he have thought that there were still necromancers capable of summoning this kind of boss-level undead creatures. Dongfang Kexin turned around and her expression was ice cold. She could still feel the gloomy and cold aura the golden skeleton emitted. She felt as if the huge axe which was held by the golden skeleton was still on her back and the fine hair on her body was standing erect. If it was not for the barrier which activated upon touch, she might have suffered a big loss today. Of course, the golden skeleton wouldn't give Dongfang Kexin time to think. The huge golden axe brought along a gloomy death aura as it slashed towards Dongfang Kexin as fast as lightning. As the boss-level creature from the undead world, one could well imagine the attack power and speed of this golden skeleton. Almighty Light God, please bestow light divine power to your loyal believer and bind all evil. Holy bind. Dongfang Kexin didn't dodge. Instead, she quickly chanted an incantation as the axe was stopped by a powerful earth barrier. A violent light suddenly burst out from the tip of her magic staff as it transformed into a fine and continuous glittering and translucent thin string. It spun around the golden skeleton and bound it in place. Even though this golden skeleton desperately struggled, it was unable to free itself. The moment she casted the magic spell, Dongfang Kexin's face became slightly pale. She could restrain this golden skeleton for a certain period of time. However, she needed to use all of her energy if she wanted to completely destroy it. She knew that she had another option. If she were to kill the master of the golden skeleton, everything would be settled once and for all. The shadow struggled to stand up and let out a strange laugh. It was a laugh which contained his grief and loneliness. Why? Why was the world dominated by the Light Church? Why were necromancers hated by everyone? Why was undead magic classified as an evil magic? The only difference between undead magic and other magic was the cultivation method. There was no other difference. If undead magic was used for evil, it would be considered evil. However, if someone used undead magic for good, it should be considered good, right? However, no matter how good the reasoning was, The Light Church had suppressed all necromancers. For hundreds and thousands of years, necromancers could only hide in the dark due to the suppression from the Light Church. The necromancers had to endure the solitary life. The Shadow continued to laugh wildly. He laughed at the ignorance of the common people and laughed at the cruelty of this world. He had always kept the last wish of his master in his mind. Even on his master's deathbed, he had hoped that undead magic would become a branch of magic on the Blue Waves continent. Currently, a few figures flew towards the beach from the direction of the Light Church. They had probably appeared due to the fluctuation of dead chi coming from this place. Dongfeng Kexin raised her magic staff and began to condense light magic power. Mu Hanyan gritted her pearly white teeth and coldly snorted. She wanted to rush over but Long Yi stopped her. "I want to save him." Mu Hanyan glared angrily at Long Yi. "I'll do it. It'll be less troublesome," Long Yi lightly said. From the moment the necromancer released the little girl, Long Yi had already decided to save him. He was already forced into a corner but he didn't kill the little girl. From the way Long Yi saw it, this necromancer was thousands of times purer than many people in the Light Church. Swish! A strong light beam flew towards the necromancer who was laughing wildly. The moment the light beam touched him, the necromancer would be completely eliminated from this world. Just as the light beam was about to touch the necromancer, a black mist flashed. The light beam was completely swallowed by the black mist. A tall shadow began to take shape from the black mist. That pitch-black profound bone armor, that death scythe which glimmered with bloody light coupled with the dense death chi made Dongfeng Kexin who was not far away retreat a few steps. Her expression changed in an instant. A red light flashed and the blood scythe in Long Tu's hands slashed at the golden skeleton, as if Long Tu wanted to split open the sky. The string which bound the golden skeleton was instantly cut open. Kaka Kaka, the golden skeleton, evil zombie, and pitch-black specter were the three bosses of the undead world. Every single one of them fell to their knees in front of Long Tu. The moment Long Tu appeared, the crazy laughter from the necromancer ceased. He was surprised that such a super creature existed. However, his surprise was replaced with indescribable fanaticism. "Why are you still here? Quickly take your skeleton and leave." All of a sudden, a voice boomed in the necromancer's ear. This necromancer woke up with a start. He immediately kept the golden skeleton as he turned his head to look towards Long Tu. The moment Long Tu appeared, the surrounding of 100 meters became deathly still. When everyone was shocked at Long Tu's appearance, the necromancer changed into a wisp of a phantom and he disappeared into the boundless night. The moment the necromancer left, Dongfeng Kexin was about to chase after him. However, the moment she tightened her muscles to chase him, she felt a cold chi assault her. The blood in her body seemed to have frozen over and she became unable to move a muscle. Several white lights flashed in the sky and the troops of the Light Church instantly arrived on the beach. Both heavyweights from the Light Church appeared. Holy Priest Karen and the bishop from the Blue Moon City Light Church appeared. They surrounded Long Tu and everyone had a solemn expression on her face. "Saintess Kexin, what happened?" Karen asked with a solemn look. Dongfeng Kexin explained the matter which happened just a moment ago. When her eyes landed on Long Tu, a hint of confusion flashed through her eyes. Wasn't this skeleton the one which appeared in the Lightning Shrine? However, she was unable to confirm her guesses as other than the blood-red scythe. The current Long Tu looked completely different. "Let's use the Divine Light spell to seal this evil creature. If left alone, there would be incalculable consequences." Holy Priest Karen lowered her voice, "Overestimating your abilities." When they were about to cast their Divine Light spell, Long Tu's mechanical voice spoke out. A strong sense of disdain was in his empty eye sockets as he looked at the three of them. "The skeleton knows how to talk? Does it have intelligence? Can it be that the king of the undead world actually appeared?" The Light Church's bishop fell into a panic. An undead creature with intelligence only existed in the legend as the ruler of the undead world. Holy Priest Karen's expression changed the moment Long Tu opened its mouth. She commanded the experts from the Light Church to begin chanting the Divine Light spell. A milky white halo was emitted from the magic staff of everyone from the Light Church. The halos quickly covered Long Tu who was standing in the middle of all of them. However, How strong was Long Tu? How could Long Tu be sealed by these random people from the Light Church? Long Yi knew that it was not difficult to break the encirclement of the troops from the Light Church with Long Tu's current strength, and he quickly used his thoughts to control Long Tu. The moment Long Tu received Long Yi's instructions, its body bulged, dense black mist appeared and suppressed the halos. With a single slash of his death scythe, Long Tu cut apart all of the halos and a blood light appeared in the air. Several priests were shaken by the slash. They quickly sped up their chanting as they tried to resist Long Tu's attack. The bottomless pit which was Long Tu's eyes glimmered with red light. The 6 overgrown bones from his back glowed with faint purple light and they stood erect. Long Tu appeared as though he was a hedgehog with the 6 bones pointing outwards. Dark light shot out from the bones with heaven collapsing might. Snap! The halos exploded and the priests staggered a few steps backward. Long Tu left behind an illusionary afterimage and the death scythe made an arc. The bishop from the Blue Moon City Light Church felt something cold on his neck and sweat appeared on his forehead. However, Long Tu had already disappeared into the night. When he looked down, the bishop saw that his white beard was floating towards the ground. Everyone looked at each other with blank dismay. An undead creature was humiliating a human priest. This, Chapter 460, Becoming an Uncle Master. As they sat on the steep cliff, they heard the continuous crashing of sea waves. Long Yi and Mu Hanyan looked down at the surface of the sea which was illuminated by the silvery starlight. Currently, Long Yi was amazed in his heart. He had used his thoughts to instruct Long Tu to break out of the encirclement. Technically, the only thing Long Yi did was to tell Long Tu to return and not cause any harm. However, Long Tu actually sliced off the light bishop's beard. Could it be that Long Tu had also learned how to poke fun at others from him? What kind of monster is that thing of yours? Mu Hanyan finally lost it and started to question Long Yi. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and replied with a smile, I have no idea as well. He might be a monster for all I know. I feel as though he is the same as you. He possesses the same arrogance as you, not to mention the fact that both of you behave the same way. Mu Hanyan rolled her eyes when she recalled Long Tu's words, overestimating your capabilities. She was laughing in her heart. Even though Long Tu said it in his mechanical voice, she still found it funny. She found it so funny that she overlooked the fact that Long Tu was an undead creature with consciousness. When Mu Hanyan was laughing at the side, Long Yi was deep in his thoughts. He didn't want Dongfang Kexen to become cold-blooded. She was acting like she didn't care about anything with all of her feelings sealed up right now. What exactly does that hypocrite, Charles, want to do with her? Although Dongfang Kexen's strong possessive desire towards him gave him a headache, when all was said and done, she was his cousin. She was the beloved granddaughter of his grandfather, mother's father, Dongfang Kaiming. Long Yi didn't want her to be reduced to a pawn in Charles' hands. When Long Yi was lost in his thoughts, Mu Hanyan turned to Long Yi and reminded him, your treasured monster is coming. He brought along that necromancer. Your big white bird has really good sensory abilities. Long Yi said with a smile. The moment he finished his sentence, a shadow flashed before his eyes. Long Tu held his terrifying death scythe as he stood in front of Long Yi and Mu Hanyan. After a few moments, the necromancer's figure appeared on the cliff. When he saw that there were 2 people in front of Long Tu, he hesitated. He had thought that he was saved by Long Tu, this undead creature with consciousness. However, out of his expectations, there seemed to be other people who were involved in his rescue. The necromancer had considered Long Tu to be the ruler of the undead world, but now, it seemed like the skeleton was just a magic servant which belonged to the man before him. Little Tu, since the guest you brought over is a little shy, you should bring him over to us. Long Yi faintly smiled and prompted Long Tu. Okay, big brother. Long Tu responded and turned to face the necromancer. The second Long Tu turned around to face him, the necromancer placed a sincere and fearful expression on his face. He hastily rushed over and started bowing to Long Yi. Necromancer Dry Bones, thank you for the kindness of saving my life. Dry Bones, hey, don't mention it. We are all from the same family. Also, you have a kind heart. Even under so much pressure, you didn't kill the little girl. You saved yourself. Don't have to thank me. Long Yi smiled and explained. This necromancer's name really suited his profession. My master once said that there was no such thing as righteousness or evilness when cultivating. The only thing which decided whether or not one was righteous or evil was their heart. Drybone's tone was filled with sadness when he mentioned his master. Long Yi was startled. This was something he had seen in Bite Ziyuji's undead magic notes. Long Yi couldn't help but ask, "Who is your master?" Drybones shook his head and replied, "I was adopted by my master since childhood." However, he never revealed his name to me. He said that he was afraid of losing the face of his ancestor. The only thing he told me was that my ancestor was the undead master archmage, Bite Ziyuj, who had shaken the world several hundred years ago. Sure enough, he was the successor of Bite Ziyuj. If he thought about it, wouldn't he be fellow disciples with this Drybones? After all, his undead magic also originated from the undead magic collection and notes which belonged to Bite Ziyuj. Long Tu was also Bite Ziyuj's creation. Do you have any evidence that you are the successor of Bite Ziyuj? Long Yi narrowed his eyes and dense dark chi spilled out from his body, pressuring Drybones. Mu Hanyan's eyes shone with a profound light as she stared at Long Yi. Her deep and serene beautiful pupils flickered twice. No one knew what this woman was thinking. When he felt the pressure coming from Long Yi's body, Drybones' body trembled. Soon after that, his eyes flashed with a hint of madness. It was stronger than the time when he had seen Long Tu. Could it be that the wish of his master could be realized through this youth? There was only one thing ancestor passed down. Drybones slowly opened his left palm. On the center of his left palm, there was a blood-red skull mark. An indistinct red light was undulating gently on his palm. It was exactly the same as the blood-red skull mark on Long Yi's hand. Long Yi opened his left palm as well and exposed the blood skull on his hand. The moment the two blood-red skull marks appeared, they twitched simultaneously. The red light became even more dazzling. "Ah, you are!" Drybones exclaimed. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing, as he had never heard of his master accepting another disciple. Also, his master had only passed down a single blood-red skull mark. There was only supposed to be one. However, if that was the case, how could he explain the blood-red skull mark on Long Yi's hand? "I can be counted as the disciple of Bite Ziyuj since I learned undead magic from his undead magic notes directly." Long Yi sighed and explained. "Drybones pays respect to Uncle Master." Drybones immediately knelt down in front of Long Yi and he was choking with sobs as his shoulders trembled violently. It was unknown whether that was because of excitement or something else. Long Yi was startled. Uncle Master? In accordance with the seniority in a clan or sect, he could indeed be regarded as one. However, Long Yi was not used to someone calling him that. Not to mention the fact that the person calling him Uncle Master was much older than him. Long Yi used his hands to help Drybones up from the ground and said, "You must have endured a lot of bitterness throughout your life." Who would have thought that the moment these words came out of Long Yi's mouth, Drybones would fall to his knees again. He hugged Long Yi's thighs as he wailed loudly. Long Yi and Mu Hanyan, who had been standing beside Long Yi from the beginning, were both at a loss as they stared at each other in blank dismay. It truly was the first time they had seen an old man wailing while hugging a thigh of a youngster. Drybones cried as he narrated his life for the past few years. After hearing him, Long Yi was surprised. This old man which was hugging his thighs was actually less than 20 years old. 19 years ago, Drybones was abandoned in a mountain valley. His master, who happened to be passing the mountain valley at that time, adopted him. His master adopted him to cultivate a successor which would inherit everything in the future. His master was a neither too big nor too small of a chieftain in the Dark Church. As such, he followed his master since his childhood and he grew up in the Dark Church. Even in the Dark Church, necromancers were treated differently. They were treated as though they were taboo existences. No one was willing to speak or play with him since he was young. Luckily for him, he had his master who cared a lot about him. However, There were times where storms appeared in a clear sky. The lifespan of a necromancer wasn't long at all. It was very rare for a necromancer to live past 100 years old. When Drybones' master reached the age of 101, he changed into a pile of ashes. The only things he passed down were the blood-red skull mark and notes of several undead magic spells. In the dark church, Drybones suffered enough from being ignored. As such, he left the dark church and started to wander around the Blue Waves continent. Even though he wandered around the continent, his life consisted more of hiding from everyone. He felt lonely and confused. If not for the dying wish of his master which gave him constant support, Drybones was afraid that he might have succumbed to all the misery in his life. That was the reason he lost control of himself after learning that Long Yi was his uncle master. With the concern Long Yi showed him, he completely lost it. After Drybones had vented enough, a large section of Long Yi's thigh was already wet. Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Long Yi pulled Drybones to his feet and he could see that Drybones' mask was already soaked. In any case, since he knew that Drybones was younger than him, Long Yi felt much better. Psychologically, he reached out and removed the mask on Drybones' face. To his surprise, Long Yi discovered that his face was completely different from his withered hands. His face had fine definitions and looked decent. Seeing that Long Yi, his uncle master, was staring at him, Drybones became shy. He completely destroyed Long Yi's impression of him. "Were your voice and hands always like this?" Long Yi asked with surprise in his voice. "When my cultivation was at the intermediate necromancer stage, they were not like this. However, when I reached the advanced necromancer realm, my hands and voice changed." Drybones explained. Long Yi was somewhat surprised as this didn't make any sense. Why wasn't he affected by this? Feng Ling also didn't have such issues. "Drybones, let me see the undead magic manual that you have. Also, let me see the notes your master left you." Long Yi frowned and said, "Yes, Uncle Master." Drybones had no hesitation. He took out several manuals and notes from his space ring and gave them to Long Yi. Flipping the pages quickly, Long Yi found out that there was no difference between his own notes and Drybones. However, that was only up until the intermediate undead magic stage. From advanced undead magic onwards, there were inconsistencies in some places. This was the result of incomplete inheritances. "Is there any problem, Uncle Master?" Drybones couldn't help but ask nervously when he saw that Long Yi was shaking his head with a frown. "Big problem. Your cultivation manuals are incomplete. They might be the reason behind your transformations." Long Yi said. Then can it be restored?" Drybones asked with some hope in his eyes. Although he cultivated undead magic, who would want to become ugly? Long Yi took out the undead magic collection and notes Spite Ziyuj left and handed them over the Drybones. He slowly said, "These are the correct undead magic manuals. Your ancestors' personal notes are here as well. Take them and look over the wrong places. Start cultivating again and perhaps you can return to normal." Long Yi said, "You are giving me ancestors' notes?" "Thank you, Uncle Master." Drybones' entire body trembled in excitement. These things left behind by the ancestor were worshipped by his master. His ancestor was the legendary person who confronted 3 master archmages and 2 swords god. He was also the necromancer who summoned the dark demonic dragon to wipe out his enemy's troops. He was a god in the eyes of Drybones. Long Yi saw the talent Drybones had in undead magic. He had already reached the necromancer mage realm before 20. The things Long Yi learned about dark magic was miscellaneous anyway, not to mention the fact that Long Yi didn't have any particular interest in undead magic. Perhaps, Bite Ziyuj's undead magic could be carried forward in Drybones' hands. Chapter 461, The Little Lolita's Spring Scenery. Drybones left. When he left, he took Bite Ziyuj's undead magic manual and notes. He also took the extra-dimensional undead summoning magic given to him by Long Yi. Extra-dimensional undead summoning magic was a great undead magic spell. Long Yi believed that with Drybones' talent, he would definitely be able to combine the extra-dimensional undead summoning magic with traditional undead magic. He would be able to reach a higher level with knowledge of the spell. Do you trust me so much? I saw between you and Dry Bones. Mu Hanyan asked Long Yi with a smile the moment Dry Bones disappeared. Of course I trust you. You are my woman. I have no reason to not believe in you. Long Yi grinned and pulled Mu Hanyan's little hand. A trace of strange luster flashed through her eyes. Gently retracting her hand, Mu Hanyan sighed, "It's already late. I should be going." "You should go back to the Imperial Palace to accompany your princess." Long Yi noticed that something was wrong with Mu Hanyan, however, his expression didn't change at all. He still had a smirk on his face as he looked at Mu Hanyan in the eye. Grabbing her small hands, he looked at her with an intoxicated gaze. With a soft voice, he pacified her, "In my eyes, you are also my princess." Mu Hanyan slightly trembled and a layer sweat appeared on her palm. She replied Long Yi with a smile on her face, "Don't flatter me. Set aside your sweet words and honeyed phrases for other women. I am leaving." After speaking, she retracted her hand and rode on Baiyu's back. She instantly disappeared into the horizon. The smile on Long Yi's face slowly disappeared and his eyes glimmered with a hint of an intriguing smile. Whether Mu Hanyan was an enemy or a friend, he simply didn't care. He believed that she would willingly become his woman in the end. As it wasn't early anymore, Long Yi started his trip back to the Imperial Palace. Would Yin Yan be sleeping together with Ryu again? If they were, they would be giving me the invitation to eat them up. Long Yi had some wicked thoughts in his head. Yin Yan's body was really not bad. The feeling he had when he squeezed her was also the first rate. When he was lost in his licentious thoughts, a whistling sound came from behind him and a milky white light beam shot towards him in a surprise attack. The light instantly interrupted his thoughts. Long Yi looked up and saw Dongfang Kexen wearing a red priest robe floating not far away from him. She was giving him a cold gaze with her beautiful eyes. "Kexen, why are you looking for me so late at night? What do you want? How about we go to the Imperial Palace and have a cup of tea? I think your cousin-in-law will be very happy to see you." Long Yi said with a smile as he returned Dongfang Kexen's gaze. Honestly speaking, he was truly unaccustomed to Dongfang Kexen's sudden change in behavior. "Shut up. That evil necromancer I was chasing just a moment ago. Did you save him?" Dongfang Kexen snapped impatiently. She had an annoyed expression when she looked at Long Yi. "I saw that the necromancer and I also saw that someone was attacking the innocent in the name of the Light Church. As for who saved him, everyone with eyes would be able to see. Why on earth would you think that I saved him?" Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a slight smile, "Who was attacking the innocent in the name of the Light Church?" Dongfang Kexen glared at Long Yi with her beautiful eyes. Although there wasn't any killing intent in her eyes, Long Yi could feel the bone-piercing chill behind her gaze. She clearly cared about this issue. "You know who I am talking about, Cousin Kexen." Long Yi smiled at Dongfang Kexen, completely ignoring the coldness she emitted. Originally, he was somewhat happy because Dongfang Kexen would not pester him any longer. However, when he saw Dongfang Kexen's current appearance, he felt even more uncomfortable. "Do you mean me? How can I attack the innocent in the name of the Light Church?" Dongfang Kexen firmly held on to her magic staff. She had already made up her mind to pursue the matter. She won't allow Long Yi to get away without explaining himself. Then, on the beach, there was a person who didn't care about the life of that little girl. "Wasn't that you?" Long Yi got closer to Dongfang Kexen with a smirk on his face. He walked closer to her and he could smell the delicate fragrance coming from her body. Dongfang Kexen wanted to retreat immediately. However, she thought that Long Yi would believe that she retreated because she was afraid of him. She endured the restlessness and nervous feeling welling up in her heart and she didn't move a single muscle. However, the fluctuation in her eyes showed that the effect Long Yi had on her was still present somewhere deep in her heart. "Of course not. Not killing that necromancer will result in more people getting hurt. I just want to save more people," Dongfang Kexen righteously said, and a layer of sparkling light shone around her body. Even though she appeared to be acting for the sake of saving more people, and the white light made her look holy, Long Yi felt disgusted when he looked at her. How do you even know that the necromancer is evil? How do you know that he will kill even more people? Did you catch him in the act of killing people? Long Yi watched Dongfang Kexin with an intense stare when he fired off multiple questions at her. Every single necromancer is an evil person. They should be killed on sight without pardon. Dongfang Kexin slightly avoided Long Yi's gaze. For some unknown reason, she wasn't confident when she answered Long Yi. What a joke. That is just a reason the Light Church gives for killing random people, nothing more. Necromancers summon undead creatures and they don't mess with living beings at all. Why are you saying that all necromancers are evil? You were present when necromancers were committing evil? Long Yi sneered. Dongfang Kexin was speechless for a moment and was unable to refute. That was because she had no way to prove that all necromancers were evil and she relied on the light doctrine to tell her everything. There was no evidence to prove that necromancers were evil. She had never seen any necromancer commit evil before. You should think about your own actions. Do not rely on the light doctrine for everything. Long Yi indifferently said. After leaving behind his last words of advice, he ignored Dongfang Kexin and walked to the Imperial Palace. Dongfang Kexin was left in a daze after hearing what Long Yi said. Dongfang Kexin was still floating in the air and her ice-cold beautiful face distorted a little. She held her head as she felt a wave of pain coming from her heart. A crack seemed to have appeared at the bottom of her heart. When Long Yi returned to the Imperial Palace, Nelan Ryuiu's room was still brightly lit. However, Long Yi couldn't see anyone in the room even after he entered from the balcony. Strange, where did those two girls go? Long Yi looked around the room and thought aloud. All of a sudden Long Yi heard sounds of water splashing coming from the bathroom. The voices of the girls could also be heard. Long Yi listened carefully and heard the voices of both Nelan Ryuiu and Nelan Rumeng. Seemed as though the sisters were taking a bath together. Long Yi smiled and sat on the sofa, casually opening a bottle of wine. He raised it to his lips. Big sister, don't, ha ha ha. The voice of the little Lolita resounded and the bathroom door was opened with a bang. A petite, snow-white statue rushed out from inside the bathroom. Puff! Long Yi sprayed out a mouthful of wine. He stared blankly at the stark naked little Lolita in front of him. That wet beautiful brown hair draped over her snow-white shoulders and a pair of little meat buns that had yet to develop at her chest could cause violent nosebleed to whoever saw it. When Long Yi moved his gaze downwards, there was, "Smelly husband, you are still looking." A shout filled the room and a white bath towel flew over from inside the bathroom. It blocked off Long Yi's line of sight and Long Yi's eyes were shining with lewd light. Next, the little Lolita issued a scream that was comparable to a dolphin. Hurried footsteps and rustling sounds followed and anyone could imagine that the little Lolita was throwing clothes over herself. After a little while, Long Yi guessed that little Lolita had already finished putting on her clothing. As such, he removed the bath towel from his head. However, the scene before his eyes shocked him even more. He saw that Nelan Ryuiu was wearing a hollow-style sexy pajama without wearing anything inside. Her exotic fragrance assailed his nose and Long Yi was instantly aroused. As for the little Lolita who used to be confident in front of Long Yi, she appeared to be extremely shy now. She had shrunk inside the quilt and she refused to climb out. This. Long Yi raised his hand and placed it down. After a little while. He instinctively wanted to explain himself. However, he realized that he had nothing to explain. He had just sat there without moving. This entire incident had nothing to do with him. What this that? Didn't you intentionally keep quiet after entering the room, not letting us know even though you returned, bad husband? Nelan Ryuiu rolled her eyes as she snorted. This is also my room. Do I need to make a sound when I return? Ryuiu, when did you become so unreasonable? Long Yi pretended to be angry and he gritted his teeth. He expressed his dissatisfaction to the sisters who were on the bed. I'm an unreasonable person to begin with. Did you just notice this? Well, it's too late now. Nelan Ryuiu naturally knew that Long Yi was joking. As such, She folded her arms in front of her chest and proclaimed proudly. Such an action made her bosom even more prominent and he could clearly see her cherries. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and he suddenly pulled Nellen Ryuayu into his bosom. With the classic smirk on his face, he said, "It's not too late for anything. If you want to be unreasonable, I'll be unreasonable too. That makes us even." From the wolf-like pupils of Long Yi, Nellen Ryuayu could discern the upcoming storm. If Nellen Rumen, this little light bulb, was not present at the moment, Long Yi would definitely have pounced on her. She knew that her actions were like pouring a kettle of oil on an open flame. Currently, there was only one thing she wanted to do. Escaping was the only thought on her mind. Oh, so hateful. Rumen, she is still. Since Nellen Ryuayu was dishonest, her little mouth was sealed by Long Yi's in a moment. His skillful tongue took advantage of her protests to slide into her mouth. As a result, she had to swallow down all of her remaining words. The two of them kissed passionately and the devil's talons which belonged to Long Yi rubbed, pinched, and wreaked havoc on Nellen Ryuayu's twin mountains from the top of her nearly transparent pajama. The two cherries on top of her breasts stood erect in a second. When they were indulged in their happiness, Nellen Rumen had stealthily popped her head out of the silk quilt. Her little face was bright red as she watched the fiery of Long Yi and Nellen Ryuayu. "Huss, my husband, let's go to another room." Nellen Ryuayu exhaled a scorching hot breath and she whispered into Long Yi's ear. Her which she had suppressed for quite some time was thoroughly provoked. However, the little bit of reason she had left in her made her unable to completely enjoy Long Yi's in front of her younger sister. Long Yi didn't consider this for too long. Although making love in front of this little Lolita was stimulating, it wasn't the best time to do so. As such, he carried Nellen Ryuayu and rushed into the next room. "Truly so hateful. Why on earth did you two run away?" Nellen Rumen muttered. Before long, she covered her burning hot and beautiful face with the silk quilt. Chapter 462, Your Majesty the Empress. After, Nellen Ryuayu lied limp on Long Yi's body. Under the illumination of a dim lamplight, her body seemed to have a pink luster around it. She looked extremely alluring and flirtatious. "Smelly husband, you are very bad. How can you do that in front of Rumen?" Nellen Ryuayu's beautiful face had a hint of red blush on it as she scolded Long Yi. She grumbled in a flirty manner as she pounded her small fist on Long Yi's sturdy chest. "Ha ha, it's that girl that should be embarrassed. It is perfectly justifiable for us, a pair of husband and a wife, to have fun as a couple. That little girl appears before us every day, getting in our way. It's time to make her understand these things." Long Yi smiled and he caressed the beauty in his bosom. No matter how many times he held her, he would never get tired of it. Nellen Ryuayu sat up and her firm and fair looked even more soul-stirring. Rolling her eyes, she exposed Long Yi's evil intentions. "You think I don't know about your evil plan? I'm pretty sure you want to eat us both sisters up." Long Yi smiled. It was impossible for him to deny this. That little Lolita was also very likable. As a physically and mentally sound man, he was obviously tempted. "My husband, hurry up and admit it. Do you have this idea in your head?" Nellen Ryuayu pressed down on Long Yi and pestered. She wanted to hear his answer no matter what. "How can that be? Am I that kind of person?" Long Yi pleaded his innocence. Even if someone hacked him to death, he wouldn't admit his dirty thoughts to Nellen Ryuayu. "Do you mean to say that you don't want Rumen?" "Rumen is almost 15 years old now. Moreover, you hug her to sleep every day. Now, you dare to say that you are not interested in her? How can you seduce and abandon her?" Nellen Ryuayu snorted and she sat up. Turning around, she faced away from Long Yi as her spotlessly white back faced Long Yi. Long Yi's mind almost exploded. What on earth was this girl trying to say? When Nellen Ryuayu sensed that there wasn't any movements from Long Yi behind her, she turned around to face him. She saw that Long Yi was lost in some thoughts with a blank expression on his face. She couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. "Why are you laughing? Is your itching again?" Long Yi came back to his senses and asked. Nellen Ryuayu smiled and snuggled into Long Yi's arms. It seemed like she already had a thorough grasp of Long Yi's nature. "My husband, Don't be angry. Ruman just had her first awakening of love. Even a fool can see that she has feelings for you. According to the general principle of our continent, girls aged 15 can get married. Ruman only has half a year left before she turns 15. Up until that point, my husband, you are not allowed to eat her up. Nellen Ryuayu muttered as she leaned on Long Yi's body. Then what about other things? Long Yi smirked. You are asking me about the other things, whether or not you should do those things. Didn't you already do all of them? In any case, you are not allowed to cross the last step until Ruman reaches 15. Nellen Ryuayu nibbled on Long Yi's chest and she said resentfully. Okay, okay. Long Yi answered with a smile. Although that little Lolita was adorable, she was still unripe. The general rule on the Blue Waves continent wasn't there without reason. There was a reason why only girls above the age of 15 could get married. If they got married and lost their virginity too early, it was easy to hard the body. The sunlight reflected off the surface of the sea and a clear mist rose from the deep blue waters. At first glance, the mist seemed to be curling up towards the sky, flying high to a fairyland. However, the boiling hot air wave made the people sober up. They realized that currently, they were like a steam-stuffed bun above a heating stove, which was the earth. After the typhoon which struck the last time, Blue Moon City was exposed to the sun for many days. The unusually hot weather made those who had a weak body ill. The number of people who fell ill and those who passed away due to illness wasn't small at all. Everyone inside the city wall was gloomy and miserable in this period. There were thousands, even tens of thousands of people praying and begging for rain on the streets. They hoped that they could pass the hottest summer in this century safely. It was noon and it was the time of the day where the temperature was the highest. The streets were deserted and quiet. There were only a few stalls open for business. However, even the shopkeepers were sitting lifelessly on chairs by their shops. The magic fan was continuously rotating with creaking sounds as it pushed the air around it. However, the wind it produced was also hot. It didn't help at all. All of a sudden, a clap of thunder resounded and the sound of thunder filled the skies. The winds roused and clouds scudded. The sun was instantly covered by dark clouds and strong winds whistled through the walls. Countless flags fluttered on the walls and the heat was instantly blown away. Rain. It's finally going to rain. God is blessing our Nellen Empire. The number of people rushing out into the streets numbered in the thousands. The eyes of everyone were brimming with tears as they chanted about how the light god doesn't abandon his people. Crackle, boom. Several silverish purple streaks of lightning tore through the vault of heaven. As the thunder rumbled, raindrops began to fall from the dark clouds. The entire Blue Moon City was full of joy. If the rain were to come later, more people might have lost their lives to the heat. The rain poured heavier and heavier. Before long, it became a downpour. The water from the heavens washed through the burning hot roofs and road surface. Even though it was raining heavily, none sought shelter. Everyone was screaming excitedly in the streets and they were thankful for the heavy rain. Long Yi, with only a bath towel wrapped around his waist, stood at the balcony of Nellen Ryuayu's sleeping quarter. Watching this heavy downpour outside, a trace of a strange smile appeared on his face. My husband, why are you smiling? Nellen Ryuayu, dressed in a silk nightgown, tightly hugged Long Yi's waist from behind and asked softly. I watched the stars last night. There wasn't any sign of rain. Long Yi gently stroked Nellen Ryuayu's little hands which were wrapped around his waist and he explained. My husband shouldn't talk nonsense. Last night, you were continuously up to mischief. Where did you get the time to watch the stars? Nellen Ryuayu with a red face grumbled in a flirty manner. Long Yi laughed hollowly. He only had some superficial knowledge on the configurations of the stars. However, he at least knew about the lunar halo which indicated rain. This was the only phenomenon he knew. As for the rest, Long Yi had far less knowledge about. Don't you want to slowly explore your husband's abilities? Now, I'll give you a warning. You should put on your empress dress and prepare to be coronated. Long Yi mysteriously said as he looked at the rain outside. Nellen Ryuayu released Long Yi and stood beside him. Lifting her head to stare at Long Yi's face, Nellen Ryuayu asked curiously, why, is the light Pope here? According to the intelligence, He should arrive tomorrow. You don't believe me, your husband? Don't you feel something fishy when you look at the surroundings? Long Yi smiled and said. When she heard what Long Yi said, Nellen Ryuayu closed her eyes and she emitted her spirit power in all directions. She was searching for anything which was out of the ordinary. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She realized that there was something fishy with the rain. Generally, wind, rain, and other natural phenomenons would cause magic element fluctuation. However, the magic element fluctuation in the air now was much more concentrated. The fluctuation of magic elements greatly resembled the fluctuation which was caused by magic spells. The fluctuation of magic elements in the air now was not something which would occur naturally. My husband, are you saying that this heavy downpour is artificial? Nellen Ryuayu looked up and asked. Although she was asking Long Yi a question, it seemed like she already knew the answer. Correct. It's not difficult to call for rain over a city as big as Blue Moon City. A forbidden magic spell can easily achieve this. However, there are no signs of a forbidden magic spell in the air as the fluctuations are not violent. It's likely that many people joined hands to cast this spell together. If my guess isn't wrong, Light Pope Charles will arrive right after the rain stops. Long Yi said with a smile. In his heart, he admired Charles' trick. This heavy rain would be associated to the power of the light god without a doubt. This was the effect Charles wanted. Because of the rain, believers of the Light Church would be deeply grateful to Charles and the light god because of this timely rain. Their faith in the Light Church would become stronger. This was really Charles using one stone to strike many birds. Nellen Ryuayu didn't doubt what Long Yi said. This notice made the entire imperial palace tense and busy. Currently, the day for the coronation wasn't fixed. It would be whenever the Light Pope arrived. Even if he arrived late at night, it would be the time for coronation. As such, everything was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The rain gradually stopped and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The water vapor quickly rose to the sky, forming a thick layer of white clouds which blocked the heat of the sun. As a result, Blue Moon City was pleasantly cool and windy. The sea breeze was mentally refreshing. The northern city gate of Blue Moon City was already boisterous and all the priests and light warriors from the Light Church had been dispatched there. They neatly stood on both sides of the public road outside the city gate. Holy Priest Karen and Dongfang Kexin were also there. As such, everyone knew that Light Pope Charles would be arriving at any moment. The entire Blue Moon City was filled with exultation because this indicated that Nellen Empire was no longer without a head. Now, a new spiritual pillar would be erected in the empire. Nellen Ryuayu wore the new style empress dress with the help of her palace maids and she put on a dazzling imperial crown. In addition, the majestic and imposing manner with her sharp eyes that radiated faint coldness made everyone dumbstruck on the spot. It appeared as if Nellen Ryuayu was made to be an empress. She was born to rule the entire empire. Brother-in-law, my big sister is so beautiful now. However, she seems somewhat frightening. Nellen Ruming hugged Long Yi's arm and she pouted. Long Yi smiled and his gaze looking at Nellen Ryuayu looked like he was watching a peerless artwork created by himself. The feeling which was swelling up inside him couldn't be described with words. Yes, Nellen Ryuayu would become the first empress in the history of the entire Blue Waves continent. The feeling he had now was the same as when Beteng Yu, who was also cultivated by him, made a name for herself on the battlefields. When Long Yi saw Beteng Yi commanding the wind and clouds in the unparalleled battalion as she shook the entire Blue Waves continent, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Swish! Nellen Ryuayu flung back the lower hem of her magnificent empress gown and sat down on the spacious chair above. Her momentum startled people below her and they subconsciously looked at her in veneration. They subconsciously kneeled down to salute their empress. Nellen Ryuayu indifferently looked at the imperial maids and imperial guards who were kneeling below. However, she was also feeling nervous in her heart. She looked up and saw Long Yi who was looking at her with praise from not far away. After sneaking a glance at Long Yi, her heart gradually calmed down. Urgent report, Princess. Your Majesty the Empress, Light Pope Charles will be at the northern gate soon. An imperial guard rushed in to report. However, the moment he entered the hall, he saw that Nellen Ryuyu was wearing a gorgeous empress attire as she sat majestically on the throne. There were neat rows of imperial maids and guards kneeling before the throne as well. The way he addressed Nellen Ryuyu changed in an instant. From princess, he changed his address to Your Majesty the Empress. Since that is the case, we'll set out now. Nellen Ryuyu stood up and said indifferently. Chapter 463, Riding the Light God. The artificial thunder and rain had lasted for more than an hour. Now, the temperature was much cooler. The cool breeze blew through the city and everyone felt much more comfortable. The heat and anguish from before had disappeared. Currently, everyone in Blue Moon City left their house in order to welcome the Light Pope. Everyone craned their necks and paid their respects to the Light God in their heart. In other words, they were paying respects to the Light Pope, Charles. This was someone who stood at the pinnacle of the Blue Waves continent. Suddenly, a deep and distant bell resounded. On the imperial stone path, a gorgeous 8-horsed emperor carriage appeared. This dragon carriage was left behind by the founding emperor of the Nellen Empire. Even after thousands of years, it was still well maintained. The color and luster of the carriage was left unchanged. Every new emperor of the Nellen Empire would ride in a carriage. It was 8 meters high, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. It had several long silk curtains on left and right side of the carriage. Whenever the wind blew against the carriage, the curtains would dance in the wind. This carriage was pulled by 8 unicorns. Each one had 4 strong and healthy limbs. Their posture was graceful and they had smooth fur without any miscellaneous hair. When the common people saw the carriage, they couldn't help but feel shocked. 2 rows of elite imperial cavalrymen and attendants cleared the way on the left and right. They looked morally elevated and inviolable. Nellen Ryuyu, who was wearing the empress robe, sat gracefully on the carriage. She was like an overlord, looking at all of her people who were kneeling at the sides. Currently, she looked majestic and serene. She clearly displayed the aura of an emperor. Long Yi was high up in the air with the little Lolita. He nodded his head inwardly. Nellen Ryuyu didn't let him down. The dragon carriage advanced very quickly and arrived at the northern city gate in a short amount of time. The priests who were there slightly bowed towards Nellen Ryuyu in a show of courtesy. At this moment, Nellen Ryuyu wasn't just a saintess of the Light Church, she was also the empress of the Nellen Empire. However, the profession of a priest was a noble one. Other than the Light Pope, they didn't need to kneel down to anyone else. Just a slight bow was enough to show their respect to Nellen Ryuyu. One could well imagine how big of an authority the Light Church had in this era. Long Yi held on to the little Lolita in midair. He stared at everything which was happening below him. With a slight movement, Long Yi drifted away. Young Master Ziman, in this period of time, you seem to be looking at the head of the magic dragon. However, you didn't manage to see its tail. Holy Priest Karen smiled and greeted Long Yi the moment he appeared. What, did you, Holy Priest Karen, miss me? Long Yi directly joked with Karen without giving her a proper greeting. He seemed to have missed the swift and fierce glares from the other priests. The atmosphere became tense and the smell of gunpowder appeared in the air. The moment Holy Priest Karen gave the order, all of the priests were ready to duke it out with Long Yi. Young Master Ziman, you were spot on. Recently, I felt some kind of anxiety in my heart. It was about something related to you. However, I think His Majesty, the Pope, would be more worried than me. After the coronation ceremony, His Majesty the Pope cannot do without looking for young Master Ziman. He said that he wanted to have a long talk with you. Karen smiled despite Long Yi's disrespect. She didn't lose her temper at all. Instead, she turned the entire situation around. With a few words, she caused everyone to speculate about the relationship Long Yi had with the Light Pope. That's something which was bound to happen. This young master believes that His Majesty, the Pope, was soul brothers with me since a long time ago. When this young master and Yor got married, I only got a glimpse of it. That was something this young master greatly regretted. This time, if there is an opportunity, this young master would like the Light Pope to give me some pointers. I would like to be enlightened. Long Yi said with a smile. Although the words coming from his mouth was polite, The expression on his face and the tone he had was the complete opposite. Karen and Long Yi looked at each other and smiled. No one knew whether they had a tacit understanding or had evil intentions. When Long Yi was messing around with Karen, thousands of rosy lights came from the horizon. An auspicious and happy aura surged over it like a time which made many people feel comfortable. A milky white radiance suddenly emerged from the rosy lights and a figure was dimly visible in the midst of the radiance. The figure appeared in the sky above the northern city gate in an instant. There was a light halo behind him and even a pair of wings appeared on his back. Also, a dense light aura filled the entire Blue Moon City. "Your Majesty the Pope." Numerous priests greeted the light pope and the common people kneeled down. Each and every one of them devoutly looked towards Charles as they prostrated themselves and prayed. In their heart, they felt as though they could die without regrets. Since they saw the light pope, Charles, they would be happy even in death. The moment Charles appeared, Holy Priest Karen took the lead. She was the first to pay her respects to the light pope. Nellen Ryuayu, who was about to ascend to the throne, was also no exception. Besides, she was the saintess of the Light Church. She was accustomed to this since a long time ago. However, there was one person who wasn't kneeling or paying their respects. It was Long Yi. He held his head high as he stood upright on the ground. He stared at Charles, who was floating in the sky with an incomprehensible smile on his face. Now that this old fellow had a favor to ask of him, Long Yi would be able to get away with anything. Charles' expression of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying fate was on his face. His gaze rested on Long Yi for a moment, and his pupils flashed with a fanatical light for an instant before disappearing. As long as Long Yi unraveled the mystery of the Light Spirit Tablet and gave him the chance to inherit the abilities, Charles would accept anything, even Long Yi's rude behavior. He could also agree to any request Long Yi had. "All of you, rise. The mighty light God will bless and protect his believers, vanquish all evils, and let virtuous people have eternal life," Pope Charles proclaimed using his low voice, which could confuse and poison the mind. With a wave of his hand, thousands of white light specks fell to the ground. When these white light specks entered the body, everyone felt that their bones had become lighter. Their bodies also felt more relaxed and comfortable. This made them even more devout, and they eagerly called out the slogan of the Light Church, "Brother-in-law, why did Pope grow wings behind him?" Under the influence of Long Yi, the little Lolita was unlike the others. She didn't see the light pope as God. "Those are fake. Brother-in-law can also do that." Long Yi smiled and replied to her, "Then wouldn't that make him a big liar? Just a moment ago, I felt something different about him. He seemed to have become a terrifying person." Nellen Rumang innocently bit Long Yi's ear as she complained. Her senses could be regarded as sharp for someone her ago. She was unexpectedly able to sense the concealed, fanatical intentions the Light Pope had. "He is the biggest liar in the world. He bluffed his way around using the name of the Light God. Look, these people are imprisoned in a drum." "One?" Long Yi said with a smile on his face. "One? Imprisoned in a drum? Kept in the dark? Then, isn't Big Sister also being cheated by him?" "Brother-in-law, why don't you let Big Sister know?" Nellen Rumang angrily pouted. "Your Big Sister, she already knows. She is intentionally pretending to be deceived. You cannot go around talking about this stuff. Your Big Sister didn't allow me to tell anyone about this matter anyway." Long Yi spoke like he was fooling a child. In fact, he was also uncertain in his heart. If he and the Light Pope, Charles, shredded all pretense of cordiality, he had no idea whose side Nellen Ryuayu would stand. The power of religious brainwashing was very frightening. Now, he was doing his best to secretly influence Nellen Ryuayu. He wanted her to free her spirit from the binding of the Light Church's doctrine. The coronation ceremony was naturally carried out in the Light Church of Blue Moon City. All the great nobles and ministers were present. In addition, there were numerous people who were there for the ceremony. At the start, Charles started out by reading out thousands of articles. They were the same rules which governed the Light Church. After that, he sang the praises of the mighty Light God. Of course, he didn't forget to add in praises of himself. Shortly after that, There was a series of tedious rituals which came one after another. Just being there tired him out. Long Yi was feeling sleepy, but the expression on Nellen Ryuiu's face never changed. She was dignified and sincere. She didn't dare to be careless. Brother-in-law, it's so boring. Nellen Rumen shrunk into Long Yi's bosom and complained softly. Just in time. Your brother-in-law is also bored. Brother-in-law will take you to take a break outside. Long Yi whispered into Nellen Rumen's ear and pulled on her little hand. He got up and walked out of the church in front of everyone. He ignored the row of light warriors who were blocking the front and he entered the side hall with Nellen Rumen. However, since the light pope didn't express anything, no one dared to stop Long Yi. In addition, from the conversation between Long Yi and Holy Priest Karen, they were unable to guess the relationship between Long Yi and the Light Pope. All they knew was that the relationship wasn't shallow at all. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. That Pope is really a big liar. Even when he saw that you left the hall, he didn't dare to utter a word. Nellen Rumen said with admiration. That's natural. In front of your brother-in-law, no matter how arrogant a fellow is, he is just a paper tiger. If your brother-in-law said to go left, they wouldn't dare to go right. Long Yi smugly bragged. In any case, there was no price to pay for bragging. He could say anything he wanted. Who would be there to stop him? Passing through a long corridor inside the light church, Long Yi arrived at a small courtyard. Looking upwards, he saw a huge statue of the light god on top of the light church. It had 8 wings spread wide open and it looked somewhat imposing. Long Yi thought about the time when he saw the statue of the light god on top of the church located in Light City. It was a big city in the northern part of the Violet Dragon Empire. For the first time in his life, he felt disdain when he looked at the statue of the light god. Now, after so many years, he had a different feeling. In the past, he didn't believe in the existence of gods. However, everything was different now. The Light Church, an organization to spread the faith of the light god in this Blue Waves continent, had already degenerated. However, Long Yi believed that the original intentions of the light god wasn't like this at all. Perhaps, he truly wanted to just spread the faith of helping others. However, following the change of era, it had changed into a tool which powerful people used to control the world. Currently, the Dark God was in the dark space inside Lost City. The Lightning God had already vanished. As for the Light God, where did he go? What about the other gods? What exactly happened in the divine world? Long Yi was unable to understand anything even after racking his brains. Sometimes, he felt that he was already close to the truth. However, he realized that everything was foggy in the end. Rumen, since the weather is so good now, how about we go up to feel the wind? Long Yi smiled and asked Nellen Rumen. Okay. The wings of the light god are so big, how about we ride on it? Nellen Rumen was extremely daring to suggest something like this. She wasn't afraid of angering the public. However, there was nothing stopping Long Yi from doing just that. What was he afraid of? Didn't the Dark God stay in his body for a few years? He was still doing fine right now. It was the real Dark God which was in Long Yi's body. This was just a statue of the Light God. What was there to fear? Not a problem. Today, we will ride on the Light God. Long Yi smiled and hugged Nellen Rumen's slender waist. He flew upwards and appeared in front of a huge wing of the Light God statue. Currently, everyone in the square of the Light Church was kneeling down. Everyone was immersed in their prayers and none of them looked up. Refreshing. Riding on the Light God is so refreshing. Long Yi smiled. Brother-in-law, I have to pee. Nellen Rumen said to Long Yi with a slightly red face. Long Yi was startled. However, a sinister smile crept up his face. A wicked thought popped into his head and he said, Girl, how about you pee on the back of this light god statue? Brother-in-law will set up a barrier, absolutely no one will see you. Chapter 464, Seeing Mist Fairy Again. Nellen Rumen gritted her teeth and her beautiful face reddened. Right now, she looked quite attractive. Her appearance resembled a honey peach that was beginning to ripen. I can't let others see me. However, I'll let brother-in-law take a look. The eyes of Nellen Rumen shone and she whispered in a mosquito-like voice. Why would I do that? Long Yi just wanted to prove that he was a man of honor. However, Nian Rumeng was faster than him and she stepped forward to press her finger against Long Yi's lips before he could finish his sentence. Now, in the midst of her shyness, she had an unfathomable expression on her face. Brother-in-law doesn't need to say anything. Rumeng believes in you. Anyway, it doesn't matter if brother-in-law looks at me. Nian Rumeng said in a barely audible voice. Her beautiful face flushed even redder. Ah, what did you say? Long Yi cupped his ears with his hands and he pretended to be confused. With his hearing ability, he clearly heard everything Nian Rumeng said. No, it's nothing. Brother-in-law, quickly set up the barrier. I can't hold it anymore. Nian Rumeng stamped her foot and pouted. Long Yi smiled and waved his huge hand. He instantly opened up a barrier on the back of the light god statue, after which Long Yi acted like a gentleman. He turned his head to another side and he stared at the ant-like people who were praying in the square. He sighed with emotion. Before long, Long Yi heard the sound of water flowing coming from the side. A trace of an evil smile crept up his face. Blaspheming the light god, this bird man was truly comfortable. After waiting for a long time, Long Yi was shocked that Nian Rumeng wasn't done yet. That sound of water had already stopped long ago. However, that little girl wasn't getting up to wear her pants. Brother-in-law, you. Nian Rumeng's small voice sounded out from the side. This time, Long Yi was unable to hear what she was trying to say. What's wrong? Speak clearly so I can hear you. Long Yi was somewhat surprised. Could it be that this little girl had some sort of unmentionable disease? Do you have a napkin? Nian Rumeng's small face was already emitting smoke. After she was done, she realized that she didn't have any napkins. Long Yi suddenly saw the light. Retrieving a napkin from his space ring, he took a few steps backwards. With a flip of his hand, he passed the napkin to Nian Rumeng. In his heart, he shook his head. Women were really troublesome creatures. After urinating, that had to wipe it. They were completely different from men. Men just needed to grab onto their little brother and swing it around a few times. Everything would be settled after a few swings. Before long, the sound of clothes rustling sounded out. Nian Rumeng had a red face as she wore her clothes neatly. Long Yi turned back and his gaze rested on the water stains on the back of the light god statue. When she saw what Long Yi did, Nian Rumeng grumbled in a flirty manner as she stamped her foot. She didn't allow Long Yi to look again. However, she didn't dare to look at Long Yi in the eye. Well, time is almost up. We should get back. Long Yi thought about the time and realized that it was about time for the coronation. He grabbed Nian Rumeng with his hand and flew downwards. However, he failed to notice the indistinct glimmer on the statue. The two of them slowly descended into the small courtyard and they saw Dongfang Kexin walking out from the hall. She wore a holy and pure priest robe and she had a complex expression on her face. Dongfang Kexin looked at Long Yi and Nian Rumeng for quite some time. She opened her small mouth in order to say something, however, nothing came out of her mouth in the end. She eventually gave them a cold snort and brushed past the both of them. When Nian Rumeng stared at Dongfang Kexin's back, she made a funny face. However, Dongfang Kexin turned back all of a sudden and Nian Rumeng was so shocked that she stuck out her tongue. Dongfang Kexin looked at Long Yi with a complicated gaze. She did her utmost to stop that slight crack in her heart from extending. However, she had no control over that. She was confused and indecisive. Her belief and unbreakable perseverance had started to weaken because of what Long Yi said. What was righteousness? What was evilness? What was the difference between them? Dongfang Kexin thought so much about it that she got a headache. The necromancer whom she had thought to be evil before didn't appear evil after Long Yi offered an explanation. The most difficult part for Dongfang Kexin to accept was that she couldn't find a way to refute him. She didn't understand why Long Yi had such a big influence on her. If someone else had offered an explanation instead of Long Yi, she would have simply ignored their words. However, when Long Yi was the one talking to her, her heart fell apart. The faith in her heart was unexpectedly not able to stabilize her state of mind. No matter how she thought about it, she was really confused. Long Yi was stunned. Dongfang Kexin seemed to be showing signs of recovery. The tricks Charles pulled on her seemed to be falling apart. Otherwise, Her usual ice-cold and indifferent expression would not change at all. She had a complicated expression on her face right now when she looked at Long Yi. "So rude. You're putting on airs even though your cousin is standing in front of you." At that time, Nilan Rumen whispered to herself at the side. "Cousin?" Dongfang Kexin suddenly trembled and she kept muttering to herself. The word cousin kept popping up in her heart and an inexplicable feeling appeared from deep within her heart. Every time she uttered this word in her heart, she got agitated. For an unknown reason, she felt like crying. Dongfang Kexin opened her mouth and she wanted to call out to her cousin, Long Yi. However, the priests from the Light Church started singing a light heart-cleansing incantation appeared from the other hall. Dongfang Kexin was immediately affected. Her eyes, which had tears in them, dried up all of a sudden. Her expression reverted back to her usual indifferent one. Shortly afterwards, she turned around and quickly walked towards the hall. "Girl, let's go. I'm pretty sure the last ritual is about to begin," Long Yi said and held on to Nilan Rumen's tiny hand. He followed Dongfang Kexin and walked towards the hall. Numerous priests were singing with their eyes closed. Milky white light was floating around their body and they looked solemn and dignified. As for Light Pope Charles, he was floating in midair. Tiny specks of white light floated towards Nilan Ryuayu, who was also singing with her eyes closed. Looking all around, Long Yi caught sight of a graceful and beautiful figure in one corner. She was none other than the mysterious and unpredictable Mist Fairy. She was wearing a noble purple gown and her bosom appeared as though they wanted to tear open her clothing and pop out in front of everyone. However, the indifferent expression on her face remained the same. It seemed as though she felt Long Yi's gaze on her. Turning her head slowly, Mist Fairy's beautiful eyes shone and the corners of the sexy mouth curled upwards. Her smile was so beautiful that it could turn any living creature upside down. When Long Yi saw the smile on her face, his soul nearly escaped his body. When Mist Fairy saw Long Yi's appearance, she retracted her smile. An ice-cold aura made a surprise attack on him. This cheeky fellow was still the same. He just needed some sunlight and he would glitter. Long Yi grinned and he blocked the ice-cold aura coming from Mist Fairy. However, a shred of doubt appeared in his heart all of a sudden. Mist Fairy's smile was too familiar. Long Yi knew that he had seen it once before. When Long Yi was busy racking his brains, the rituals were done. The Light Pope picked up a magnificent and exquisite imperial crown and Nilan Ryuayu was kneeling on a praying mat in front of him. She was patiently waiting for the holy coronation. "Mighty Light God, with your holy light power as the witness, now, the Nilan Empire's throne will be passed on to your devout light saintess, Nilan Ryuayu, forever. Forever." Charles placed the imperial crown on Nilan Ryuayu's head and he continued his speech. The moment the speech ended, the birth of the first empress in the history of the Blue Waves continent would be done. Chapter 465, Yaezana Falls. Yaezana Defense Line. The burning hot sunlight relentlessly baked the ground. The blades of grass which were originally green seemed to be lifeless and drooping. Even the air seemed to be on fire. This blazing hot temperature was extremely rare, even in the history of the Blue Waves continent. It had only happened twice or thrice in the very long history the Blue Waves continent had. In the hottest time of the day, the temperature would reach more than 50 degrees. That was a temperature which exceeded the limit of endurance of many living creatures. Instead of hiding from the heat, now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the several hundred li-long Yaezana defense line. The heaven-shaking shouts were resounding everywhere and everything within sight was covered in blood. Hell. This was a piece of hell which was on fire. Currently human life at the Yaezana defense line was worth less than dirt. Along with the repeated assault and the repeated fierce battle, several million soldiers were entangled in battle. Under their feet, there was a carpet made from corpses. The corpses belonged to both camps and by this time, they had been trampled to mush. Magic spells whistled through the air, and ki flew everywhere. The front of both sides was repeatedly exploding with splendid luster. Blood mist filled the air and incomplete limbs filled the ground. This was the luster of death. Ziman Wuan wiped beads of sweat from her forehead. Her beautiful face was pale now. Although she had experienced many big and small battles with the army in the past few days, She had never experienced such a cruel and large-scale battle before. She had no time to think of anything else. She was terribly busy as she used her healing magic spells one after another on injured soldiers. However, there was only so much she could do. She would heal some of the soldiers while listening to the miserable wails of the others. Soldiers died one after another around her. Finally, after casting a high-level healing magic spell, Zemin Wuan was unable to endure it anymore. Her body swayed and she was about to fall to the ground. Her spirit power was practically exhausted and she wasn't even able to see clearly anymore. "Miss, you cannot continue any longer." A soldier of the Blood Cavalry Regiment who had been following Zemin Wuan as a bodyguard persuaded her to stop with a worried voice. Zemin Wuan nodded her head. She knew that she had already reached her limit. "Priests, where are the priests? Quickly save our general." All of a sudden, a loud voice came from the door of the medical military camp. Several vigorous soldiers who were covered in blood from head to toe rushed in. They were carrying a wounded person who was wearing the robe which signified that he was a 1,000-man captain. The soldiers were shouting noisily as they entered the camp. With a single glance, everyone could tell that they were the soldiers from the Unparalleled Battalion. The suffocating and baleful aura they emitted caused everyone in the tent to be panic-stricken. The general who was severely wounded was a 1,000-man captain from the Unparalleled Battalion. He was a man full of valor and vigor. He killed countless enemies and was known as a brave man who was willing to risk his life for his comrades. Currently, 3 magic arrows were sticking out from his chest. The armor protecting his stomach was sliced off and his intestines were exposed in the air. He was in an extremely sorry state. When someone was injured to such an extent, any priest who was not at the Master Magician realm would not be able to cure him. Originally, this medical military camp had 3 priests who had reached the Master Magician realm. However, 2 of them were already in the midst of meditation as their bodies were unable to hold out any longer. Currently, only Zemin Wuan was left standing. However, her spirit power was already used up. "Miss, quickly save the general." Several soldiers of the Unparalleled Battalion looked at Zemin Wuan as if they were looking at their savior. They immediately rushed over and knelt on the ground, begging her to save their captain. Zemin Wuan sighed softly. She had to save the people of the Unparalleled Battalion. Gritting her teeth, she raised her magic staff. She gathered the final bits of her spirit power and casted her final spell. "Miss." The bodyguard standing behind her opened his mouth. However, Zemin Wuan had already begun to chant the incantation. Only when the bodyguard called out, the soldiers noticed Zemin Wuan's pale face. Now, her forehead was already filled with sweat. When they saw that Zemin Wuan was already exhausted but still trying to save their captain, they felt extremely grateful in their heart. After a milky white light illuminated the injured 1,000-man captain, Zemin Wuan instantly lost her consciousness. She fell backwards with a warm smile on her face. After experiencing so much, Zemin Wuan realized that she was able to help Long Yi. She also felt appreciated when she was able to successfully save someone. Watching a soldier keep his life after her treatment, she felt a kind of satisfaction. It was a kind of satisfaction which couldn't express in words. Under the extremely hot sun, Batang Yu wore a conspicuous commander-in-chief robe as she stood on a hillside near the battlefield. She had her hands behind her back as she looked at the battlefield which had been burning with the flames of war for quite some time. Although her expression was indifferent, her hands were slightly trembling as she held them behind her back. It was obvious that she was nervous about something. Right army, rush forward from the flank. Left army, reinforce the retreating path. Magician Corps, fire your magic attacks into the battlefield, hold nothing back. Batang Yu mechanically ordered. The messenger beside her who was waiting for her order immediately waved the flag of command to relay her order. When she saw the battle unfold below her, the corners of Batang Yu's mouth started twitching. This time, the number of casualties was too high. The third defense line of Yatzana was really too strong. Time flowed in the midst of this shouting and killing. The sun gradually sank into the horizon of the Hengjuan Mountains. However, the battle showed no signs of stopping. The many rounds of fighting tired out the soldiers. Frequently, when their companions in front were fighting desperately, The soldiers who had just been replaced would hurriedly chew on some mouthfuls of field rations. They would gulp down several mouthfuls of water and sleep while holding their weapons. The moment they woke up from their short nap, they would enter the formation to replace the soldiers in front. Batanyu looked at the dim sky where the various colored magic spells looked even more splendid. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, isn't it successful yet? The soldiers cannot endure this for much longer. If this keeps up, one careless move on our part and we'll lose the game. On the other side, the commander of the Yatsana defense line, General Kina, was also on tenterhooks. Batanyu had always been deceitful and flexible when using her forces. However, this time, she ordered for all her forces to charge towards the third defense line like a boorish fellow. Although the Proud Moon Empire had heavy casualties, the loss of the Allied army was even heavier. As long as they could persist for 2 more days, he dared to guarantee that the Allied army of the two empires would retreat in failure. However, as the commander of the Yatsana defense line, General Kina was no fool. He could feel that something fishy was going on here. It was just that no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to think of anything. General Kina, this time, Batanyu probably don't have any plans. That woman Batanyu is truly anxious. Now, because of the great political change in the Nelan Empire, the morale of the soldiers from the Nelan Empire is very unstable. She probably felt as though there was no time left. As such, she ordered all of her military force to attack the defense line without a care for tactics. An advisor under General Kina said, these past few days, they had been discussing Batanyu's plot. However, they never reached an agreement and no one knew what the reason behind Batanyu's actions was. This subordinate also agrees. In this current situation, we can only block if the soldiers come. We'll submerge the earth if the water comes. The moment the attacks fail, our Proud Moon Empire's crisis will end. Another advisor said. General Kina nodded his head. Although his heart was laden with misgivings, he had no other options. He could only cross the bridge when he gets there. More than 10 meters deep under the right side of the Yatsana defense line, a group of thin and small kobolds from the Kobold clan had wretched appearances. They had long ears on their head and they were digging a tunnel at full speed. Originally, according to their speed, they should have long dug through the entire defense line. However, they discovered that the entire underground base of the Yatsana defense line was made up of incomparably hard rocks. Fellows, it's almost dug through. Let's speed up. Don't hold up the Fire God emissary's important plans. The young patriarch of the Kobold clan called out loudly. He still wore precious ornaments when digging and his clansmen were still wearing worn-out, simple clothing. Outside the tunnel, Nangongnu was anxiously watching the night sky. These kobolds were digging really slowly. If they failed to breach the Yatsana defense line by tonight, they had to wait until the night of the next day to continue digging. Not to mention whether Batanyu could hold on at the main battlefield anymore. Just the loss of his brothers would increase greatly. Although he was impatient, Nangongnu was no longer that rash and careless impulsive child. Now he already had the physiological quality and thinking abilities a general should have. He was as calm as still water in a pond and the look in his eyes was deep. That immature fine beard which surrounded his mouth formed a strong contrast with the deep look in his eyes. Reporting to the general, we are through. That layer of rock has been dug through and the patriarch of the Kobold clan said that we can reach the back of the Yatsana defense line in half an hour. A soldier covered with mud reported excitedly. The soldier was covered in mud from head to toe as he had been helping the kobolds. Nangongnu's black pupils shone with excitement. However, it was replaced with killing intent before long. Tonight, he would bury all the commanders and soldiers from the Proud Moon Empire. Anyone who was camping in the defense line would be used as a tribute for his fallen brothers. The night got deeper, but the ferocious attack didn't ease up at all. Batanyu had been standing in the same position for a day and night straight. She had tightly clasped her hand behind her back and her pupils reflect the magnificent radiance in front of her. All of a sudden, streaks of light illuminated the dark sky as if a meteor shower occurred. Success! Batanyu's eyes glittered and she ordered loudly, all troops in the fronts, Press forward. Left army to the northeast direction. Right army to the northwest direction. As for the mid army, continue to attack. When Batanyi gave the order, Yatzana defense line was already in chaos. Due to Batanyu's savage tactic to focus her attack on the middle path, the great majority of the Proud Moon Empire's troops were called to the middle path. The northeast and northwest were almost completely defenseless. A red cloud strangely appeared from the rear of the Yatzana defense line. The muffled sound of horses stomping the ground was followed up with an earthquake. The soldiers of the Proud Moon Empire who had returned to the rear in order to rest thought that the cavalry was sent by their empire. As such, they didn't pay much attention to the cavalry. In a split second, the fiery red, mighty torrent which was led by Nangongyu, appeared in front of them. Along with spears flashing with pallid light, thousands of people were skewered. They were then stepped on by the horses into a meat pulp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There were shouts everywhere. However, the rear of the Yatzana defense line was already in chaos. Flames burned everywhere at the campsite. The camp was plunged further into chaos by the blood cavalry. General Kina came out of his tent looking confused. When he saw the bloody torrent behind him, he felt as though he plunged into a pool of ice-cold water. He had never thought that the other party would dig through the Yatzana defense line, as he knew that the underground base was built with solid rocks. Those rocks were as hard as iron and it would be way harder to dig through compared to soil. He was relying on the hard rocks to stop any attempts to dig under the Yatzana defense line. However, his confidence was turned into despair. It was too late for him to do anything now. Chapter 466, Light God Appear. An army in flight was like a landslide. The troops from the Proud Moon Empire were already disorganized. They could no longer gather together. Originally, under the encouragement of General Kina, they had seen some light. However, all of their hope had now changed into despair. The morale of soldiers had already been shattered and their defense immediately became as weak as paper. A single charge collapsed their defensive line. The allied forces of the two empires poured in simultaneously as they attacked the Yatzana defense line from the front and the back. General, this is bad. We should retreat. The bodyguard captain, which was supposed to protect General Kina, persuaded him anxiously. General Kina didn't say a word. He stood in his spot as he watched the defense line fall to the enemy. The fall of the soldiers who were once under his leadership and the blazing flames which illuminated the sky stirred up complex emotions in him. General. Seeing as General Kina was out of sorts, the bodyguard captain who was beside him called out to him. General Kina came back to his sense and sighed. Retreat? Where do we retreat to? The moment Yatzana falls, our Proud Moon Empire will be unable to reverse the situation. Since we are all going to die anyway, let us all die on the battlefield instead. Hearing General Kina's speech of defeat, every one of the bodyguards around him had a determined expression on their face. When the gray dawn arrived, the sound of battle gradually died down. The infamous Yatzana defense line, which was known as an impregnable defense line, had rows of corpses which were thousands of meters long. The ground was dyed dark red with blood and ashes drifted in the wind. In the campsite which belonged to the Proud Moon Empire, smoke was curling up to the skies. The existence of the Proud Moon Empire was about to come to an end. Before long, a special kind of blood red weed sprouted all over the Yatzana defense line. During spring and summer, it covered the mountains and plains, and the plant emitted an indistinct smell of blood. Due to this special smell, this kind of weed was named Biksu. 1. Grass. Naturally, this was linked to a part of the story which had yet to come. The Blood Cavalry Regiment of the Violet Dragon Legion had firmly surrounded General Kina and his bodyguards. This leader of this surprise attack was Nangongnu. Currently, he had a gloomy look on his face as he stared at General Kina. Although there was no such thing as who was right or wrong in a war, Nangongnu gnashed his teeth hatefully when he looked at General Kina. In war, it was a glory for soldiers to die for their country. However, in this campaign to take down the Yatzana defense line, the allied forces of the two empires had lost nearly half of their soldiers in this foreign land. How could Nangongnu not express his pain? Cavalry regiment. Ha ha ha, Kina. have no grievances against you even though I am defeated." General Kina laughed sardonically with sorrow. He had believed that Betang Yu had used all the forces available to her in a frontal attack. However, he forgot about the elite cavalry regiment. That was because in such a large-scale siege battle, cavalry were unable to display their true power. The cavalry unit of the Proud Moon Empire had already dismounted and joined other units on the wall. Everything was due to a shortage in soldiers who were defending against the enemy. Had he known that there would be a sneak attack from the back, he would have never agreed to let the cavalry dismount and help the soldiers on the wall. However, no one could tell the future. General Kina greatly regretted his actions, but there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, the Blood Cavalry Regiment neatly moved to the sides, opening up a passage. Betang Yu along with 2 guards, leisurely walked over. The expression and temperament she had were completely different those who took part in the battle. However, those who saw her would be able to feel that she was a person who would fit in naturally in the battlefield. "Betang Yu, I, Kina, am sincerely convinced you were the only one who defeated me." General Kina pulled out the ornamental sword from his waist and performed the Proud Moon Empire's military salute towards Betang Yu. "General Kina, you allowed yourself to be seized with your hands tied. Since the Proud Moon Empire is about to be destroyed, why not serve my violent Dragon Empire?" Betang Yu held deep admiration for this long-standing veteran, General Kina. If not for him commanding the troops, Yaezana would have fallen long ago. Proud Moon Empire only has generals who die in battle. No general will ever submit to the enemy. General Kina sadly smiled as he looked towards the northern direction. The ornamental sword in his hand flashed with a pallid light, then blood spurted everywhere as a famous general fell. "General!" The several bodyguards beside General Kina wailed the moment he fell. In a single motion, they drew their own sword and blood mist sprayed into the air as they ended their own lives. This scene was a kind of desolate beauty, just like a blood flower which had just bloomed. Betang Yu was visibly moved upon seeing this. She had already expected that General Kina would die for his country. However, she didn't stop him as she knew that it was the only ending befitting for such a general. If she had such a day, she would also end her own life. She would have made the same choice General Kina made. Nangong Nu and the soldiers of the Blood Cavalry Regiment immediately dismounted from their horses. Raising their cavalry spear, they gave General Kina a salute. Even though he was the enemy they hated, as a soldier, they admired him. When the Yaezana defense line was completely broken, Proud Moon Empire was completely exposed to the ferocious teeth and sharp claws of the allied army of the 2 empires. At that moment, the news of Nelan Ryuiyu ascending the throne also came through. The declining morale of the troops from the Nelan Empire started to rise and stabilize. Along with the momentum of victory, Betang Yu led the allied army of the 2 empires as they captured various cities belonging to the Proud Moon Empire. Cities both big and small fell to the allied army and they swept through the Proud Moon Empire like how the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves. The soldiers marched towards Proud Moon Empire's capital city, Icewind City. In addition to this, the bounty hunters also massacred the high-ranking officials of the Proud Moon Empire without any scruples. Proud Moon Empire, which was already on the verge of collapse, entered its days. Unlike the bloody land of the Yaezana defense line, the summer night in Blue Moon City was extremely beautiful. Everything was nice other than the weather. With stars all over the sky, bright moonlight, sea breeze on the sandy beach coupled with the sea waves crashing on the shore, the night was very beautiful. Many people from the capital had brought their beddings and they set up camp on the sandy beach. They wanted to enjoy the cool breeze to the fullest. This was truly a big scene in Blue Moon City. This was inconceivable a few weeks before this due to the unrest in the capital. In the center of the empty light church, several milky white magic lamps were emitting a soft radiance. However, Long Yi was feeling miserable and strange as he stood in the light church. "Charles, in the dead of the night, why on earth did you call me here?" "To be honest, I am very unaccustomed to spending time alone in a room with another man. Moreover, that man is looking at me with hunger and thirst in his eyes." Long Yi could no longer endure this. This old man played the role of a profound thinker which kept silent. However, The weird gaze made Long Yi shudder. Charles coughed. This was his true expression because he knew that there was nothing to hide from Long Yi. Long Yi had already guessed everything. Zemin Yu, I've already fulfilled all of your conditions. When can you give me the method? Charles said, and fanatical radiance flashed in his eyes. Don't you want to activate the light spirit tablet? Pass it here for me to take a look first. Long Yi smiled and said. Light Pope hesitated. The spirit tablet was something he had to rack his brains for in order to snatch it away from Long Yi. How was it possible for him to hand it over so easily? What, don't believe me? That's fine. I tried to fulfill my promise, but you were the one who didn't allow me to. Now, neither of us owe each other anymore. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders before turning to leave. Wait a minute, how can I not believe you? Charles awkwardly smiled and took out the light spirit tablet. With a light toss, he threw it towards Long Yi. He wasn't afraid that Long Yi would run away with the spirit tablet, as he had already instructed for people to seal the entire light church. Currently, the light church was surrounded by a strong barrier. Long Yi caught the light spirit tablet in his hand, and the rotation of the light vortex within his sea of consciousness instantly intensified. The light spirit table started to shine brightly in his hand. Charles became excited, thinking that Long Yi knew the method to activate the table. One should know that he had fiddled around with this light spirit tablet for many months. However, the tablet didn't show signs of activating at all. How are things? Zemin Yu, you know how to use a spirit table to obtain the inheritance, don't you? Charles grabbed Long Yi's hands as excitement filled his voice. Currently, the look on his face was full of greed and excitement. He had already completely discarded his former appearance, which was shown to the public in the day. Hey, don't touch me, I am not a homo. Long Yi threw back the light spirit tablet towards Charles. When he saw Charles' current appearance, Long Yi couldn't help but sigh. This light pope who was respected and admired by everyone actually behaved so inappropriately. I have no idea why the spirit tablet was shining in my hand, neither do I know how to get the inheritance from the spirit tablet itself. However, I do know how to get the inheritance. You need the God Seal to be able to activate the inheritance. Although I was not very clear about how I obtained the inheritance of the Lightning God, I would have failed the inheritance if the Lightning God refused to give it to me. Long Yi retreated 2 steps and explained. Charles was startled, and he quickly followed up with a question. Did you see the Lightning God himself? Stop with your nonsense. Since you were able to snatch this light spirit tablet using my cousin, you should also know that there was a Lightning God statue in the Lightning Shrine. The soul of the Lightning God was attached to it. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, everything Long Yi said was the truth. Where should I go to look for the Light God? Charles muttered to himself. He claimed to be the emissary of the Light God in front of everyone. However, he had no idea where to actually find the Light God. According to my experience, the Light God might be concealed among the Light God statues. Long Yi seriously said. Charles subconsciously turned around and stared at the huge statue of the Light God which was in the hall. Bowing to pay his respects, he muttered something under his breath. This is everything I know about the inheritance. If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving. If I let this night pass without doing anything fun, that will really be boring. Long Yi said with a smile and turned away from Charles. However, the moment Long Yi turned away, the light spirit tablet in Charles' hand started shining. Soon after that, it left his hand and started to float towards the Light God statue. It rotated in the air in front of the statue, right above Charles. Oh, mighty Light God, your devout believer sincerely prays. Please pass the inheritance of this spirit tablet onto me. Charles was wild with joy, and he prostrated himself to the ground. Feeling as though something was wrong, Long Yi turned around and stared at the statue of the Light God. Could it be that the soul of the Light God was located in the huge statue in the hall? Suddenly, the light spirit tablet flew out of the hall. Long Yi and Charles soared into the skies and chased after it. The last thing they saw was that the light spirit tablet changed into a strand of white light as it charged towards the Light God statue at the top of the light church. This is bad. Long Yi sweated profusely. Could it be that this light god statue really possessed the soul of the light god? If this was true, Long Yi was the one who made Nellen room and pee on this statue. At this point, Long Yi didn't think about it anymore. Regardless of whether the light god was about to appear or not, according to the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best tactic. Long Yi turned around and he wanted to leave before the light god appeared. However, Long Yi merely took a single step before his body started shaking. The center of his left palm flashed with white light and Tiger Cub Little 3 came out. The moment it appeared, it released a long and loud roar. Moreover, its white eyes were dazzling with violent white light as it stared at the statue. 1. Biksu, Bloodshed Due to a Just Cause, Chapter 467, Teasing a Dragon Girl. Tiger Cub, Long 3, roared for quite some time and its fur shone with an indistinct white color. It looked up towards the light god statue which was situated on top of this light church and turned its tiny head towards Long Yi who was in a daze. Its white pupils displayed a confused expression. In the end, it rushed towards Long Yi and rubbed its head against Long Yi's leg like a cute little cat after shrinking back down. What's going on here? Charles asked. How would I know? As I see it, the light god statue on the top of this light church is where the light god's soul is located. You are pretty lucky. Since the light god has taken away the spirit tablet, you can come here every day, pray in front of the statue. If you are sincere enough, maybe he might pass his inheritance on to you someday. Now, let me get out of this place. Long Yi explained and he pointed at the light god statue which was on top of the light church. Charles looked at the statue of the light god for a long time before he waved his hand. With a single wave of his hand, he removed the barrier which was covering the light church and he flew towards the light god statue. As for Long Yi, he picked up Little 3 and ran away without looking back. Only God knew if this light god bore any grudges towards Long Yi. Although Long Yi had faith in his own strength, it was only when compared to the people on the Blue Waves continent. If a true god wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. He was sure of this after looking at the lightning god. Even now, he was still unable to wear a single piece of the lightning god armor. Long Yi flew into the sky for a period of time and thought about returning to the imperial palace. However, he suddenly thought of Mist Fairy. She was a mysterious woman, but she gave him an unusual sense of familiarity. Long Yi just couldn't think of where he had seen her before. She lives together with that lascivious hussy, Hanyan. It's normal for me to meet her in passing when visiting my sweetheart. Long Yi made a detour towards Emerald Mist Pavilion with no hesitation. The two peerless beauties had completely different flavors. If they were sleeping together while wearing transparent night clothes, what a romantic scene that would be. Long Yi sped up towards Emerald Mist Pavilion as wicked thoughts appeared in his head. However, the road to success had always been strewn with setbacks. Some people just didn't want Long Yi to become so complacent. Just after flying for a bit, a majestic power came from all directions and pressured him. When he felt the power, Long Yi instantly stopped in his tracks. With a layer of invisible true chi and spirit power rotating around his body, the majestic pressure didn't have much effect on him. However, Long Yi was shocked in his heart. This person was a true expert. In this world, there were not many people who were acknowledged by Long Yi as a true expert. Who's there? Get out here now! Long Yi shouted. Internal force gathered in his palm as he shot it out through his fingers. Long Yi felt a slight decrease in the pressure around him. He could also sense the aura of someone who was fleeing. Long Yi raised his eyebrows. You're trying to lead this young master away, but I won't be fooled. Instead of chasing the person who was fleeing, Long Yi calmly floated in midair. Sure enough, the aura which was fleeing stopped after a while. Before long, it returned. With Long Yi's powerful eyesight, he could make out a hazy figure. Aren't you a man? Seems like you aren't one. You don't even dare to follow me. A lovely voice resounded in Long Yi's ears. Even though the voice was nice to listen to, the tone of the speaker was extremely rude. Long Yi didn't get angry. In his mind, he instantly analyzed the voice. He quickly reached a conclusion. If this was her true voice, Then she was someone Long Yi had never seen before. Report your full name and your background. This young master is a decent person. I will accept your seduction. Long Yi smirked and said, will you follow me or not? The owner of this voice was already angry. Nope. How would I know where you want to lead me? I am a pure and innocent young man. What happens if you decide to ARP me? Long Yi instinctively felt that this woman was not someone he should be wary of. As such, he started becoming curious about her true identity. Besides, he was Long Yi. He couldn't help but tease her. You shameless scoundrel, I'm going to take a good look at you. The figure of this woman trembled. She was probably raging in her heart due to all the bullshit Long Yi was giving her. Don't. I am already handsome enough to defy the heavens. After taking a good look at me, some women in this world refuse to eat or drink. Do you still want to take a good look at me? Long Yi's lips curled upwards and he said with a sly smile on his face. It had been a long time since he teased someone like this. He felt a refreshing sensation wash over him when he teased this mysterious woman. Instead of replying Long Yi, the woman didn't say a single word. Instead, a bright golden streak of light shot towards Long Yi. Dragonora, beat the little one and the big cum. Are you the mother of that perverted dragon? Since you gave birth to him, you should properly discipline him. Don't let him come out every day to take liberties with women and seduce widows. Long Yi suddenly lost his interest in this woman. The clansmen of Dragon Race had a long lifespan. Just by hearing their voice, it was impossible to distinguish their age. As for the fiery temperament, all female dragons were like that. That was the reason Long Yi would call them Shiti.Trax. Midir, who was well known among the dragons as the first tyrant dragon king in the dragon clan, was speechless. Long Yi made her so angry that she had nothing left to say. She just wanted to take a look at the person who had defeated her younger brother. As such, she sneaked out of Dragon Island to look for Long Yi. Who would have thought that even before she could do anything, Long Yi would have won? He made her so angry she was about to vomit blood at any moment. What are you talking about? I know you are feeling sad right now. How can you give birth to such a son? Anyway, this might not be entirely your fault. Maybe he inherited his father's genes. Also, being perverted isn't something to be ashamed of. The only mistake he made was to go for my woman. Long Yi shook his head and sighed. Midir was about to go mad. If it was not for having certain misgivings, she would have already given Long Yi the trashing of his life. Also, don't tremble non-stop. Are you crying? Oh, I know. The father of that perverted dragon had passed away long ago. It's no wonder that he became like that. You gave birth to him, but he has no father to teach him. He is such a pitiful child. Long Yi continuously sighed. However, he was roaring with laughter in his heart. In the next moment, Long Yi felt as though the air in the surroundings stagnated. He knew that it was time for this female dragon to make a move. As he didn't want to alarm people in Blue Moon City, he flew out of Blue Moon City. After flying rapidly for a little while, Long Yi landed on a desolate hillside. He was still carrying Little Three in his bosom. Little Three had its eyes half closed as it enjoyed the sensation of flying. Well, you don't have to hide anymore. This place is desolated and uninhabited. If you want to take revenge, bring it on. You can also push me down and take advantage of me. I won't mind. Long Yi caressed the tiger cub in his bosom with a smile. He didn't seem concerned at all. A fragrant wind blew over as a tall figure appeared not far away from Long Yi. She was a woman with a curvy hot figure. She wore a golden-colored dragon scale armor and her beautiful and elegant face had a valiant and heroic aura. Her beautiful eyes were big and full of vigor. Also, there was a piece of golden scale between her eyebrows which enhanced her beauty. No one could imagine that such a woman had such a fiery temperament. So young, Long Yi was startled. This girl from the Dragon Clan didn't only appear young, her expression and temperament were obviously one a young girl had. It was impossible for any woman to behave like this after giving birth to a child. Are you the mother of that perverted dragon? Doesn't seem so. Long Yi took a step forward and asked. He was really confused this time. You are his mother. Do I look like a mother to you? Midir furiously roared. Long Yi said that she, an unmarried maiden from the Dragon Clan, was someone's mother. This was a direct insult to her. "So, you aren't his mother?" "Seems about right. That perverted dragon is so boorish and you are so beautiful. How can you be his mother?" Long Yi said with a smile, "I'm Lu Jexia's big sister." Midair subconsciously replied Long Yi. "Big sister, then, what is your name?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "My name is." "Why would you need to know my name? Anyway, you were the one who trashed Lu Jexia. As such, I'm here to beat you up today. Whatever you did to him, I'll return it 100-fold. Midair was nearly fooled by Long Yi. She was someone who rarely left Dragon Island. How could she be Long Yi's opponent when arguing with him? "I'm afraid that you are going to be disappointed." The corner of Long Yi's mouth rose, a pallid light shone in his eyes when he stared at the female dragon in front of him. Divine Dragon Clan? The opinion Long Yi had on the people from the Dragon Clan wasn't a good one. She wanted to retaliate 100-fold against him. However, he wanted to retaliate 10,000 times against the damned elder from the Dragon Clan. Midair coldly snorted and swung her slender jade hand. Golden light flew towards Long Yi. Along with the sound of metal disintegrating, the space around Long Yi twisted out of shape. Without any obstruction, those golden lights passed through Long Yi's body as though he wasn't there. In the instant when the golden lights came into contact with him, his figure slightly swayed. However, he returned to his original position in the next moment. "Little beautiful dragon, try a bit harder. This level is still not sufficient." Long Yi laughed as he looked at Midair. Midair didn't reply Long Yi. She crossed her hands and her fingertips shone with indistinct golden light. A strong magical power started to wreak havoc around the entire place. The ground underfoot began to roar as earth waves seethed. Trees flew everywhere and boulders fell from the sky. When everything was calm again, Long Yi was standing deep underground. Above him, there was a mountain made up of piles of earth and stones. Draconic magic was truly powerful. Boom! The earth and stones shot all around. Long Yi flew forward without the slightest hesitation and stood in front of Midair with a grin on his face. The main power of this draconic magic didn't come from the attack of the stone and earth. Instead, it was the extremely powerful magic fluctuation. It could rupture the meridians of the target and make their blood flow in reverse. Damn! Long Yi cursed as a slender jade hand stabbed towards his neck the moment he arrived. The fingers of that jade hand were covered with sharp golden armor. Without a doubt, it had enough power to pierce through iron. Kaka! Long Yi's big hand easily caught onto Midair's wrist. Although he caught her hand, Long Yi felt a tingling pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. Dragons were truly unreasonable creatures. Any one of their draconic magic was comparable to forbidden magic spells. Their physical strength was also very powerful and their magic defense was also abnormal. In the end, they only had one flaw. That is their fertility rate. However, if one looked at the long lifespan dragons had, a low fertility rate seemed insignificant. Midair's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never expected that a human would possess such strength. It seemed as though Lu Jexia was not exaggerating when he complained about Long Yi being strong. The dragon race was filled with competitive clansmen, not to mention the fact that all dragons were born with superior strength. If they lost in a contest of strength, they would lose a lot of face. Midair used her dragon power and a vast power erupted from her little hand. A dazzling golden light covered her entire arm and the sharp edge of her fingers slowly advanced towards Long Yi's neck. It eventually came into contact with Long Yi's neck and Midair's eyes flashed with a complacent light. Long Yi immediately used his internal force of Altianju which had reached the 5th layer. Blue veins appeared on his hand and he forcibly stopped Midair's hands from moving forward. All of a sudden, a burst of power smacked Midair's buttocks and her draconic power instantly dispersed. She staggered and fell into Long Yi's bosom. Chapter 468, Biting Mimi. Long Yi was also very shocked. Why did this little beautiful dragon throw herself into his arms? As her dragon power had already dissipated, her golden sharp claws changed back into her 5 fingers. Her hands slammed into L0 Yi's bosom. Long Yi had clearly not expected that she would slam her hands into his chest with such force. As such, he couldn't help but lose his balance. He staggered a few steps backwards and he grabbed onto Midayer's waist. Wrapping his hands around her slender waist, he dragged her down with him. It was a complete coincidence that his lips happened to touch hers for a split second. A sweet fragrance and aura could be felt by Long Yi as they assaulted his lips. With a charming body in his bosom, Long Yi felt that the body of Midayer was astonishingly soft and elastic. Her bosom that was pressed against his chest made him endlessly. Although she had a short temper, he had nothing to complain about her body. Also, the golden scale armor on Midayer's body wasn't as hard as Long Yi thought it would be. Instead, it was soft and warm as it came into contact with his skin. For a long time, Midayer didn't come back to her senses. As such, Long Yi took advantage of his chance to hug her for a little longer. His hands were not idle at all. He was exploring her body from her waist to those plump buttocks. He lightly kneaded them and he could feel that they were very elastic. Suddenly, Midayer jumped off of Long Yi. Her beautiful face was bright red, which formed a strong contrast with the golden scale armor on her body. Getting up to his feet, Long Yi gave Midayer an ambiguous gaze. He touched his lips and said with a grin on his face, "If you want to kiss me, you should have said so. There is no need to do it forcefully." Although the temperament of Midayer was fiery, she was a pure and innocent She-T-Rex. Even though she was already several thousand years old, she had never been in love. Normally, she should have already gone to look for her own lover as they made preparation to give birth to the next generation. However, she wasn't nicknamed the first tyrant dragonkind of the Dragon Clan without any reason. In the clan, all of the outstanding talents who were around her age had already been beaten by her. So, although she, the princess of the Dragon Clan, was as lovely as a flower, every youth in the Dragon Clan would hide far away if they heard that she was going to be their partner. Therefore, in terms of feelings, she was as clean as a sheet of blank paper. Even up till this day, she had never tasted love before. "I didn't. You were the one who attacked me sneakily." The face of Midayer became redder and she flew into a rage from shame. After that, she stared at the side where Tiger Cub, Long 3, was licking its fur nonchalantly. It was this despicable little creature that had hit her noble butt just a moment ago. It was the culprit who caused her dragon power to dissipate. A sneak attacked? Long Yi looked towards little 3 and secretly laughed in his heart. This kid had his elegance. Maybe it had not been eating meat for quite some time now. That was the reason it attacked that meaty place. "You don't need to find an excuse. There is nothing wrong with you throwing yourself into my arms." "Wah. Anyway, you should at least tell me before making your move." Long Yi dodged several golden lights which were shot by Midayer as he shouted at her. Midayer had never eaten such a big loss, so she was depressed endlessly in her heart. Now, she was truly infuriated and she couldn't dispel the resentment in her heart without peeling off Long Yi's skin. A golden light flashed around Midayer and she instantly transformed into a dragon which was over 100 meters long. Members of the dragon race was the strongest in their original dragon form. In that form, all of their abilities would be at its peak state. Long Yi knew very well that the members of the Dragon Clan would be in their strongest state when they took on their original form. When he saw that Midayer was transforming into her dragon form, he took the initiative to gain the upper hand. He flashed and appeared out of thin air above Midayer. He wanted to ride her back and subjugate her. However, Midayer was far stronger than her younger brother, Lujexia. In the younger generation of the dragon race, practically no one was her opponent. This was also one of the reasons she held the other youths from the Dragon Clan in contempt. The moment Long Yi approached her, he encountered her attack. Energy twisted around in the surrounding area and Long Yi was forced to retreat. However, how could Midayer allow Long Yi to advance and retreat as he pleased? She swept her huge golden tail towards Long Yi with a violent swing. As the speed and power of the tail had reached the extreme, it formed a vacuum energy field. All things within the radius of 100 meters rolled up and instantly exploded into pieces. A single tail sweep from Midayer was unexpectedly able to level a small hill to the ground. Long Yi was quick and skillful. Flying into the sky, he threw a compressed lightning magic ball which he had prepared some time ago. Right after throwing the ball of lightning, Seven-colored magic gi slashed towards Midire's throat like a magnificent rainbow. Midire's huge dragon body spun in the sky and the compressed lightning magic ball encountered a powerful obstruction. It exploded in the sky before it was able to touch her. It was basically unable to injure her. As for the magic gi sent out by Long Yi, it was met with a huge dragon breath from Midire. The dragon breath was the essence of the dragon which could produce explosive energy. The magic gi was created with the combination of 7 magic elements. The 7 magic elements mutually enhanced each other and their power increased exponentially. It was able to break through almost anything. Long Yi used his internal force to protect his body and without any hesitation, he rushed into that dragon breath. The 7-colored magic gi unexpectedly cut through the dragon breath sent out by Midire and it was flying towards the inverse scale right below her throat. All dragons had an inverse scale. Touching it would be considered courting death. However, the inverse scale was also the weak part of any dragon. It was the place with the weakest physical and magic defense. Ding! Sparks flew in all directions. The Perliku of Long Yi jolted. Nevertheless, Midire was in imminent peril. She was unable to move her inverse scale away. The 7-colored magic gi slashed at her and opened up a wound right below her inverse scale. A thin wound appeared and a trace of blood seeped out from the wound. Midire was wounded by a human. Humans were the ones she looked down on the most. As such, she was even more triggered as Long Yi had violated her dignity as a dragon. Her huge body coiled around Long Yi as fast as lightning and she used her violent strength to crush Long Yi's body. She nearly crushed his internal organs. When a She-T-Rex showed her powers and prestige, she was not to be trifled with. Long Yi's lungs were burning as Midire tightly constricted him up from his head to toe. If any ordinary person was in his place, they would have already been squashed into a meat paste. However, this was Long Yi we were talking about. Gritting his teeth, he used his internal force and spirit power to attack Midire's sea of consciousness. Long Yi's spirit power was so strong that even Midire didn't have the guts to face it head-on. Due to Long Yi's attack, she was distracted for a moment. The binding around Long Yi loosened a little bit. Just as Long Yi was about to take advantage of this chance to free himself, Midire used all of her strength to forcibly constrict him. Is there any need to risk your life like this? Long Yi cursed in his heart as he began to get serious. His spirit power changed into 10,000 fine spirit needles as they stabbed towards Midire. Roar! Midire felt the tingling pain coming from the depth of her soul and she involuntarily roared as she rolled around in the air. She used even more strength and tightened the coil on Long Yi. Long Yi nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. This She-T-Rex was truly insane. Even after so much, she wasn't letting him go. If he were to go all out and use every method available to him, Long Yi was sure to be able to break out of her binding. He would seriously injure her in the process. However, he didn't want to do that. Even though she was boorish, her nature was straightforward and Long Yi liked this kind of people. Since Midire had gone insane and was tightly coiling around him, he opened his mouth and bit her stomach which was in front of his face. He threw caution to the wind and he ignored the fact that his actions would anger her further. This move was unexpectedly effective. The entire dragon body of Midire shook and her coiling loosened. The moment Long Yi was out, Little Three got into an attacking posture. He wanted to launch an attack on Midire who was rolling about in pain. Instead of flipping around in the sky, Midire turned twice in the air before golden light covered her body. She instantly changed back into her human form. Her right hand was covering her chest and her face was bright red. She looked somewhat dejected due to the wound Long Yi gave her. As for Long Yi, he felt a weird feeling in his heart when he saw that Midire was covering her chest with her hand. An evil thought flashed in his mind and he couldn't help but ask, "Did I bite your chest just now?" Midire glared at Long Yi with hate and anger. The place he bit was exactly where her chest was. In her dragon form, the sensation wasn't strong at all. However, the moment she reverted back to her human form, the feeling swept over her like a wave. She felt both numbness and pain coming from her right chest. Although Long Yi was on the verge of bursting out in laughter, He chose to keep his mouth shut. Midair calmed down her state of mind and looked at the little tiger cub for the umpteenth time. A strange expression appeared on her face. She hesitated before asking, "Is this a light sacred beast? Are you that human who was holding the light sacred beast when you met with my younger sister in the illusory forest?" Long Yi was startled. Midair was clearly talking about Liu Xu. However, Liu Xu was born in the illusory forest. How was it possible for them to be sisters? Long Yi could think of many possibilities and he started to question Midair. "Do you know Liu Xu? How can she be your younger sister? I have never seen her. However, I realize that I had a younger sister after eavesdropping on my father Emperor and the elders. As for why she is my younger sister, can't you use your pig brain to think about it yourself?" Midair had given up on teaching Long Yi lesson. She realized that it was impossible for her to chew on this hard bone which was Long Yi. Moreover, now that she thought about Liu Xu, she decided to drop the matter altogether. "Then, is Liu Xu's mother your aunt?" Long Yi thought for a while before making a guess. According to Liu Xu, her mother was the princess of the Divine Dragon clan. Since Midair addressed her father as Father Emperor, she should also be a princess. Presumably, the current Dragon King should be Liu Xu mother's brother. "Looks like you're not stupid after all. Whenever I think about my aunt, I think about how she doted on me in the past. During my childhood, she would often sneak out of the Dragon clan with me and bring me out to play." The expression of Midair became somewhat blurred and she forgot the person in front of her was someone she was trying to kill just a moment ago. Not to mention the fact that he just bit her Mimi just now. "Then, do you know if Liu Xu's parents are alive?" Long Yi asked Midair as he really wanted to know how Liu Xu's parents are doing. No matter how they screamed at each other, they considered each other a friend. They should be alive. They are individually imprisoned by the elders at two different forbidden areas of the dragon race. Every day, they suffer heart-piercing divine punishment. The Dragon Clan wanted them to forget about each other. However, even after several thousand years, they never regretted their action. Neither did they give up on each other. Midair said with sadness in her voice. Although she was unable to understand why her aunt fell in love with someone from the demonic Dragon clan, her heart was touched by their unyielding love. She also had fantasies of leading a love life like this. Even if the other party was outside the rule of the clan, she would still love him without any hesitation. They were still alive. Long Yi was happy in his heart. He thought about how Liu Xu would be happy when she heard about the news. After thinking for a little while, he came up with a bold suggestion. "Little dragon girl, do you want to meet Liu Xu?" Chapter 469, Transformed into a Humanoid Girl. "See her?" Midair was somewhat hesitant. When all was said and done, she had never seen that younger sister of hers. Moreover, the blood of the demonic Dragon clan flowed through her veins. Although they had some blood relations, it was rather awkward for Midair to actually meet Liu Xu. As the princess of the dragon race, you were able to enjoy the love and affection of everyone. However, do you know how much hardship Liu Xu had to go through? She grew up in the midst of hatred. This kind of pain is something you cannot even imagine. Long Yi softly sighed as a stubborn and determined face appeared in his head. It was Liu Xu's beautiful face. The reason why he wanted to let Liu Xu and Midair meet each other was not just for Midair to tell her that her father and mother were still alive. He also wanted to weaken the deep hatred in Liu Xu's heart as he knew that Midair's presence would be able to do so. Hatred can be the driving factor for people. However, it can also easily drive them to the brink of destruction. Midair was startled and didn't speak. Her current state of mind was rather complicated. When all was said and done, the present situation which her aunt and uncle were in was caused by her own father Emperor and the elders. She was afraid to meet Liu Xu as she had guilt in her heart. After a good while, Midair took a deep breath and she made up her mind. She said, "I want to see her. Maybe we can think of a way to save aunt and uncle together." Long Yi smiled and nodded his head. He had not expected this. Midair's current appearance was the complete opposite of that old die-hard elder from the Dragon clan. She didn't display bitter hatred for the demonic Dragon clan. Instead, She seemed to be admiring the deep love between Lai Yuxu's mother and father. Long Yi pulled up his sleeve and the lifelike dragon-shaped bracelet on his wrist became visible. He muttered incantation to activate the magic transmission array. A white light flashed and a space crack quietly split open beside Long Yi. It appeared as though a monster had opened its mouth beside Long Yi. Whoosh! With her cyan-colored beautiful hair fluttering in the air, Lai Yuxu, who wore black and golden scale armor, emerged from the space crack. The moment she appeared, her body became stretched taut and she appeared as though she was a female leopard ready to strike. She glared at Midire with her cold eyes even though Midire had no intentions to attack her. Father, hug, hug. When the two dragon girls were looking at each other, an immature voice popped up from the side. A lustrous and transparent light flashed. Before Long Yi had time to see clearly, a beautiful little girl rushed over. Her body still emitted a faint milk fragrance. She hung on Long Yi's chest like a koala. Father, father. The little girl was very excited. She continuously rubbed her face on Long Yi's chest as she called his name. Are you Nai? Long Yi looked at this beautiful little girl in his bosom who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old. He was shocked when he looked at her. Didn't they say that the members of the dragon race can transform into humanoid form only after reaching adulthood? Nair seemed to be just a few hundred years old. Moreover, when Long Yi looked at her, she was no different from a human baby. He couldn't see even the faintest trace of her being from the dragon race. It's me, Nair. Nair embraced Long Yi's neck with her plump little hands. Her huge eyes were jet black just like Long Yi's. Also, her eyes were crystal clear. She was really too cute. Long Yi held on to little Nair who seemed to be weightless in his embrace. An indescribable and pleasant surprise welled up in his heart. She had changed into a little chubby dragon form, big head, not too long ago. Now she had once again transformed into this cute little girl. Perhaps Long Yi really regarded her as his own daughter already. Lai Yuxu, what is going on here? Why is Nair able to transform? Long Yi happily asked. Lai Yuxu had an alert expression as she looked at Midire who was as shocked as Long Yi. She explained, I don't know. Not long after Nair returned to Illusionary Forest with me, she transformed. She is really too cute. Let me hug her too. Midire was truly unable to endure it any longer. Although she was a She-T-Rex, she didn't have any immunity towards such a cute little girl, not to mention the fact that this cute little girl was also her younger sister. Before she was able to reach out her hand to touch Nair, Lai Yuxu's sharp claw, which was pitch black in color, shot out. Her claw obstructed Midire and she coldly said, regardless of who you are, if you don't want to fight, then scram. The gaze of Lai Yuxu was ice cold. When she saw that someone from the Divine Dragon clan was beside Long Yi, she became extremely shocked. She held a deep hatred towards the Divine Dragon clan. She didn't hesitate to show her hatred even though she was beside Long Yi. Younger sister, I am your big sister Midire. I am Aunt Salyanya's niece. Midire hastily explained herself when she looked at Lai Yuxu whose entire body was emitting a cold aura. The moment she heard the name of her mother, Lai Yuxu was stunned. This was the name of her mother. This meant that this woman from the Dragon clan was the daughter of her maternal uncle who was also the current Dragon King. In an instant, Lai Yuxu's became even colder. Her beautiful face twisted with hatred and she gnashed her teeth. So you are the daughter of that good maternal uncle of mine, that great Dragon King who doesn't care about familial love. He was the one who pushed his own biological younger sister into hell. That's not it, Father Emperor, he has his own difficulties. Although Midire had a fiery temperament, she however appeared as meek as a cat in front of Lai Yuxu. Shut up, I don't want to hear anything you have to say, neither do I want to see you. Don't force me to fight against you. A dangerous aura came from Lai Yuxu. There was no doubt that if Midire were to continue talking, Lai Yuxu would immediately attack. Midire was skilled in fighting, but regarding worldly wisdom, she was ignorant. She turned to Long Yi who was holding Nair at the side. It was obvious that she was hoping for Long Yi to help her. She subconsciously knew that Long Yi was able to help her. Shrugging his shoulders, Long Yi opened his mouth to give her a signal. When all was said and done, Midair was still a wise dragon. She understood what Long Yi was trying to tell her and she blurted out, "Younger sister, you should listen to me. Although your parents are imprisoned in the forbidden area of the dragon race, their lives are not in danger." Just by saying this sentence, Lai Yuxu's look of hostility disappeared. All these years, she had always been concerned about the safety of her parents. Now that Midair had told her that they were still alive, she felt extremely relieved. Also, Midair no longer seemed detestable in her eyes. Long Yi was hugging Nair when he found a place to sit down. Lai Yuxu and Midair followed him and they sat down not too far away from Long Yi. Long Yi felt that the appearance of Midair would give him a chance to penetrate the dragon race. After all, trying to save Lai Yuxu's parents from the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan would be harder than ascending to the heavens if he were to do it alone. Since Midair was the princess of the Dragon Clan, she should be very familiar with the territory on Dragon Island. If he could pull her to his side and get her help, everything would be much easier. "Midair, do you have any way to save Lai Yuxu's parents?" Long Yi asked. Little Nair in his bosom had already fallen asleep when he wasn't paying attention. Midair seemed to be embarrassed as she slowly explained, "The forbidden area of our dragon race is the most dangerous place. There are 18 dragon guards guarding the entrance 24/7. Also, danger lurks everywhere inside the forbidden area. Even when the elders or my father Emperor enters the forbidden area, they have to rely on the diving dragon pearl. The pearl is made from the remains of the ancient dragon god. If they don't use the pearl, they would probably die inside." "Do you know where the diving dragon pearl is located?" Long Yi habitually stroked the beard stubble on his chin and a plan started to form in his head. He thought about stealing the diving dragon pearl without getting caught. After getting his hands on the pearl, he would find a way to enter the forbidden area of the dragon race in order to save Lai Yuxu's parents. "Of course I do. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the divine dragon pearl. In order to obtain the pearl, you have to obtain the 7 elder seals from the 7 great elders. You also have to get the Dragon King seal from Father Emperor." Midair helplessly said. "Can't we just steal all of them?" At this time, Lai Yuxu had already laid down her hostility towards this big sister Midair. After all, they were thinking of a plan to save her parents. Midair shook her head and said, "The elders and my father Emperor always keep the seal close to themselves." The strength of the elders had already reached the pinnacle. There is no need to mention about Father Emperor who had reached the peak Emperor realm. That is the highest realm and no one had reached it for millions of years. They are absolutely not someone your mankind's magic god and swords god can match. Although she compared the strength of the dragon race and mankind, Midair had never seen the true power of mankind. Despite that, everything she said was true. In fact, there were only very few opponents in the younger generation of the dragon race who were able to fight against her. However, in front of her father Emperor, she was nothing. One of his claw could send her to heaven. He was the one in the entire dragon race who had the highest chance to break through the peak Emperor realm. The moment he broke through, he would become the dragon god. Long Yi frowned. If this was the case, Long Yi knew that unless he had sufficient strength to put on the lightning god armor, it was impossible for him to clash with the dragon race. Lai Yuxu had a dejected expression on her face right now. She knew what it meant for a dragon to cultivate to the peak Emperor realm. That was a legendary realm which was only one step away from becoming a dragon god. How could she possibly fight against him? Long Yi saw the change in Lai Yuxu's expression. He stretched out his hand in order to hold her little hand. With a smile on his face, he comforted her. "Why are you giving up? This is different from the Lai Yuxu I know. It's stupid to fight against the tough head-on, especially when you don't have sufficient strength. However, using the weak to defeat the strong, using wisdom to defeat power, that is called being intelligent." When she felt the warmth coming from Long Yi's hand, Lai Yuxu's heart was filled with gratefulness. Long Yi was her only friend. Although he was always laughing and joking, He would always turn serious when the time comes. He would always lend a helping hand when she needed it. He would not be arrogant nor fake when helping her. He had the true deposition of a man. Lai Yuxu nodded her head. Long Yi's smile gave her unlimited courage. She felt as though there was nothing which was unsolvable when Long Yi was here. The image of Long Yi had already reached the peak in her heart at an unknown time. Midire, I hope you can help. After returning to Dragon Island, observe the habits of those 7 great elders. You have to take note of your father Emperor as well. Maybe you will be able to find a chance for us. Long Yi reached out his hand and patted Midire's shoulders. Instead of replying to him, this beautiful dragon girl rolled her eyes at him. Alright, I got it. I should be going now. If I disappear for too long, they might discover my little adventure out of Dragon Island. Midire stood up. In any case, she had already decided to help Lai Yuxu rescue her aunt and uncle. Before Midire could leave, Lai Yuxu stood up and grabbed her hand. She thanked Midire sincerely. Big sister Midire, thank you. A hint of a magnificent smile appeared on Midire's mouth and she replied, I am your big sister. A big sister would obviously help her younger sister. After she was done speaking, she held on to Lai Yuxu's hand as well. Moving closer to Long Yi, she kissed Naire's chubby cheeks before she transformed into a golden light. She disappeared into the horizon after kissing Naire. This little dragon girl was cute. Long Yi looked into the distance where Midire disappeared. At this moment, the first rays of the morning sun arrived from the east. Chapter 470, Curiosity Can Kill a Person. On the mist-covered Dragon Island, under the dim light of night, it appeared even more fascinating and magnificent. In the midst of that mist, one could vaguely see islands everywhere on the vast sea. At this moment, Midire landed on the main island, which was the largest island in the ocean. Landing quietly, she looked all around as if she was a thief. Big sister, you finally came back. Did you avenge me? Lu Jexia came out from another cave and walked towards Midire. These past few days, he was scared witless as he was afraid that the Dragon King would notice that Midire was missing. Right now, he perfectly understood how his sister had felt when he sneaked out. Midire pulled Lu Jexia inside a secret cave as she patted his shoulders. However, a huge force surged out from her hand and made him fall to the ground. Big sister, can't you be a bit gentler? Lu Jexia rubbed his shoulder and complained. Why did you say? Do you want me to break your bones again? Midire raised her eyebrows, which immediately scared Lu Jexia to the point where he didn't dare to open his mouth again. When she saw that Lu Jexia didn't dare to open his mouth anymore, Midire nodded her head in satisfaction. She finally regained a little bit of her confidence. In front of that fellow Long Yi, all her powerful moves were useless. She lost a huge amount of face when she fought with Long Yi. Midire placed her little hand on Lu Jexia's shoulder and said, Dear little brother, big sister needs your help. You won't refuse me, will you? What help? Lu Jexia was panic-stricken and he stuttered. He was too afraid as Midire was usually extremely violent towards him. Midire whispered her request into Lu Jexia's ear. In an instant, his handsome and spirited face turned deathly pale. He bitterly said, Big sister, isn't it better to ask other people to help you do this? If I got discovered, wouldn't my buttocks get beaten till they bloom? If you don't agree, do you believe that I'll make your buttocks bloom now? Midire ferociously threatened Lu Jexia. Lu Jexia wanted to cry, but he had no tears. Instead, he thought about how his older sisters still had not answered his first question. He asked about Long Yi again. Okay, I will do it. However, did you help me to teach that kid a lesson or not? Midire's expression changed the moment she thought about Long Yi. She flew into a rage because of the shame she experienced during the fight against Long Yi. She smacked Lu Jexia's head and she snapped, You dare to doubt me, your big sister? Don't you want to live anymore? Although that fellow had a trick or two up his sleeves, I taught him a lesson anyway. He cried as he begged for me to stop hitting him. Anyway, I let him off because of his friendship with our younger sister, Lai Yuxu. The more Midire spoke, the more guilty she felt. It was clearly her who got away due to Lai Yuxu. If not for Lai Yuxu, It would be hard for her to tell who would have taught who a lesson. Yes, I knew that my big sister is the strongest. Lu Jexia happily replied. Generally, anyone who fought against his big sister would have to rest at home for a month or so. Well, it's already so late. I'm going back to rest now. Don't forget about what I asked you to do. If you dare to fail, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Midir threatened Lu Jexia before leaving the cave. She sighed in her heart as she hoped that her lie would never see the light. Long Yi took Lai Yuxu and little Nai to the imperial palace of the Nelan Empire. Originally, Lai Yuxu was adamant about returning to the illusory forest. However, due to Long Yi's persuasion and Nai's refusal to leave Long Yi's bosom, she eventually decided to stay behind. She knew that if she stayed, she would at least be able to learn of the news of her parents from Dragon Island as soon as possible. Nelan Ryu was very welcoming. When they were in the Lightning God Forbidden area, Lai Yuxu made a timely appearance and helped them to deal with the three-headed demonic dragon. Nair was another reason they were very welcoming towards Lai Yuxu. Both Nelan Ryu and that little Lolita had completely no resistance against the cute little Nair. They loved her very much. However, little Nair had not seen Long Yi for such a long time. How could she leave Long Yi's bosom and allow other people to hug her? Even at night when it was time to sleep, she held on to Long Yi without letting go. This made the little Lolita very jealous. That warm bosom was hers. These days, Nelan Ryu was very busy dealing with the matters regarding the empire. She started to resemble an empress more and more. No matter if it was handling the matters of the nation or her temperament and style of conversation, she had developed a unique flavor. Her abilities were not inferior to her father Emperor, Nilan Wuji, in the slightest. As such, she received the support of numerous officials. She proposed several new policies that benefited both the empire and the people. They were obviously well received by everyone. The common people also gradually accepted the fact that their empire was ruled by the first female ruler. These few days, Long Yi spent most of his time accompanying the little Lolita and little Nair. As for Lai Yuxu, this mad cultivator, she was busy cultivating. Now, Blue Moon City appeared calm and tranquil. Long Yi went to the Emerald Mist Pavilion once, but he discovered that Mu Hanyan wasn't there. Her subordinate said that she would return after a period of time. As for Light Pope Charles, that old bastard, he made no movements. It seemed as though he was kneeling day and night in front of the Light God statue. He should be begging for the inheritance from the Light God. He never thought that, if the Light God truly existed, why would he give away the inheritance of the Light Spirit Tablet so easily? If the Light Spirit Tablet was given to Charles, who would be regarded as the Light God? At dusk, the temperature outside began to fall. This was the time when the streets in the imperial capital had the most people. People who had been staying indoors the whole day chose this time to walk around the imperial capital in order to take a breather. Long Yi was carrying little Nair with his left hand and holding the little Lolita with his right hand. They were idly walking on the streets and lanes of Blue Moon City. Father, hungry. Immediately after swallowing a whole roasted chicken, Nair cried out to Long Yi with her immature voice, "Brother-in-law, how much can she eat?" Along the way, she already ate 8 roasted chicken and more than 5 kilos of stewed meat. The little Lolita looked at the big-eyed and innocent Nair who was lying in Long Yi's bosom and she fumed. She didn't care about how much Nair ate. She was only concerned that the little dragon would make a big fuss and attract all of Long Yi's attention. She was jealous. Even if you give her a mountain of food, she can finish it in no time. Long Yi said with a smile. He had already experienced little Nair's eating capacity. Even after eating about a few 100 kilogram worths of magical beast meat, they would only fill the bottom of her stomach. She also seemed to be able to eat anything, as long as the object she was eating contained energy. She would swallow it with no problems. Little foodie, truly. Little Lolita muttered as she tightly hugged onto Long Yi's arm. In her heart, she was thinking about what would happen after she married Long Yi. After marrying Long Yi, this little creature would also become her daughter. At that time, how would Long Yi know about the little Lolita's thoughts? He walked around the imperial capital as he watched his surroundings. Currently, The situation in Nelan Empire had already stabilized. The life of the common people had already returned to the normal track. The army of the Beastmen race was retreating and the rebellion from those principalities and kingdoms had been suppressed. The only thing left to do was to annex Proud Moon Empire. He had already discussed the details with Nelan Ryuayu since a long time ago, and they had also decided the fate of those principalities and kingdoms. There was nothing wrong with them having wild ambitions. However, it was wrong when they exposed it and rebelled against the Emperor. As he walked without a target in mind, he eventually reached the Light Church along with a stream of people. Maybe it was because of Charles' presence. An endless stream of people visited the Light Church. Some believers even kneeled down on the square of the church under the extremely hot sun as they prayed. This was the power of religion. Long Yi looked up at the light god statue which was on the top of this Light Church. There was some fear in his heart when he remembered what he told Nelan Ruman to do the other day. He pulled on the little Lolita and turned around in order to leave the place. Young Master Ziman. At that time, a familiar voice came from inside the Light Church. Long Yi turned his head and saw 4 red-robed priests walking in his direction. Although they were wearing a mask, Long Yi recognized the person in front. He knew that the one in front was Holy Priest Karen and the remaining 3 people were from the law enforcement team. Of course, Dongfang Kexen was not present. Holy Priest Karen, where are you going? Long Yi turned around and laughed. We have already accomplished our goals here. We plan to return to the Light headquarters soon. Karen said with a smile. Since that is the case, I will not disturb you any longer. Have a good journey. Be careful of the stones on the ground. Don't trip on them. Long Yi hastily laughed and he turned around to leave. When she saw that Long Yi was anxious to leave, a sense of unhappiness rose in her heart. Even though she had cultivated light magic for so many years, she knew that a calm heart was the key to cultivate smoothly. However, she was influenced by Long Yi and her heart was no longer as calm as before. All of a sudden, Karen's gaze landed on the beautiful and cute Nair who was in Long Yi's bosom. She was surprised in her heart as she asked, "Who is this little girl? She looks so beautiful." "My daughter." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and admitted. When little Nair heard Long Yi call her, she quickly yelled out, "Father, hungry." Karen was surprised. She carefully sized up little Nair and felt a peculiar energy fluctuation. She instantly knew that this little girl was no simple character. Using her spirit power, she started to probe little Nair. However, she never expected for her spirit power to disappear the moment it came into contact with little Nair's body. She was so frightened that she hastily cut off her spirit power forcibly. Nair turned and looked at Karen. Her big eyes were sparkling and it revealed a hint of craving. Obviously, little Nair treated Karen's spirit power as her food. Long Yi smiled. He obviously noticed everything which happened. His smile had a profound meaning behind it. Being curious is fine. However, curiosity can not only kill the cat, it can kill people too. Karen's body shook and her eyes shone with confusion. "Young Master Ziman, you are really here." "Just now, His Majesty the Pope asked me to invite you into the Light Church." A priest dashed out from inside the church and said to Long Yi after paying respect to the 4 red-robed priests and Karen, "Charles is looking for me?" Long Yi subconsciously blurted out. He had forgotten that it was a big taboo to call out the name of the Light Pope in front of the believers of the Light God. Fortunately, this priest already knew that the relationship between Long Yi and Light Pope Charles wasn't shallow at all. As such, his reaction wasn't too big. Long Yi hesitated. Honestly speaking, although he and Charles had a relationship of mutual cooperation on the surface, he knew that dealing with Charles was like walking on thin ice. This person was a madman through and through. A madman was insane and unreasonable. Long Yi was not too worried about Nair. The one he was worried about was little Lolita Nelan Ruman. Although the ocean barrier pearl on her body might be able to block the attack of most people, Charles wasn't one of them. When Long Yi was hesitating, he saw that Dongfang Kexen was wearing a plain white priest robe as she glided over. Chapter 471, Light God. Dongfang Kexen was not returning to the Light headquarters with Holy Priest Karen and the others. Instead, She seemed to be in charge of something else right now. Her position in the church had returned to one of a saintess. Karen didn't stay for long. After exchanging a few words with Dongfang Kexin, she and the remaining red-robed priests left. Kexin, wait a minute. Long Yi called out Dongfang Kexin, who treated him as though he was transparent. Dongfang Kexin slightly slowed down her steps and stopped eventually. Turning around, she replied Long Yi with indifference in her voice. What's the matter? Long Yi sighed in his heart. Although Dongfang Kexin pretended to not care, he could clearly see the trace of hidden panic in the depths of her heart. He pulled on Nellen Rumeng's hand and he walked over towards her. He asked her for a favor. I am going to look for Charles to discuss something. Help me look after these two little girls, brother-in-law. Nellen Rumeng called out unwillingly. However, when faced with Long Yi's solemn expression, she yielded. In the end, she pouted at Long Yi with a wronged expression on her face. Dongfang Kexin wanted to refuse him, but she noticed that she had subconsciously nodded her head. Therefore, she had no choice but to reach out her hands to hold little Nair into her bosom. To everyone's surprise, little Nair didn't complain at all. When she was reaching her hand out to hold little Nair, Dongfang Kexin's hand brushed against Long Yi's. The moment their hands came into contact with each other, an electric shock passed through her body. Her maiden heart started to jump rapidly. She felt like her entire body was getting soft and numb. Also, the sweet and painful memories from the past engulfed her entire mind. She nearly lost her self-control right there and then. When Dongfang Kexin returned to her senses, Long Yi had already stepped into the church. His perfectly straight back appeared as tough and tensile as a tall mountain. It seemed as though it could support the entire world. What am I thinking? Dongfang Kexin suddenly shook her head, and when she saw Long Yi's back view disappearing from her line of sight, a sense of loss was roused in her heart. Don't look anymore. My brother-in-law is already gone. If you like him, then just tell him. Why do you need to be so secretive? Seeing the expression on Dongfang Kexin's face, Nellen Rumeng snorted and said with disdain. Dongfang Kexin became pale and she turned around to stare at Nellen Rumeng. There was a terrifying expression on her face and she hurriedly replied, who likes him? I'll only like him if my eyes were blind. Nellen Rumeng jumped back in terror and retreated 2 steps back. She had never expected such a big reaction from Dongfang Kexin. When she finally came back to her senses, she felt that there was nothing for her to be afraid of. She raised her head and refuted. Of course, you are blind. You are deceiving yourself and throwing the face of us, women. I don't feel like reasoning with you. Nair, come with this big sister. After she spoke, Nellen Rumeng grabbed Nair and stuck out her tongue towards Dongfang Kexin. She turned around and walked away from the light church. The expression of Dongfang Kexin changed unpredictably, and after gritting her teeth, she followed them. In any case, since she had agreed to Long Yi's request, she would definitely accomplish whatever she promised him. The Pope is inside, young Master Ziman, please go in. That priest led Long Yi to a room on the top floor of this light church. After bowing slightly, he left. Long Yi stood in front of a fan-shaped closed stone door. A number of diagrams which depicted the legend of the light church were engraved on this stone door. The engravings of the gods, demons, spirits, and monsters seemed extremely lifelike. Long Yi knew that the top floor of every church was generally built like this. It was just a simple stone room. It was the place where the successive popes reside. As for why it was built like this, no one knew the answer. Long Yi looked at this fan-shaped door for a long time before he extended his hand to push open the stone door. As the stone door slowly opened, a gently light escaped the room. The stone door completely opened along with some squeaking sounds. Long Yi immediately saw that Charles was floating in midair. His body was emitting a light halo and the entire room contained dense light magic elements. Long Yi slowly walked in and the stone door behind him closed automatically. The moment the door closed, Charles started to open his eyes. He slowly floated down from midair and stood in front of Long Yi. He was calm and his gaze was soft. If Long Yi didn't already know his hypocritical mask, He was afraid that he would have been fooled by the Pope's benevolent expression. "Is there any matter for the Light Pope to look for me? As for the matter of the inheritance of the Light Spirit Tablet, there is nothing more I can do," Long Yi said as he sized up this spacious stone room. "Of course I have a reason to look for you. Have you noticed anything different in this stone room?" Charles took 2 steps forward and asked while observing Long Yi. "Domain?" Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and appeared unconcerned. "This is not a domain, it's the divine domain." Charles smiled and said. All of a sudden, he flicked the belt on his waist. "Divine domain? What about that?" When Long Yi heard what Charles said and saw his suspicious movements, Long Yi felt as though there was something fishy going on. However, he was unable to pinpoint what it was. "It's nothing. I just want to see a bit of your skill since you have inherited the inheritance of the Lightning God." Charles suddenly waved his hands and space instantly froze. The 4 corners of this stone room suddenly flashed and 4 huge light blades glimmering with a dazzling white light shot towards Long Yi. The blades came from all 4 directions and it was almost impossible for him to dodge them. Long Yi was shocked when he discovered that he wasn't able to move. He couldn't even cast his lightning domain. Right now, he was just like a piece of meat on the chopping board. Long Yi clearly understood that if these 4 super light blades were to touch him, he would disintegrate without a doubt. The 4 huge light blades arrived before his eyes in a blink of an eye. Long Yi's entire body was tense as he gritted his teeth. He had never thought that the Light Pope would have such strength. When the light blades were about to touch him, the lightning spirit tablet in his sea of consciousness suddenly spun violently. A golden lightning seal came out from the space between Long Yi's eyebrows and his entire body was instantly surrounded by silverish purple radiance. At that moment, the 4 light blades which had heaven-severing might struck Long Yi. Long Yi suddenly trembled. The meridians in his entire body convulsed and his internal organs seemed to be twisted together. A sweet taste welled up in his throat and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Immediately after that, a warm aura circulated throughout his body and countless silverish purple lightning magic spirits cheered and became lively within his body. His body appeared to be made up of lightning magic elements. A majestic energy began to fill his entire body and the lightning seal in the space between Long Yi's eyebrows became even brighter. Right now, Long Yi felt as if he was holding the world in his palm and he wanted to release all of his frustrations with a loud roar. After the silverish purple radiance around his body disappeared, Long Yi discovered that there was a piece of silverish purple breastplate covering his torso. That breastplate looked so awesome, that heavy texture, mysterious runes, and plentiful violent lightning power. Even without explanation, Long Yi knew that this was a piece of the Lightning God armor. He had longed to wear a piece of the Lightning God armor day any night. Although it was only the breastplate, Long Yi was already overjoyed. He had no idea how to express his joy in words. Charles looked at Lightning God breastplate on Long Yi's body and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was recalling events of the past. "Don't be complacent too early. Although your aptitude is extremely good, your current strength is not strong enough to control the Lightning God armor. This breastplate appeared in order to save your life at the critical moment, nothing more." Seeing as Long Yi was overjoyed, Charles couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water over Long Yi's head, as if to prove Charles was right. The lightning mark at the space between Long Yi's eyebrows began to fade. The Lightning God armor returned into his body. When Long Yi felt the disappearance of power brought by Lightning God armor, he involuntarily felt empty in his heart. After tasting that kind of tyrannical power, how could he be willing to let it disappear? That was the power of God. Originally, he thought that he had already experienced the strongest power in this world after seeing the Swords God, Magic God, and the 3-headed demonic dragon. However, in front of the power of the Lightning God armor, they were insignificant. "There will come a day when I will wear the complete suit of Lightning God armor," Long Yi secretly vowed in his heart. Today, he had taken a step towards his final objective. Before long, Long Yi calmed down his state of mind and stared straight at Charles. A hint of strange color flashed in his eyes and he asked with a smirk on his face, You are not Charles. Who are you? You only notice now? Aren't you a little bit slow? Charles laughed. Let me guess your identity. You are the legendary light god, aren't you? Long Yi walked in front of Charles and asked with a smile, although he was not 100% sure. He was at least 80% sure that this was the light god. Why would you think that I'm the light god? Charles, no, maybe one should address him as the light god now, laughed. It is very difficult for me to put it in words. However, the lightning god and the dark god left me with even more confusion after their appearance. I hope that you will be able to tell me everything. Long Yi took 2 steps forward and said, he really wanted to know about the divine realm. Where was it? How exactly was it structured? What exactly happened to the 7 main gods of the divine realm? The eyes of the light god flashed and he shook his head, forcing a smile on his face. He explained, since they didn't tell you, there must be a reason to not let you know. You'll understand everything in time to come. My divine power will not last long and I will be unable to possess Charles' body for long. I have already used a little trick in his sea of consciousness which will cause him to not appear in front of the common people for 10 years. Look out for yourself. Hey. You are still not telling me anything. I'll take my leave if you don't plan on telling me anything. I don't feel like dealing with these trivial matters from your divine realm. Long Yi threatened. You are already on the chessboard. There is nothing you can change about it. It doesn't matter if your willpower is extremely strong. You are nothing but a chess piece. Charles laughed and he pushed the hair on his temples behind his ear. Long Yi's pupils enlarged the moment he saw Charles' actions. This was too feminine. Could it be that the light god came down from Brokeback Mountain, or could it be that the light god was originally female? When Charles saw Long Yi's expression, he realized that he screwed up. He hurriedly put his hand down. At this time, Long Yi's sea of consciousness suddenly pulsated. The milky white light vortex suddenly began to tremble. Along with this trembling, the air in this entire room seemed to be fluctuating. A milky white radiance flew out from the body of Charles which entered the space between Long Yi's eyebrows. Chapter 472, Adult Mermaid. After the milky white radiance entered his body, a layer of sparkling silverish-purple light appeared within his body. It intertwined ceaselessly with the milky white light. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded in the stone room. Tiger Cub Little 3 appeared out of thin air. After landing on the ground, it raised its head high and uttered a long, loud roar. The entire light church shook all of a sudden. The people who were devoutly prostrating themselves below thought that an earthquake had struck. As such, they pushed and squeezed their way out of the light church. 1 human and 1 tiger stood inside the stone room. The white light slowly dissipated and it appeared as though the light god was really appearing in this world. Long Yi rubbed the head of Little 3. He knew that it had appeared because of the appearance of the light spirit tablet. However, Long Yi had no idea why the light god would give him the light spirit tablet. Just as Long Yi was about to ask, Charles said solemnly, this light spirit tablet is not very useful for me now. Keep it with you. I can't possess him for much longer. Leave now. A hint of uncertainty flashed through Long Yi's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he grabbed Little 3 and walked out of the stone room. Bang! The stone door behind him automatically closed. Long Yi looked back with doubts in his heart. Patting the head of Long 3, Long Yi muttered, Little 3. You are the light sacred beast. Why didn't your master show any reaction even after seeing you? Could it be that it was because of the possession? Little 3 looked at Long Yi in confusion and softly purred. Immediately after that, it familiarly rubbed its head against Long Yi's big hand which was stroking it. The sea waves were continuously colliding against the cliff and it seemed to be telling an ancient and mysterious story of the ocean. Long Yi sat on a stone which protruded from the cliff. He held a branch in his hand and was in the process of writing and drawing on the ground. Light God. Was he really the light god? Long Yi arduously thought about this issue which was on his mind for a long time. According to reason, there shouldn't be any mistakes. That terrifying divine domain and super light blades, there might far surpass the light blades casted by light magic gods, other than the light god himself, who was able to reach this level. However, Long Yi still felt as though there was something wrong. If it was the light god himself, why would little three not have any reactions towards him? Saying it was because of possession seemed a little bit far-fetched. Now that he thought about it, when the light god saw little three, he was only a little surprised. He didn't reveal any feelings he had for little three. However, this made no sense. If little three wasn't the light sacred beast, how could it produce such a strong reaction when it interacted with the light spirit tablet? I am having a headache. Long Yi knocked his own head as he muttered. At this moment, the light spirit tablet was floating above the light magic vortex in his sea of consciousness. It began to rotate just like the lightning spirit tablet. He clearly felt the light magic elements within his body increasing by a large amount. Long Yi was somewhat unhappy. Since he arrived in this world, he had always thought that he was the only controlling his destiny. He was not supposed to be controlled by this world. However, right now, he had learned that since the time he entered this different world, it was impossible to maintain personal integrity. First of all, there was the binding of familial love and also the beautiful women in his life. This drew him into the battlefield whirlpool on Blue Waves continent and caused him to push forwards. Then, there was this inextricable connection which he had with this world, the legendary Divine World, Ocean City, and mysterious Dragon Island. All of these connections made him extremely confused. Tinkle, tinkle. Suddenly, harp sounds which were pleasing to the ears came from the sea. It sounded like the gurgling sound of water and also like the sound of a jade bowl. The free and natural sound made all of the troubles disappear from Long Yi's mind. His spirit felt truly refreshed. Long Yi was feeling like this right now. He closed his eyes and with a smile on his face, he listened to that sound. He distracted himself from those things which were confusing him. There will come a day when the water subsides and the rocks emerge. The harp sound was melodious and this beautiful music seemed to be dancing in the air. Moreover, it was splendid in riotous profusion. Long Yi stood up and he behaved as though he was a rock spreading its wings. He made a beautiful arc in the sky as he flew towards the location where the sound came from. Other than Lai Lai, there was no one else who could play such beautiful music in the entire ocean. Long Yi stepped on the sea waves and his heart became much lighter. He couldn't help but think about how great it would be if he could behave like an affectionate couple with Lai Lai under the dim light of night. Before long, Long Yi stopped and quietly floated above the surface of the sea. He was pleasantly surprised to see that strange scenery not far away. He saw layers upon layers of extremely thin water curtains encompassing an area which formed a ring. The water curtains rotated around as the music came from a harp. Under the refraction of the silvery starlight, it was sparkling as if stars were twinkling above the water curtains. Along with the appearance of the moon from behind the clouds, a graceful figure appeared. Long Yi could see her soft white hands dancing on the harp and the pleasant music came from the harp. After a good while, the music ended but Long Yi felt as though he could still hear the musical notes coming from beside his ear. It really left a rich aftertaste. The revolving water curtains slowly stopped along with the music. After that, the first thing that caught Long Yi's eyes was that beautiful golden hair which hung down till the figure's waist. He especially liked the faint fragrance which was carried over by the wind. Lai Lai, your skills are excellent. Hurry up and come over, give this young master a kiss. Long Yi applauded and said, if he could listen to her playing the harp every day, that would be the best enjoyment. Lai Lai turned her head around and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She looked so beautiful that it was out of this world. Long Yi's eyes flashed with the lewd light. No, it flashed with divine light as he watched Lai Lai's smiling face. Her face resembled a blooming flower and was extremely pretty. She was someone who Long Yi would look back in his life and admire. Such a beautiful woman who was above this secular world was actually his maid. Thinking about it, the only regret was he could only touch and was unable to eat her up. Young master, close your eyes. Lai Lai mysterious said and the seven-colored glazed harp in her hand changed into a rainbow and disappeared. Close my eyes. If she wasn't going to give this young master a pleasant surprise, what else can she do? Could it be that she wanted to secretly kiss this young master's lips? Long Yi had alluring thoughts in his heart and he closed his eyes with expectation in his heart. However, he He used his spirit power to observe everything happening outside his body. Long Yi saw Lai standing upon the sea's surface, and she slowly turned around, flinging her beautiful golden hair backwards. The soft ends of her hair stroked Long Yi's face. Long Yi's heart was squirming and he was ready to create all sorts of trouble. "Young master, you can open your eyes now." The voice of Lai was somewhat trembling. When he heard what she said, Long Yi opened his pitch-black eyes and saw the nervous and yearning expression on Lai's face. Long Yi was startled as his gaze moved downwards. He saw that Lai's little hands were entangled together above her lower abdomen. She was clearly very restless as she wore a dress which revealed her navel. She had never worn anything like this before. This spotlessly white and smooth underbelly was truly of the best quality. "Wait a minute." Long Yi suddenly squinted his eyes as he looked at that spotlessly white legs which were supporting Lai. They were smooth and slender as if they were made of jade. Moreover, her feet were glittering and translucent like a crystal. Her toes were shyly squirming against each other. They looked extremely cute. This kind of beautiful legs was very rare in the world. However, it was not like they didn't exist. All the women around Long Yi had such cute legs. The problem here was that Lai was a mermaid. How can a mermaid have legs? For no reason, Long Yi thought about the sad and beautiful fairy tale from his previous world. It was about the mermaid princess. His complexion changed immediately. He grabbed the soldiers of Lai and hastily asked, "What is going on here? Why did your tail change into the legs of a human?" Lai seemed to be scared by Long Yi's reaction. She helplessly answered Long Yi with glistening teardrops flowing down her eyes, I thought that you would like it." When he heard her reply, Long Yi realized that his tone was a little bit too severe. As such, he took a deep breath to calm himself down before continuing. "I certainly like that your tail changed into legs. However, you're a mermaid. Mermaids are born with tails and not legs. I don't want you to harm yourself for the sake of myself." When she heard that, Long Yi was angry because he thought that she had harmed herself. Lai's beautiful face regained her smile. Long Yi didn't hate that she had legs. She softly explained herself. "I didn't harm myself." "Then what is going on with these legs?" Long Yi looked at the legs of Lai and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Currently, Lai only had a golden skirt around her waist which covered only her thighs. This was truly too tempting. Lai trembled as she couldn't bear Long Yi's fiery gaze any longer. She said softly, "As a matter of fact, after members of our mermaid race turn into adults, our tail can change into legs. The only issue is that we cannot use our mermaid race magic when our tail changes into legs. There are no other effects. Today is the day I become an adult." "Is that so?" "That's good. As it turned out, my little mermaid grew into an adult today." Long Yi was a little surprised as he gently reached out his hand to stroke Lai's beautiful hair. Lai looked at Long Yi with her beautiful eyes and her beautiful face flushed red. No one knew what Lai was thinking in her head. "My little mermaid, what is wrong?" Long Yi curiously asked. Lai turned her head and used her hands to cover her face which was about to burn. Long Yi became even more curious. He used his hands to pull open Lai's little hands which were covering her face. When they were open, he used one of his hand to raise Lai's chin to look at himself. He threatened in a deep voice, "Speak quickly, otherwise, this young master will spank you." Lai grumbled in a flirty manner and placed her little hand on Long Yi's chest. She closed her eyes and muttered, "Young master, now, Lai can conceive your baby." Long Yi was stunned and his saliva nearly choked him to death. This little mermaid said that she would be able to conceive his baby. In other words, didn't that mean that they could make love now? They could finally enjoy the pleasure of close intimacy as a couple. "Young master." Lai shyly waited for Long Yi's response. However, Long Yi wasn't able to respond for a long time as he acted as though he was petrified. "Well, then what are you waiting for?" Long Yi cursed in his heart and held onto Lai's cheeks. He kissed her red lips. Chapter 473, The Keepsake of the Mermaid Clan. No one should experience this feeling unless it was the end of the world. After all, A single sentence from Lai Yilai managed to capture all of Long Yi's attention. He had a feeling of intoxication and he felt as though he would never become sober again. Just by listening to what she said, Long Yi wanted to immerse himself in this feeling even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. Long Yi and Lai Yilai were hugging each other and sharing a deep kiss as they floated above the sea waves. They were both sharing the same kind of feeling right now and they seemed intoxicated. When it came to kisses, they were divided into different levels. Mutual consent to be each other's sunshine is one of the conditions required. Beautiful environment is another. Finding a favorable location and finding the proper time to engage in a kiss is crucial. Only when the time was right, with a good geographical location, and when social conditions were met, the kiss would be a kiss of the highest level, be it spiritual or physical. This kind of kiss was sure to give both parties supreme enjoyment. Above this boundless sea and under the stars in the sky above them, the two of them had a burning heart. How could they not feel intoxicated? Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Their entangled tongues teased, pursued and moistened each other. The temperature slowly rose and began to ferment as Long Yi sucked on Lai Yilai's fragrant tongue. His hands were not idle as he kneaded her full and plump buttocks. Next, he entered and scouted inside her golden skirt. The warm, jade-like feeling told Long Yi that there was nothing under her skirt. This made the in his heart become even stronger. Little mermaid, you didn't wear any panties. Long Yi moved his mouth away and said with a smile. As for Lai Yilai, she emitted a burning hot fragrance and she looked as though she was burning. Now, her body temperature, which was supposed to be a lot lower than humans, was extremely high. Her eyes were blurred as she softly snorted, "My tail has just turned into legs. Where can I get panties?" The big hand of Long Yi entered the crack of her buttocks and he said with a smirk, "It is better to not wear them. Saves me some trouble." Lai Yilai's body suddenly softened. She lacked the strength to resist and she wasn't going to resist Long Yi's invasion anyway. She had already planned to give herself to Long Yi without any reservation tonight. On the day she became an adult, she would give herself to Long Yi. This was actually the ancient custom of the mermaid race. Long Yi hugged Lai Yilai with one hand and waved his other hand. Dense water magic elements emerged, forming a sea blue water barrier around them. Tonight, this place will be their bridal chamber with the sea as their bed and the sky as their quilt. Their romantic story would begin from this point onwards. The dress worn by the mermaid race was extremely sexy. With a gentle pull, the thin layer of clothing fluttered down and a full bosom with perfect curves appeared before his eyes. They were extremely alluring. Those pink pearls above them and Lai Yilai's spotlessly white skin complemented each other. It looked as though it was a winter plum which blossomed in the midst of snow and ice. This noble and beautiful sight stimulated the strongest desire to profane her in his heart. Long Yi reached out his devil's talons towards this pair of perfect and he unscrupulously kneaded them. The sight of them changing shapes in his hand gave him a strong visual impact. Women were sensual beings as long as their passion was strong. However, that was only a kind of enjoyment for them. However, men were sensual beings most of the time. A simple visual stimulation could lead to a strong sense of pleasure. "Young master," the little mermaid moaned. Long Yi's actions gave her a series of pleasant sensation. She trembled where she stood. She felt as if her spirit was flying away in the midst of the waves of pleasure. The moan coming from this little mermaid was like a strong aphrodisiac. Long Yi's instantly reached the peak. He pushed down little mermaid and sucked on one of her buds as he nimbly got rid of the last piece of cloth on this little mermaid. With one strong and powerful thrust, the body of little mermaid stiffened as she tightly hugged Long Yi. Her face shone with happiness. It was very painful for her when Long Yi's hot rod entered her body. However, she was overjoyed as their heart and body became united. She was so happy that the pain of appeared very insignificant in front of her spiritual happiness. The sound of resounded and the starlight began to turn hazy in the blink of an eye. It eventually disappeared. Now the sky started to brighten. Lai Yilai was using the shoulder of Long Yi as a pillow and she stared into the sky, just like Long Yi. Along with the fall and rise of sea waves, the vast sea they were floating on bounced up and down. It made them feel extremely comfortable. Long Yi looked around leisurely, watching the sky. He was not concentrating and he was clearly in a daze. Layla silently lied on his bosom without disturbing him. She simply immersed herself in her own happiness. Layla, do you want to return to Ocean City? Long Yi suddenly asked. Layla nodded her head. After turning over, she lied on the bed of water and she said, although we were exiled, that place is the root of our sea race. I have been drifting everywhere since I was born. I really want to go back and take a look. However, Aunt Bai said that she will only take me back when my cultivation reached the sixth note of the soul-locking 7 notes. Long Yi caressed Layla's smooth back and said with a smile, reaching the 6th note is nothing. You already cultivated to the 4th note. You'll be able to reach the 6th note before the situation on the Blue Waves continent stabilizes. At that time, I will also be free. I'll go back together with you. Doesn't that sound good? Having heard what was said, Layla's little face shone and she hastily nodded her head. Her smile was brilliant like the sun and Long Yi was blinded by the brilliance of her smile. Although Long Yi liked smiles of happiness, the smile which was on his face was usually cold and hateful. However, he liked to see the women around him smile happily. Of all of them, he liked Wash Wang's smile the best. She was very reserved and she rarely showed any expression. However, she would show a smile once in a while around him. It was like spring sunshine and was very attractive. Layla's smile had a different kind of flavor to it. It was magnificent and causal as she expressed her happiness. It carried the special quality of the ocean and it didn't contain any impurity in it. It could deeply attract anyone the moment they saw her smile. Young master, can I go ashore with you? Layla sat up and started acting coquettishly. Go ashore? Long Yi was somewhat surprised. The people of the sea race had always feared the dry land. It was like how humanity feared the mysterious seas. Now I can use my legs to walk. No one will know that I am someone from the sea race. Layla pointed at her sparkling and crystal clear slender legs and explained. Will your Aunt Bai agree? Long Yi asked with a smile. Definitely not. Layla started to feel dejected. I agree. All of a sudden, a head with beautiful sea blue-colored hair popped out from the surface of the sea. She was precisely Bai who had something against Long Yi. Long Yi was startled. He hastily took out his clothing and threw them on his body. Fortunately, due to the water curtain, only the shadow of the two of them could be seen from outside. After the two of them were done wearing their clothes, Long Yi removed the water curtain around them. He quickly saw that Bai and Xiami were floating on the water surface. The faces of the two women were red. It seemed like they already knew about what went on inside the water curtain. Aunt Bai, do you truly agree to let me go ashore with Long Yi? Layla swam over to the side of Bai and asked happily. Bai dotingly looked at this princess of the mermaid clan who was raised by her. Caressing her little face, she said, you are already an adult. According to the custom of our mermaid clan, you can go and do whatever you desire, and will not stop you anymore. However, Aunt has to remind you that the world of humans is far more complicated than what you and I can imagine. Aunt is afraid that you will not be able to adapt properly. I know. However, as long as Layla is beside young master, Layla will not be afraid of anything. Layla said with determination, and she looked at Long Yi with a gaze full of trust. Bai smiled and nodded her head. Turning to face Long Yi, she said, I hand over Layla over to you. I hope that you will protect her. She is not only your woman, she is the hope of our mermaid clan. Do you understand? Long Yi seriously nodded his head and agreed in earnest. I understand. You can rest assured. I won't let anyone harm even a single hair on Layla's head. That's good. Bai's eyes were somewhat wet. Now, she was treating Long Yi a lot better than before. It was because Layla had already given her everything to him, not to mention the fact that Layla was now his woman and no longer his maid. This was the immediate cause for the change of her attitude towards Long Yi. Princess, take care of yourself. Xiami poked her head out from behind Bai. She was not able to endure her sadness like Bai. She directly burst into tears as she bade Layla farewell. Layla was a sensitive person. When she saw that Xiami was crying, Tears flowed down her face as well. As for Long Yi, who was at the side, he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. They were not going to leave forever. Lai was just going to Blue Moon City with him. As long as she wanted to return, it wouldn't take even a minute for them to get back. When the master and servant were weeping in each other's arms, Bai Fai quietly swam to the side of Long Yi and signaled for him to swim further away from the both of them. "Do you need me to do something?" Long Yi smiled as he looked at Bai Fai. Honestly speaking, he hated her in the past because she tried to kill him without giving him a chance to explain himself. However, when he placed himself in her position, he realized that her decision wasn't wrong. As the last person to protect Lai, she had to use every means possible to cut off all the factors that could endanger Lai's safety. When he thought about it, Long Yi no longer hated Bai Fai. Instead, a trace of admiration rose in his heart. But of course, when meeting her, he liked to make her angry. He would also tease her every chance he got. It was a habit buried deep in his bones. Bai Fai raised her right hand above the surface of the water and opened her palm. There was a golden fin-like object on her hand, and one could indistinctly feel a powerful energy circulating inside it. "This is the keepsake of our mermaid clan, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Now, I will leave it in your care. It has ancient magic rays sealed inside it. Now that you have taken Lai's purity and blended with her essence blood, as long as you know the incantation, you will be able to activate one of its magic rays. It might be helpful for you in the future," Bai Fai said before teaching Long Yi the incantation. After teaching him, she placed the object on Long Yi's hand after caressing it gently. Long Yi was startled and he wanted to ask Bai Fai why she would give him something like this. However, Bai Fai waved her hand to interrupt him and she said, "Don't ask why. Since I gave it to you, then take it." After Bai Fai insisted on giving him the object, Long Yi knew that he couldn't decline it. It would seem unreasonable of him to decline it. "You have to take good care of Lai. I am earnestly requesting this of you." Bai Fai showed a rare smile in front of Long Yi. She looked very beautiful. "I will, you can rest assured." When he saw Bai Fai's smile, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He felt as though these were the words a dying mother would say after entrusting her daughter to a man. Chapter 474. Looking at underwear like a piece of artwork. The sun slowly rose from the other side of the sea and it dyed the horizon red. It was a magnificent fiery red dawn. The pleasant cold temperature slowly disappeared and the temperature began to rise. It seemed as though another hot day was here. Lai turned around and looked at her aunt Bai Fai and maid Xiami, who were still staring at her from far away. For an unknown reason, she felt like crying. It was probably because she had never separated from them all her life. Right now, Lai was wearing clothes which had been altered by Long Yi. This was because the two pieces of clothes she wore made Long Yi feel really awkward. It was absolutely impossible for him to take her out when she wore those clothing. This little mermaid was his woman. If he brought her out like that, other people would see her body. That would mean that they both suffered a huge loss. As such, Long Yi took out a set of pale blue silk gown from his space ring. After Bai Fai and Xiami altered the gown to a size which fitted Lai, she wore it and left the sea. When she wore the silk gown, Lai changed into a handsome and elegant noble's son. With her golden hair casually tied on the back of her head, her clear and transparent sea blue eyes coupled with the fair and tender skin on her face, she looked incomparably handsome. Of course, even though Lai was dressed like a man, as long as people had eyes, they would be able to guess that Lai was a girl. Nowadays, there were many young misses from noble families who would dress up this way. They would swagger down the street and act like a man. As such, although some people would be surprised by Lai's beauty, they would not feel that it was particularly strange for her to dress up this way. Bai Fai and Xiami floated on the surface of the water as they watched Long Yi's and Lai's figure disappear into the distance. They were in a daze for a long time. Xiami rubbed her red eyes and choked with sobs. "Aunt Bai Fai, can't we wait for the princess?" Although young master cherishes her, she isn't a human being in the end. If she were to suffer on land, She won't be able to talk to anyone. Bai Fai's expression became complicated and changed unpredictably. She eventually sighed. Xiaomi, this is our last chance. Originally, I didn't think that we had any more hope. However, Princess discovered this purple gold soul stone. Now, if we spare no effort, we might be able to reach Ocean City when the Ocean Azure Waves Festival is being held. During the festival, everyone will be mixed together. There will be all kinds of races there. We'll have an opportunity to sneak in. This concerns the fate of the princess. We can only let her feel wronged for the moment. But, what if Princess can't find us when she returns? Xiaomi worriedly asked. I left a message at the place Meng Qi was staying in. Princess will understand everything, Bai Fai said. As a matter of fact, Lai Yilai giving her virginity to Long Yi was something arranged by her. If she hadn't pushed Lai Yilai forward, it was impossible for Long Yi to obtain Lai Yilai's body so easily. Well, for Princess, Xiaomi is not afraid of death, Xiaomi firmly said. The two mermaids dived into the depths of the ocean. Right now, Lai Yilai, who had just reached shore, had difficulties learning how to walk. She didn't know that Bai Fai and Xiaomi were leaving with the sea monster, Meng Qi. This is such a strange feeling. The little feet of Lai Yilai stepped onto the sandy beach. She walked around carefully, step by step. She looked nervous, but she was also full of curiosity. Don't be nervous, take your time and don't look at your feet. Long Yi couldn't help but drool crazily when he stared at Lai Yilai's swaying waist. This was her habit, as she used to twist her fishtail in order to walk on land in the past. She placed all her strength on her waist before. Now, even though she no longer had to sway her waist to walk, she would still do it. She had no idea how soul-stirring her movement was. With great difficulty, Lai Yilai's movement became a bit more natural after Long Yi gave her some tips. Her slender waist no longer swayed from side to side when she walked. However, her charm was not something which could be changed. Young master, how is it? Is my walking good? Lai Yilai happily said to Long Yi. In order to show him that she had already learned how to use her legs, she jogged around on the beach. Very good, very good. Long Yi repeatedly nodded his head. He thought that this was indeed really good. He was afraid that when she walked down the street, she would attract the gaze of everyone. In this world, people who could sway their buttocks so perfectly were truly rare. Moreover, she was so natural and pure. There was no woman who could be compared to her. Although the sunlight was scorching hot at this moment, it was still not that bad compared to noontime. As such, there were a lot of people walking around on the streets. The appearance of Lai Yilai naturally attracted the gaze of many people. The reason was not just because of her beautiful face. Her azure, pure, and beautiful eyes were one of the reasons people looked at her. The people of Blue Moon City worshipped the seas and oceans. When they saw a young girl whose body emitted pure and fresh aura which came from the ocean, they felt as if she was no stranger. They began to speculate which house this noble Ms. came from. Who was the girl wearing menswear beside Long Yi? Lai Yilai hugged Long Yi's arm. She was somewhat shy and scared of those gaze from everyone around them. However, she couldn't help herself as she was curious and wanted to see everything in the imperial capital. This was the first time she had entered such a bustling city and she wanted to look everywhere. Young master, why do they keep looking at me? Do they know that I'm not human? Lai Yilai nervously asked Long Yi. Of course not. They are looking at you because my little mermaid is too beautiful. They have never seen such a beautiful girl before. Naturally, their eyes would stay glued onto you. Long Yi smiled and said, Really? Lai Yilai secretly looked at everyone around her. Sure enough, all of them were looking at her affectionately. She instantly became more courageous. Perhaps what Tat Bai Fai said was not completely true. The human world doesn't seem so complicated. The pure and innocent little mermaid thought about it in her heart. After strolling around the streets for a while, Long Yi accidentally saw a familiar signboard "beauty shop." One could say that the relationship between this beauty shop and him was not shallow. People should know that a majority of women wore underwear sold in beauty shop. The proprietress of beauty shop, Mu Hanyan, was his lover as well. Why was she his lover and not his woman? The difference between being a lover and being his woman was huge. If they were Long Yi's woman, it would mean that both their body and heart belonged to him. As for his lovers, they had a complicated relationship. The two of them had a relationship like a normal couple. However, they might not understand what the other party is thinking in their heart. As such, Long Yi didn't consider them his woman. However, he was working hard to make sure that they become his woman one day. Looking at it from another perspective, the relationship between them was one where they fought against each other mentally. It was also a dangerous love game. Long Yi was certain that Mu Hanyan also knew this. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Seeing as Long Yi was standing at the center of the street, blankly staring at a shop, she couldn't help but ask. "Oh, I thought that you should get some clothes of your own." Long Yi came back to his senses and said with a smile. He grabbed Lai Lai's hand and pulled her towards beauty shop. When wearing clothes, one should naturally wear the underwear before wearing the outerwear. It was the same when buying clothes. Long Yi pulled Lai Lai inside beauty shop and he completely ignored the strange looks he got from everyone. Young Master Ziman, are you bringing this young lady to choose underwear?" A delicate and pretty young girl greeted him. It seemed as though this shop was under her administration and she seemed to know Long Yi. The way she addressed Long Yi showed how much she knew about him. If she only had superficial knowledge on Long Yi, she would call him Lord Son-in-law, like the common people. Instead, she called him Young Master Ziman. "Do you know me?" Long Yi asked as he felt surprised that someone in beauty shop would know him. "Yes. I have seen you once in the Emerald Mist Pavilion." At that time, Young Master Ziman was accompanied by proprietress. Of course, Young Master Ziman would not take note of me, this ordinary woman. The young girl said with a smile. Long Yi smiled and waved his hand. "You must be busy greeting other guests. I'll take her in and help her choose some clothes." The young girl smiled and ran over to attend to other guests. However, since Long Yi, a grown man, was in the store, the noble madams and misses were rather shy. However, they didn't leave the store. Instead, they stared stealthily at Long Yi and Lai Lai. Nowadays, the world-renowned perverted reputation Long Yi had in the past seemed to have slowly faded away from the memories of everyone. They only had praises for him right now. First of all, Long Yi's strength had already spread far and wide from the Holy Magic Academy. Ordinary people might not know anything specific about his strength, but they at least knew that he was very powerful. As for the specific details regarding his strength, only the people who had fought against him knew. Secondly, in the war which engulfed the entire Blue Waves continent, the unparalleled battalion, which was created by Long Yi, had a considerable reputation. Also, the world-famous female general, Hell Angel Bitang Yu, once stated that without Long Yi, there would not be Bitang Yu. Not to mention that there was that slaughter god, Tyrant Bear. He aggressively stated that he would not hesitate to wipe out anyone who made malicious remarks about Long Yi. Just imagine, a person who was greatly admired by two great generals. How could he be the legendary good-for-nothing? Besides, in this power-seizing incident in the Nelan Empire, an indistinct rumor where Long Yi controlled everything behind the scenes circulated around the nobles. As for these noble ladies who were people from the higher class, it would be nothing strange for them to know more about Long Yi than the common people. "Young master, are these the underwear worn inside normal clothes?" The face of Lai Lai was red and she whispered her question into Long Yi's ear. Although she usually wore less in the sea, they were opaque. It was completely different from the underwear sold here. She could clearly see through them. "Yes, they look nice," Long Yi said with a smile. After that, he looked around at those colorful, sexy lingerie which all had different styles. All of a sudden, he picked out a pair of light blue underwear made from silk and handed it over to Lai Lai. Of course, he already measured the size properly and he made sure that Lai Lai could wear them. He said with a smile, "This will absolutely suit you. It is made with first-class silk. You will not feel uncomfortable when wearing it. Moreover, it is very elastic and it will not be too tight when you wear them. Moreover, this downward ribbon design is also extremely good." Lai Lai felt the stares coming from everyone in the store and her face flushed red. She complained to Long Yi, "There are people watching." Although she had just entered the human world, she knew that the Tropic of Women's Lingerie was not something that should be advertised. As such, she was ashamed when Long Yi handed her a pair in front of everyone and introduced it to her. "Everyone is a woman here, you don't need to be afraid," Long Yi said with a smile. "Lord son-in-law, you are a man." A daring noble interrupted with a smile. Although I am a man, I came to look at these beautiful underwear from an artistic perspective. I have absolutely no other intentions." Long Yi neither got angry nor ashamed. He simply replied to her calmly. Chapter 475, Where have I seen you before? Women were like this. After hearing someone take the lead, none of them would be afraid. Moreover, Long Yi was here alone. There were 7 or 8 women who were currently in the store. They clearly had the numerical advantage which increased their courage. These 7 or 8 noble madams and misses around Long Yi and Lai Yilai were well-maintained noble women. They were also quite endowed. Otherwise, Long Yi would already have fled in defeat. "Lord son-in-law, take a look. What kind of underwear suits my figure?" A lady with a fiery figure daringly threw out her chest and swayed left and right. Looking at the size of her mountains, at least 2 hands would be required to grab onto them. According to the measurements of his previous world, they were no less than an F cup. When Long Yi looked at her waist, he could see that they were slender. Long Yi immediately became doubtful. How could her meatballs be so big? Could it be that the breast-kneading skill her husband had was comparable to his? Long Yi looked at this flirtatious lady and smiled. Picking up a set of fiery red, translucent lingerie without hesitation, he said with a smile, "Since this madam has such a good figure, it would be best to wear this set of teasing model lingerie." This kind of low open style lingerie is not something everyone can wear. Only a lady with a good figure like Madame can achieve the unity of person and clothing. With the indistinctly transparent material it is made out of, Madame would be able to give off a flirtatious feeling. As long as your opponent is a man, his soul will fly far away. The eyes of this lady immediately shone and she flirtatiously covered her mouth. With a bright smile hidden behind her hands, she said, "Since Lord son-in-law told me that this is a good pair, I'll take it." "Madam, I see that Lord son-in-law has chosen such a good set of underwear for you. Shouldn't you thank Lord son-in-law?" Another lady chuckled and said, "Yes. How about Madam you put on this set of underwear to let Lord son-in-law feast his eyes?" Yet another lady added. This flirtatious lady immediately blushed when she heard what was said. Although she was shy, her seductive eyes were always glued on to Long Yi. It was clear that as long as Long Yi gave her the slightest hint, would become his bed plaything immediately. Long Yi secretly sighed in his heart. It was not like he didn't know about the licentious darkness behind the high society. It was just that he was not accustomed to this. It was fine for him to make jokes and take some cheap advantage of the women with words. He was not stupid enough to truly engage with improper sexual relationships with these women. The unscrupulous seduction by the women in the store made the little mermaid beside Long Yi unhappy. Women were born with a jealous nature and Lai Yilai was no exception. Humphrey. Lai Yilai's inaudible snort caused the bodies of the women who were in the store to tremble. Their faces turned pale instantly and their hearts shook. The several women who were in the store stared at each other in blank dismay. They bowed courteously towards Long Yi before they left the store. They seemed to be fleeing from the store when they left as they ran without caring about their image. Although Lai Yilai wasn't able to use her mermaid clan-specific spells after transforming her fishtail into human legs, her strong spirit power wasn't something ordinary people could stand up to. Long Yi was happy in his heart. He patted Lai Yilai's little butt with a smile and comforted her. "I don't even like them. You don't need to worry." Lai Yilai's beautiful face instantly flushed red and she pouted her lips. She stared at Long Yi before rolling her eyes at him. All of her actions had a feminine charm behind it. After losing her purity, a woman would show different charms. Currently, Dongfang Kexin and Dongfang Kexin wearing Snow White priest robe carried a little girl in her arms, and she was being pulled in and out of the shops on both sides of the streets by Nell and Rumen. Looking at them, they looked like they were harmoniously getting along. Seemingly, the mutual dislike of yesterday had never happened. "Big sister Kexin, you say, is this good?" In Phoenix Jewelry Store directly opposite to beauty shop, Nellen Ruming held an exquisitely made head ornament and asked. It is good looking, merely, it looks too mature, it doesn't suit you. Dongfang Kexin told the truth. Because she had promised Long Yi yesterday, she had no choice but to keep Nellen Ruming and Nair company. All along the road, Nellen Ruming had been mocking and ridiculing her, but she endured them for unknown reasons. Finally, Nellen Ruming seemed to have vented enough and she suddenly became dejected, then told her about her feeling towards Long Yi. Hearing her, a sympathetic feeling unexpectedly born in the heart of Dongfang Kexin, and the two people became close. And early in the morning, Nellen Ruming pulled Dongfang Kexin for a window shopping. I know, but brother-in-law never realized that I have already grown up. Is it because I am too childish? Nellen Ruming said, feeling aggrieved. Although her bosom was far smaller than her big sister, considering everything, there was still a bit, but how could Long Yi turn a blind eye? That is natural, he doesn't like artificial girls. Dongfang Kexin subconsciously said. Nellen Ruming looked up at Dongfang Kexin in amazement and snorted, and you are still saying you don't like my brother-in-law? It's surely my brother-in-law that doesn't like you, because your feeling is very artificial. You clearly like him but you continuously say you don't like him. Nellen Ruming had childish nature. She would speak whatever she thought, but the beautiful face of Dongfang Kexin became pale and that crack at the bottom of her heart expanded a bit. After self-hypnosis for a long time, even she herself couldn't understand her heart. Did she like him or not? This simple multiple-choice question was not difficult at all for ordinary people, but it was harder than anything for Dongfang Kexin. These past few days, Dongfang Kexin frequently had dreams. Even when she was meditating, she couldn't enter the deeper realm. Those foolish past events were always spinning around her head. I like him, in the dream. A voice often shouted deep in her heart. You don't like him, you hate him. But every time at that moment, yet another voice would shout, suppressing her heart. Sometimes, Dongfang Kexin believed that she had schizophrenia. There seemed to be two souls inside her body and they seemed to be fighting with each other, making her feel so much pain that sometimes she felt as if her head was splitting. Father, I want my father. Nair appeared as if she felt something and she suddenly struggled violently. The spirit of Dongfang Kexin was fluctuating violently at this moment. As a result, Nair was able to struggle free easily and Nair fell to the ground. Seeing this, Dongfang Kexin and Nellen Ruming were so frightened that their soul nearly flew out of their body. But Nair appeared as if nothing happened even though she fell to the ground. She stood up and staggered towards the beauty shop on the other side. Dongfang Kexin and Nellen Ruming followed closely and entered beauty shop. Then they saw Nair happily rushing into the opened arms of Long Yi as if a young swallow returning to its nest. Father, father. Nair happily rubbed her head against the bosom of Long Yi as if she was expressing her happiness to see him. Come to think of it, the father and daughter relationship between Nair and Long Yi was also a section of peculiar fate. He remembered that when he saw Nair for the first time in Illusory Forest, she looked very ugly, and at that time, she and that specter were cooperating in tacit understanding, changing that place into a death domain with dense ghostly chi. At that time, he had a big fight with her. Merely, for an unknown reason, Nair unusually had faith and was intimate towards him. At that time, even though he had frequently avoided her, her small spirit should have felt wronged and she should be broken-hearted, but she never bore grudges. Later, Shui Ruoyan and other girls jokingly let Nair call him father. Then after a few days, Long Yi had that big head as son, but at that time, he didn't know Nair was a female dragon, as at that time, even Nair's biological mother wasn't sure of her gender because of her appearance at that time. But who would have thought that, in Lightning God Forbidden Area, Nair would merge with that half-dark soul of Little Three and suddenly transform into a small plump dragon. Only at that time, he discovered that Nair, whom he had been calling son, was in fact a daughter. And meeting again after that, little Nair had unexpectedly already transformed into a humanoid form and she was very cute. Although her form had changed, That yearning feeling of Nair towards him seemed to have branded in her innermost soul. Long Yi carried Nair in his arms and he suddenly had such thoughts. But when he saw Dongfang Kexin and Nellen Rumeng hurriedly coming in together, he was dumbfounded. He had entrusted Nellen Rumeng and Nair to Dongfang Kexin just for yesterday, but how come they were still together? Young master, is this your daughter? Lai was very surprised to see Nair. She had never heard Long Yi mentioning about him having a child, but from Nair, she indistinctly felt a familiar dragon aura. Perhaps, because she had come to blows with that wicked dragon Lu Jexia, she was very sensitive to dragon aura, but she didn't dare to be sure because she knew that dragon can transform into a human form only after reaching the adulthood. Yes, she is my daughter Nair. Isn't she very beautiful? Long Yi said with a smile. Little Nair raised her head and curiously looked at Lai. Then, her big eyes unexpectedly looked straight towards her legs and Lai was so scared that she jumped. Could it be that this little fellow could see through her? Fortunately, Nair retracted her gaze after looking at her curiously for a little while, then using her plump little hand to rub beard stubble of Long Yi's chin. She said the words she would say for hundreds of times in a day, "Father, hungry." At that time, Nellen Rumeng ran over after sizing up Lai for a long time. She appeared as if she was doing her best to recall something. As for Dongfang Kexin, after seeing Long Yi, she wanted to leave but she discovered that her legs wouldn't move. "Kexin, thank you for taking care of these two girls for me. Wait a minute, we will have lunch together," Long Yi said to Dongfang Kexin with a smile. Dongfang Kexin was flustered in her heart, and she wasn't able to say anything even though she opened her mouth, so she simply moved her gaze towards Lai who was extremely attractive. Although she was wearing a menswear, it still couldn't cover her peerless beauty. A sour feeling suddenly swelled in her heart, and a kind of jealous feeling once again drowned her. She wanted to but wasn't able to keep them under her control. "Big sister, where have I seen you?" Nellen Rumeng suddenly asked curiously to Lai.